This is STARS Officer Jill Valentine, and you're listening to the Let's Talk Resident Evil podcast.
What is going on, everyone?
How's it going?
Welcome to another episode of the Let's Talk Resident Evil podcast, and this is the Village Deep Dive. So if you don't want to sit here for 4+ hours, you can watch our video review that we have linked down below. But for everyone else that wants to hear us talk spoilers, talk everything, all the details, all the feelings, this is the show.
Yes, it is,
We're
Anthony.
Here 10 months, 11 months going in the making of the path to Village. We're finally at this last little, like, the cherry on top of just everything that we've been doing for this era.
Yeah.
And we did the 24-hour stream.
Mm-hmm.
We,
had issues with the 24-hour stream.
had issues with the archive getting cut,
Yeah.
and YouTube obviously not liking the length of stuff. But
controversial opinions on the internet.
yeah, people taking our first playthrough as face value of how
People
we felt.
we purposely didn't render the last 2 hours because of our opinions. It's like,
Yeah, it's like
I don't understand those people. Well,
No.
we're not going to stay on that topic. I just wanted to say that because it's very important that
we've been
you guys
getting
know.
heat. Let's just say that a lot of heat.
Me and Anthony are not scared of heat.
No.
We're also not scared of having a different opinion than everybody else.
No, and it is a community after all. So the people
For sure.
that are generally like giving us, their feedback,
Mm-hmm.
those are the people that we pay attention to.
For
the people
sure,
that
yeah.
have not just people that find us randomly because it's Village and it's popular and just be like, fuck these guys, they don't like it because Resident Evil's in their
They
name.
don't like it because of a whole bunch of different reasons. I've heard every excuse.
Yeah, and we took, we literally took 2 weeks up until this point, 2 weeks of us playing the game on our own, not even together, just as on our own.
Yeah.
And just to actually play through it, unlock everything, really form our notes that we all have here today, just so we know for sure going into this show, because this is the big show, of everything we want to say.
This is pretty definitive. So, unlike Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake, which were basically rehashed, remastered, reimagined versions of previous titles that I think both aged poorly in our minds than like even Resident Evil 7 did. Like when Resident Evil 7 first came around in the RE engine, right? The new era of Resident Evil started with 7.
Mm-hmm.
You basically have like 1 through Code Veronica, and then you have, or 1 through 0, and then you have 4 through 6, and all of the spin-off games that are there.
Then you got the RE Engine era.
And then you have the RE Engine era, is essentially how me and you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And 7 was very similar to Village in the way that after I got done playing it for the first time, I had an opinion, and I've played it a few more times since then, and that opinion hasn't shifted at all. It hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down. It's pretty much stayed exactly the same. And Village is pretty much the same way, where unlike Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake, where my opinion started high and then slowly trickled, this one's kind of like the 24-hour stream was a very knee-jerk reaction, a very knee-jerk
Absolutely.
First impression kind of reaction, not like more of a well-put-together thing.
That's why we made sure that it was archived, just because we know a lot of you guys like to see the first time we're playing something and our first reactions, but that doesn't mean our opinions were final by the end of that 24-hour stream. It was the day in, and then we had 2 more weeks to really sink everything in.
And to expect somebody to completely know how they feel and be able to dictate and kind of, I guess, like hot press it, which is where like, oh, this is definitely how I feel, and this is, I know everything about these characters, I know everything about this game, I know exactly what I'm going to say, while it's happening in real time.
With a chat.
With audiences where there's multiple people throwing their opinions in the pot. I might get some hate for this, but it's asinine. And those people really need to like take a step back and give us some space and give others some space to take some time to sink in, experience it with headphones.
Yes.
Which we'll get into later, the sound design. Experience it on your own, in the dark, alone, trying to, figure out the tone they were going for, read through the reviews, read through the interviews, maybe
go through the files again,
go through the files, make sure you didn't miss anything. There's
Yeah.
a lot that goes into it that we couldn't do in those 24 hours. And we are passionate fans. The difference is we have a camera with thousands of people watching, right? So it's more than just, we don't get a chance to sit on something and be like, I wonder if that could have been done better, or I wonder if, let's see where they take this. It's more of a reactionary thing. There is a sense of entertainment we do bring to the table as live streamers.
Absolutely.
Right? If we gave our first impressions in a video, it would not have came out as visceral as it did live. But that's why we're us. We're genuine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's pretty much all we wanted to say, I think, about that. Like, just about like us being genuine.
Yeah, I think that's an important point to bring up, because the point of that is really just, like we're taking it in a live environment versus us really like dissecting everything and really like reeling it back and looking at it from a different perspective. And, what's funny too? You said something perfect right there. To dissect it. We're looking at it from a different perspective. Now that we've had the chance to dissect this game, discuss it, have phone calls, talk to Dustin, talk to Dylan, talk to everybody else in our community. Get feedback in our circle, yeah,
right?
for sure. Talk to people on Discord, the Patreon member, people that are playing it themselves. Now that we don't have to worry about spoilers and stepping on eggshells with that. Now that everything's like out, we've really been able to feel it.
We've talked to people who hate it. We've talked to people who love it. We've saw people call it better than Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Right? Like we've had all these different opinions thrown at us. And what's funny about it is my reaction in the first 24 hours, while not as visceral, is exactly the same. I still feel exactly the same way as I felt in that 24-hour gut reaction. The delivery is definitely more visceral. And I use that word visceral because I don't think we were rude. I don't think we were disregarding what our community
No, we were just
thought.
Reacting to what was in front of us. We weren't going to put on a
just
fake
like you
face
watch a movie
or a show. Yeah, it's like
know?
if something happens, like we're not going to be like, oh, it's good. Oh, it's 9 out of 10. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, we're just going to react to what it's there. If a part didn't work, you saw me and John's face reaction. If something worked, you saw us cheer or smile. There's that initial first reaction that's being captured, To
that point, I also want to say, Anthony and I both suffer from focused resting bitch face. On camera, there was comments that were being left, and I just want to address this too, because I think it's important to know about any creator, not just us. When you're focused on something, especially when you're experiencing it for the first time, a focused look is sometimes like, that doesn't mean it's unenjoyable. That means it's literally emotionless because we're being analytical.
Yeah, I was the same way during the Resident Evil 3 remake
Trailers,
ending and the trailer,
everything.
even the ending, just like really taking it in and being like,
except
wow.
for the Inferno mode boss. We were popping off because at that point, we've already soaked everything in.
It's been 27 hours.
It's been 27 hours,
yeah.
and we're hyped because at that point the game became less of we have to have first impressions and more of we have to conquer it.
Right. Because that was our third playthrough in a row. But this time we only got 2 playthroughs in a row because it was a longer game initially. Yes. So the first playthrough took us about 14 hours, which was the average, or like 12
about
to 14.
Average, yeah. It was
That's
like
about average time of what most people were finishing it. So... I think we did a good job at like still taking our time. We read the files. We didn't rush through it, and I definitely wouldn't do it any other way.
No, I wouldn't either.
It's always fun to capture those events with you, with fans, with everyone. That's what always makes those 24-hour streams so special. Despite the game itself, there's always that charm. As being a Resident Evil fan, there's always that charm of like the new game coming out, playing it, experiencing it, and then pulling away from it and not having that new game syndrome or that new game high and just being
which
like,
I think
I'm
is
going to play it.
Very, very spread right now throughout the community. Every single day, I see Village's reputation trickle down a little bit because it's new, right? So like everybody's super excited.
Exactly.
It's 9.5. It's 9.25 out
It's
of
the
10.
week of release.
It's the week of
Everyone's-
release.
Yeah.
It's the best Resident Evil game we've gotten since 4. It's better than 4. It's revolutionary.
It's setting the bar.
It's setting the
fucking
bar
yay
like
high.
up here. It's
Yeah.
the best thing on next gen consoles
Absolutely.
right now. Like I've seen all of that, and then I've started seeing this enemy was copywritten from somewhere else. AI in this game is busted. It's not as good as they claimed it to be. It's not as scary as Resident Evil 7. It's really not that... It doesn't make that much sense from a storytelling perspective. Chris was kind of wasted potential. There is a Twitter account. Maybe he watches us. Shout out to him. Captain Redfield or Chris Redfield. He's basically a Chris stan.
Okay.
He's the stan of Eminem. He's the stan of Chris. And
I'm a Jill stan. What's up?
one of his tweets was literally Chris was wasted. I feel like Chris was wasted potential. I don't know exactly what he said.
I'm more that I'm going to add to that point later, but yes.
But he tweeted something along those lines.
Right.
That's a big deal because this game was marketed with Chris on the poster
100%.
because you can't use
He's
Ethan.
the fucking statue for
He's the
Christ's sakes.
statue.
Yeah.
He's the, he's got like the wolf feature.
Mm-hmm.
He's like leader of the wolfhounds.
He was
or
the
hound
first thing
wolves.
that we saw who was recognizable besides Ethan and Mia in the first
sure.
trailer, where we're like, yo, he's in the game. Like, he's in it from the start. He's not coming in on a helicopter looking like a crackhead at the
Vince
end.
from ShamWow.
Vince from ShamWow. He's coming in like
looking like Marvel
from the
Infinite.
start. So we're like, oh man, like, is he going to show up? Like, where is he posted in the village? Are we going to see him more in the village? That's definitely a point that we're going to get into for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we'll get right into it, right?
Yeah,
That's
I
all
think-
the pre-discussion of just like our post
Yeah.
24-hour stream thoughts, where we've been at. We
I
haven't
think-
been lazy. We've been writing.
No,
the
yeah,
video
we've been-
review's
we've
out
been
by
working.
the time
I
you're seeing
have-
this.
I have like I think 15 tabs open right now with like 7 pages of notes.
I
4
got
pages
notes
of
from the past
outline.
2 weeks and everything.
You've got
It's like
I've been very engaging with the community. I've been answering comments.
we've been
I've
again
been-
fielding how our community feels.
Yeah, I've been talking one-on-one with people on our Discord server, which if you haven't joined, go join because
Yeah,
we're
go
running a
join it.
brand new event now that Village is over. Alfred versus Albert.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a pretty cool event going on where I do trivia every Sunday on Discord. For those of you who haven't joined the Discord yet, go do it and join one of the 2 teams, because at the end of the year, the team that wins the most matches or gains the most points will be allowed to partake in an Ask Me Anything podcast featuring Anthony and myself.
Yep.
So definitely go do that. I guess the last thing I'll say before we really break it down, which our plans for the podcast are, we're kind of going to go from the beginning of the game all the way through to the end, and then do some other talking points afterwards.
Right. Once we get through the bulk of the actual.
Yeah, because we're going to kind of
Point A to
sprinkle
point
in
B.
how we feel about everything throughout the breakdown.
All the
essentially.
likes and
it's like a
dislikes.
long breakdown. yeah.
Absolutely.
The last thing I'll say is, I feel like Village is a good example of misleading marketing.
I think that's a good point, because the marketing definitely was well done in a sense that they knew exactly what they were doing.
It was well
all
done,
manipulated.
yeah. Mhm.
They knew exactly how they were going to sell this fucking
They even
game.
admitted to being like, whoa, we had no idea this was going to take off. But then why is all of your marketing on her, right? Like,
Yeah.
why is it all on Lady Dimitrescu?
Yeah, and that's the thing with that. It's that, there wasn't really that push in Resident Evil 7's marketing, other than the fact that, we have this demo that's being updated. It's a teaser demo.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of generating hype, but nowhere near as much hype as what Lady D did for the run of this promotional cycle that started all the way back last June.
For sure.
So it's very weird that, we saw all of this, and of course, we'll get into it, but
Well, the
it
reason
wasn't
why-
exactly
Yeah.
long term, and we even
Yeah,
said this, and you
we
said
said
it too in the
leading
pre-release
up.
show. We're like, don't be surprised if it's not most of the game like
Yeah.
you're expecting, and that is a fault.
I also want to say too, before we get into it, and the reason why I brought that up is because it's very important, because after we get done Lady Dimitrescu's section, she's going to step on us. But
Step on
like,
session.
once we get done her, what did he say? A human beanbag?
Oh,
Once we
yeah,
get
yeah,
done-
something like that.
Once we get done the
Yeah.
human beanbag
Yeah.
section, all the marketing leading up to the game is gone. And everything after that is brand new stuff. And at the end of the podcast, at the end of the breakdown, before we get to the concept arts and the mercenaries mode and stuff like that, because we are going to talk about that.
Definitely. We have to talk about the cut stuff.
Yes. The question is, was that stuff hidden from marketing because they were afraid it wouldn't sell the game?
Or when they saw the Lady D's reaction, they just spun it all around that instead.
Was Lady D the driving factor? Because I think this game, hot take, we'll both give a hot take.
Sure.
I think this game would have been way better if Lady D, the castle,
was the main
villain of the game.
We feel the same way because
she could have carried this game.
I feel like they saw the marketing and they saw the reaction. They were probably just like, the game was done, and they were just like, "Fuck, we should have made it like
all about her,
all about her," because that's
and they could have. And we'll talk about that at the end of the podcast about how they could have done that.
Exactly, or at least made the section longer and feel more fulfilling as you progress through the daughters and everything. Yeah, no, as a hot take, I would 100% agree with you.
Because I think this game, exactly as it is, could have worked better with her being the final boss of the houses at the least. But I also have an idea for how they could have used Lady D entirely replacing Mother Miranda. I think if Lady D and Miranda's role were combined into Lady D, this game would have been a lot better than it was. But stay tuned for that.
Yeah.
Because we will get into that at the end. It's going to be a long road. I have Pepsi.
We got water.
We've got water.
Ready.
We got water. We're going to be here for a couple of hours.
Yeah, man.
So we're going to...
That's just kind of our a little getting the flow down of stuff.
Yeah, just a couple talking points, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, just kind of wanted to really get
thank you
a vibe for that.
Obviously, Anthony, thank you for me and you putting on one hell of another 24-hour stream. This one was easier than the last one. I think. Like, it was easier to stay awake and everything.
I think it was definitely easier to stay awake.
Yeah, for sure.
I think so too.
Not for Dustin. But,
no.
For me and you, it was like we were pretty good even after.
Yeah, no, even after it still took me a while to kind of wind down. Also because my mind was racing, man, what did I just witness? What did I see? And then I had to fall asleep, wake up, play it again, and it just kind of repeat. But yeah,
and thank you to all of our supporters.
Yeah, thank you to
all of our patrons,
everyone that came out to that,
everyone
who
watched,
people.
Everyone who left comments, even if you disagree with our take on Village, if you are a fan. Those of you who left non-toxic comments
and just staying along,
think it's great.
Staying along for the ride, even though again we have different opinions, but we can still have civil discussions. That's the point. If it's not to be toxic, it's just to be like, all right, this is how I felt, this is how you feel.
Yeah,
let's have a discussion. And a lot of people have been great with that. Again, everyone on Discord, Patreon, everyone that bought a shirt, everyone that bought merch. We do have LTRE merch as well. LTRE.shop
for sure,
or a store.
And we have Gold Lady D on at the moment.
Lady D limited edition.
Thank you for all the people who did buy the Gold Lady D shirt.
The 24-hour stream. This is always going to be a memory of that as well. But
yes, and she's without a doubt the best character in the game.
100%.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
The Duke's a close second, but we'll get more to him later. But she's definitely the best character in the game. Not just for meme reasons. There's a lot of reasons.
That's the thing, too. It's that we're approaching this from a non-memeable, Lady D stan, because we're not really one of them, but we do appreciate her character. We're not obsessing over it like most people. But
no. Well, the reason why she's the best character in the game is because she feels like the only character, even though they all feel hollow, she feels like the only character they put any effort into at all.
Mm-hmm.
Miranda feels completely shoehorned in.
Right. I think
Heisenberg feels lazy.
The Lord, definitely out of the Lords, she's our favorite for that reason. I think we both agree on that 100%. Yeah. But let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let's fucking go.
So starting, we're just going to break the game down section by section. We obviously are going to start with the opening sequence.
Yeah.
Ethan, Rosemary,
his house in
and
Romania.
Mia Winters.
Yep.
Have been relocated by Chris. How do you feel about the opening section?
That section is, it's what we were looking forward to in the trailer, because we knew that the house is going to get shot up and everything, so you're just waiting for it to happen. So I like the fact that we get to kind of walk around and see some of the files. We can see some of his, the book from Kendo's brother.
Joseph Kendo, yeah.
And he has that training. Little things like that I thought was interesting. The email that he's typing about, him and Mia fighting, about, the
his
events
diary,
and stuff
yeah.
like that, his diary.
Yeah.
So those little things that we appreciate as fans, I like that because, again, it's stuff that you could just walk past and miss. You see the birthday of the baby.
Which is written in European time.
It is written in European time.
We did figure that out in the live stream. We got a lot of comments asking, like,
we figured it out.
not being rude, just saying, like, oh,
Yeah.
guys, by the way, it's European time.
We got it.
We figured it out in the live stream.
Yeah, but I thought the section was cool. I mean, I do think the only thing that I didn't like about the intro, personally, which is kind of leads into them leaving in the vehicle, is that we don't really see the crash.
Yeah.
And we don't see, that actually happen. But I did like Chris's entrance just as much as I liked it in the trailer. What did you think about the intro?
So the intro is very interesting for me because we knew that Chris was going to shoot up the place. I want to be very clear and say that, like, I'm not a fan of Chris shooting up the place in the first place. I think it's dumb. And I think that Chris in this game is mishandled. Absolutely. He's so mishandled. He's so out of character. Even if he's doing what he's doing, he's still out of character, right? In my personal opinion. Take it or leave it. But assuming that is what's going to happen, obviously, because that is what happens, I thought they actually did a really good job of, like, setting the stakes, right?
That's why I liked it.
Yeah. Like, Ethan's there. He's holding, Mia's delivering the fairy tale, which we're going to talk about at the end.
Yeah, she reads the fairy tale.
Yeah,
book.
we're going to talk about that at the end because that literally has nothing to do with the game. Essentially, it's just we'll get at that at the end. It has something to do with the game, but it's like so insignificant. We're not going to talk about it right now.
We'll bring it up later.
We'll talk about it after we get to the credits because they finished the fairy tale.
Exactly. We see the end.
So he's not really happy about the creepy story, and there are some implications. I guess we can talk about the fairy tale a little bit here because it's very obvious that Mia is not Mia. I think we both called it in the 24-hour stream despite not actually knowing that.
We said she looked kind of fucked up.
She looked weird. She
Yeah.
didn't look like she was as expressive and as, like, you know how you can tell someone's personality? Like, if somebody magically looked different but still did everything you did, I could tell it was you. Right? Like, I'd be like, that's like Anthony. Like, that's
right.
Talking like Anthony, moving like Anthony, like you could tell. She very, very, very did not move like Mia. She didn't have the same type of, like, demeanor,
right.
The same tone.
Something was off.
She could have been a changed woman after what happened in 7, but she seemed off. So it was very obvious to me that, like, she was Miranda, or she was evil, or she was something. Something was wrong. But Ethan was innocent. And you kind of take control of somebody who's, like, just holding their baby, and you have to put her to bed.
Yeah,
Rosemary.
Go upstairs. You can kick the ball, get the trophy.
Kick the ball. You can play with her with the monkey. You can crank the music box that has literally... You have to be a bat to hear what it's playing because it's so fucking quiet.
Yeah.
It's like, your mother and I love this song, and it's like, tink.
It's like...
It literally goes... It's like, tink, tink, tink. And he's like,
bing, bing.
He's like,
bing, bing.
Oh, it's so good. I thought putting the Louisiana Baker file in there with the paper was a good touch.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. They covered it up as a gas explosion.
It was covered
or not
up.
an explosion.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there was an explosion. They have to.
So now we know in the timeline that Louisiana was covered up just like Raccoon, just like
sure.
all these other past
for a lot of
outbreaks,
other
a lot of other outbreaks.
For sure. And
so that
the
we
date
learned.
of birth file was interesting.
Ethan's past training experience with military training.
Yes, Ethan's past experience with military training. Chris trained him.
Yeah, Chris did train him.
Helped him.
Chris put them in that house. Put them up
in
there.
The house, which
was under surveillance. I guess
doesn't make any sense, right? Like he moved them closer to Romania.
Yeah,
and there's implications that he did that on purpose to have Miranda come out of hiding. That's not a Chris move.
That's not a Chris move.
It's not a Chris move.
No.
Chris would have put that bitch in underground security.
Yeah, that shit would have been like Day of the Dead, like
before
underground.
he would have put somebody in harm's way to achieve a goal. He never does that, ever. Leon doesn't do that, and Chris doesn't do that.
Hell no.
They don't do that.
That is not like the character.
Not at all. None of our characters have ever done that.
No.
Jill hasn't done that. Claire would never do that.
And then they shoot Mia, aka Miranda, in thinking that just shooting her in the head a couple times, double tapping in the chest.
The neck and the
it's
head.
in the chest, the neck, and the head. But then it's like, oh, I'm surprised. The shots in that, like later, like way later at the end, they're like, oh, I'm surprised the shots didn't keep her down, and that's caused a crash. It's like, do you think Mother Miranda, of all people and how they're trying to build up, why would Chris think that would just kill her like that in that form?
I don't know.
Because wouldn't you think that if you killed a shapeshifter in that form, they would come out as said Mother Miranda, which we obviously see in the crash. I get we see it in those flashes, but it's never really like shown fully. And that is my big part with the intro that I hate, is that we just wake up in the crash out of the snow. Everyone's gone after a phone call.
That means nothing to the narrative.
No. Just like, get off this frequency. How did you get?
No, not that one. No. When the phone starts ringing, he has a dream, a flashback to him. When Mia's like, "You and me matter, Ethan," and it's really just nobody will say anything to each other.
No one will actually explain what's going on.
Nobody will say anything. Mia won't tell Ethan he's fucking molded. And
Chris isn't telling Ethan what's going on with Mia.
Like a dog.
Acting
Ethan,
like he actually thinks, he's like, Ethan, no.
And
he's like, all right, you're going to take my baby and you're going to leave me in question, and I think you killed my wife, so obviously that's going to make him feel a certain way.
Yeah.
So when you see him later and he's just like, oh, well, you're trying to fucking punch my men, it's like, all right, motherfucker, yeah, because I'm pissed because no one's giving me answers.
Yeah, nobody's telling him
anything. It strings Ethan along throughout the narrative, just questioning literally everything.
Everyone strings him along.
And he keeps questioning stuff. What's going on here? What does this mean?
Who are you?
Duke, help me. It's like...
And Duke strings him along.
Yeah.
Duke's like...
He helps him, but he also doesn't help him. He's like, well, you have to get Rose, and that's your daughter.
He's like, well, she's in the castle. And then you go to the castle, and she's not there. And he's like, well, no, she is in the castle.
And then like, Lady DIMITRESCU is like, she's not even here. All for a baby that isn't even here.
Yeah.
It's like...
And then it is there, because her head's there.
Right. Part of it.
But besides the point.
Yeah. That was my problem with the intro.
Yeah, so Chris Redfield crashes the party, like we said, and is casted in mystery and painted as a potential antagonist. My question for you, Anthony, is... Was the antagonist Chris thing, number one, was it ever believable? Number two, is it even effective in the way that they tried to make it effective?
I would probably say no, it wasn't really effective because they didn't really fill in the actual story or cutscenes what happened between the last game and this game with Blue Umbrella, which they scrapped. We know this now that they retconned, clearly, because they don't mention it at all.
They don't mention it at all.
That is my biggest problem, is the gap between game to game. That's why it doesn't feel right for me, and it doesn't work at all for Chris Redfield. And he's one of my... Jill and Chris are two of my favorite characters of all time, hands down Resident Evil. So for me, that does offend me as a fan, because I'm like, okay, we played Not a Hero. Think about the last thing we played that was connected to RE7. Not banned footage, but actual Not a Hero, Chris. That offended me when I played that back in the day. They left you open with Blue Umbrella, and then now Chris is here. You're just kind of like, what the fuck?
What happened?
There's too big of a gap, and I don't give a fuck if you tell me in a file of what happened with BSAA and them going evil. We'll get into that more.
A very misspelled file.
A very misspelled file, yes. Yeah. But it's like, that is why I personally think it doesn't work, because of the missing pieces.
And they don't even tell you in the file. The only thing they tell you is
no,
Chris,
they don't.
What are you doing? You're being a bad boy. Like...
Right.
You've been against us since the RE7 stuff. It's like, is he against you because of Blue Umbrella?
Now, do I think his design is cool? I love the statue. I do like the Hound Wolf logo. I like the trench coat. I like the fact that he looks more like Chris. But that doesn't actually fix anything with like how they're progressing his character.
For sure.
And Chris being one of my favorite characters, even more so than you, as far as like you prefer Leon and Claire.
I prefer Leon and Claire, yeah.
I
still like
did not
Chris,
like
though.
how they... I know you do.
I like the Raccoon City 4. They're
right.
always going to be my favorite.
I just don't understand why there's so many missing pieces that made me not feel for him as I thought. Because to add to that, He's barely in the fucking game.
No, he's not in the game.
Which, as we go through it, we're going to keep bringing that up because that's a common theme because he's all over the marketing, all over the advertising.
Just like Lady D.
Just like Lady D. And then with Ethan, like, we understand, okay, maybe, like, Chris is helping Ethan throughout most of the story. Maybe they're working together at one point. So it makes you wonder, as, like, going into this game before you play it, like, how well will Chris be utilized in this? Is he just going to show up at the last frame like 7, or is he going to show up in bits? He showed up in bits. But that's how I feel to answer your question about Chris Redfield.
Yeah, so you don't think he was effective. I don't think he was effective either, and I'll tell you why. So Chris is painted up to be like this mystery antagonist. And what I mean by that is it obvious that he's not going to be the antagonist? Yes. It's Chris Redfield. They're not going to do that to our boy. Was it believable, or was it obviously an option? Absolutely. So, like, it was option. They could have done it. They shouldn't do it, but they could have done it, right? So leading up to the marketing, it was an interesting thing to talk about. It was one of the only other things we had to talk about other than Lady Dimitrescu, was what's Chris doing? What's Chris up to? What's Lady Dimitrescu about? How big of a role is she going to play? Those were our two pieces. And then we got the Duke smoking the cigar in one of the trailers, right? So Chris is painted up to be this evil guy. And then he's just an idiot. The whole game. Like, he's like, Ethan, no. I'm not going to tell you what's going on.
Like, Chris wouldn't keep that a secret. I don't give a fuck what it is.
No, he
like,
wouldn't.
you would tell him. Like,
He would tell him. He's
like,
directly involved.
right. Even if
be
you
like,
didn't,
that's classified.
yeah,
Like,
and even if you didn't want him involved in Hound Wolf's, like, shindig, like, their whole setup, you could have protected him and Mia and still done the mission with the Megamycete. Like, they could have did the same thing.
Yeah.
Just been like, hey, okay, we don't know where Mia is, but let's keep Ethan safe until we find Mia and and regroup them, and they can, just hide out until, because of what we know about Ethan.
And Ethan would have been like, no, I want to go save my wife. And Chris would have been like, he would have smiled at him like he did at the end.
Yeah, he's like,
and he would have been like, that's my boy.
let me build this tank for you, Ethan. Let me grab that wrench. Let me tell you what's going on.
Yeah, let me tell you
even
what's going
though
on.
we're fucking 90% done the game.
So if Chris would have just told Ethan what was going on, like, the game wouldn't have even happened.
Well, John, the game wouldn't have happened. So, they had to do that.
And
they had to do that, John. They had to string you along.
It's so confusing, and
it's like,
the
no,
narrative is
done
so
bad.
The narrative is so infuriating in this game at times because it feels like it doesn't take itself seriously, and it's kind of a joke. And a lot of people always go back to the defense that, like, oh, Resident Evil has always been cheese. It's never been to be meant to take serious. It's always been a B movie. Not really. It's always had elements of cheese, of course.
Yeah.
But it's always been taken seriously. The stakes were always there.
Right.
Everything is always delivered to be serious. Even Resident Evil 4, which a lot of fans love how cheesy it is.
And the one-liners.
You can die literally in the most gruesome ways in the whole franchise.
Right. It's like it's sprinkled in, but it still has a higher stake, like
There's
you said.
still a
Like
stake.
there's serious hardcore shit in those games, like getting decapitated by the chainsaw guy, Leon's head rolling all over.
An innocent girl who is the president's daughter.
Yeah, like a 16, 17-year-old girl.
All of a sudden, Ada's popping up.
Ada's there. Confused. You got the fucking bugs dripping acid. You got the Gyarados sticking his fucking...
The Gyarados.
The Gyarados sticking his fucking blade through the shit. It's like... It was violent, but like it was sprinkled in there, but you're like, oh shit. And the regenerators are fucking creepy. They speak for themselves.
But the tone's
like it was
always been
serious. Serious tone. Right.
There's always been the stakes in Leon, and it's expressed in the characters. It's expressive.
And you can tell in Village they tried
to get some of that. And they didn't.
And they really didn't. Because of the reasons what we're saying is the narrative and the story 100% are the weakest parts about this game.
You don't have a character that people care about delivering one-liners that are believable because of how much of an egotistical and proven person he is. Leon works in Resident Evil 4 because he's Leon. That's why he works. That's the same way. That's why Chris could pull that off, because it's Chris.
Right.
You can't just put somebody who was supposed to be us in a position and crack wise jokes. I mean, my favorite line is still the "I'll just be taking this," because that feels like a good line. It feels like something I would say.
Right.
Like, it feels like a good line, but it just doesn't work. Like, Ethan doesn't work And I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm glad he's gone because he just doesn't work for Resident Evil.
I would say that his performance is better than 7, and he did
for
a
sure.
great
His
job.
acting is definitely better.
His
than
acting is really good with with Jeff Shine's voice acting as well with Chris. Like those scenes are well done, but again, they write Chris in a way where it's just really kind of fucked up. And like you said, you don't have Leon, you don't have that character to like really kind of tie some of that stuff into. So it's very strange coming from, just Ethan.
And even the other characters, like you barely see them. The game feels so hollow. Like kind of like an overview, right? Real quick before we get back into the part with like the liking gauntlet and all that. The problem is like to for Chris's point, right? Like, and Ethan's point, the reason why Ethan doesn't really work and why even though his acting is improved over 7, he still doesn't feel like he's as important as 7 is because other than the Duke, which is like one character, how often does Ethan exchange dialogue with people?
Only with like Elena, like
Dimitrescu, Louisa, and those 2 characters are gone instantly, which we're going to get to.
Yeah.
Right? But like my point is the number one reason why Ethan does not work and this does not capture what made Resident Evil 4 special. You don't have these larger than life villains with enough screen time to really sell the game's tone. Like, you have one scene.
They're over before they begin, right? It's like
you have one cutscene where Lady Dimitrescu and her daughters hook you up on the thing, and then leave for no reason because whatever. Game has to game, right?
Yeah.
So then they leave, and Ethan fucking pours his fucking alcohol on his pours this what is it called? Mountain Holler. Yeah, he pours this Mountain Holler.
My fingers.
You have one scene of Moreau where he just kind of takes the thing. You have one scene with Dimitrescu where she cuts your hand off, which is really not even a scene because it's like
gameplay.
And then she throws you, right? You have one scene where Dimitrescu transforms.
And then when you defeat her, there's those little blips.
Yeah, there's little blips, which I really don't even count, right? Heisenberg has the most kind of back and forth.
He has the most back and forth.
But he just talks to you. Ethan doesn't talk back, really. He's just like, what the fuck?
He's just like, I don't care about your family drama. Yeah. Stop bringing me into this. This is all, like that's basically, he's just disregarding all the extra because Heisenberg actually got more of establishment with those conversations of him saying, I'm fucking pissed. You could tell he has resentment towards the family. So like that was good.
And but don't even get me started on Angie and Donna. Because they have nothing.
They literally give them nothing.
They don't talk.
No, and that was my biggest thing.
They say obviously, okay, they talk, right? Like he said, do you do this to Rose too?
Yeah,
like they have like dialogue.
That's Donna talking through Angie because of her mental illness. That's how she's communicating.
She splits up her cadeau into her dolls.
Right. So it's like that's great, but why was it only 20 minutes?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about, right? Like I'm talking about just the characters. Like when you look at like Salazar, and you look at Sadler,
you had the little intercom, Metal Gear Solid back and forth conversations, and those cutscenes. Yeah, with Mendez where he's kicking you around, you can tell he's threatening. Like they're around, like a lot more, and they're building up this threat that is going to pay off because you're like, oh shit, well, Videros Mendez is this weird fucking spider-looking dude, and then Salazar's this big-ass fucking and then he also has a left and a right hand, so you have to fight them, which are
one of them
boss battles. No, Vertigo and U3, you fight both of them. They're boss battles, and they're actual full sections of the game, like compartmentalized in the castle. That was cool.
U3 is not the other one. U3 is a completely different enemy.
Yeah, but
he absorbs the other fucking thing into him, so you only get to fight the right hand.
But at the same time, you're fighting two things that lurk within the castle that are threats that are like you have to get through these boss battles to get to the big one.
And instead, in Village, what we get is 3 boss fights that are literally exactly the same, mini bosses.
Right.
They're not major bosses; they're mini bosses.
Yeah, very fast. Even on hardcore with no New Game Plus upgrades, with nothing, and you're just minimal stuff that you could probably afford with the Duke up until that point, they're really fast.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear, well, you guys are playing with...
No.
You can literally fit...
No,
the first time we beat it,
yeah,
we were just like, it's over?
Yeah, I beat...
The daughters are over that fast?
I beat casual, standard, and hardcore on New Game. I beat Village of Shadows on New Game Plus because it's balanced for New Game Plus.
Correct.
It is not balanced for New Game. It is balanced for New Game Plus. And even on New Game Plus, it was easy. Even without using super weapons, with just using like the machine gun, which does not that much damage, or using my infinite handgun or whatever.
Yeah, I would say Inferno mode on RE3 was harder than that.
Way harder.
Way harder. Because
Way harder.
you also had the dodge mechanic that you had to master. So you had a mechanic that you had to constantly master
yeah.
on top of that, where this is just like block, shoot, block, and then you'll kick, and you have that. But again, it was completely different. But let's get into the gauntlet,
the
right?
wreckage. The
right,
wreckage
the
of
wreckage into the
military
gauntlet.
vehicle. He has a phone call. Mia talks about how he's special, or like how he matters, but doesn't tell him anything, right? And then you wake up, you answer the phone call. They're like, "You can't be on here. You're not authorized." And he's like, "Where's Chris Redfield?" And then they hang
breaks
up.
Yeah.
And then he fucking goes stumbling off into the darkness. Tons of visuals, right? Like you have the crows that are hanging. You have like things moving all around you.
Yeah.
But it's just like
Go through the basement.
Nothing's threatening because you can't die.
Right.
You can't get hit. The crow jump scares you, but like, why are the crows even hanging? What purpose do they have?
And the lichen jumps through the wall or whatever, and then you go through the hole, and you're like, oh shit! And then it leads up to the to
him sliding down into the village.
It slides into the village, but then it goes into I don't know if it's Ernest or that old guy. But
Ernest,
the old man gives him the Lemmy.
Ernest.
So Ernest gives him the Lemmy. So you have that little segment where he drags you through, and then that brings you to the gauntlet. So basically, up until that point, the first thing you saw was that lichen, and then as you get dragged through the floor and the old man dies, Ernest, then it goes into a full-on attack where
gauntlet, yeah.
The gauntlet, where the hammer man, the hammer guy. Do we have an exact name for this
Urias,
guy?
yeah.
Urias.
Or Urias, whatever.
Urias,
we're going to just call it Urias.
Yeah, we're going to Americanize the shit out of it. Urias, and he can control the lichens, as in addition to, obviously, Heisenberg, which we saw just from that cutscene that they showed way too early in the promotional cycle, which we still feel when they were talking to all the house leaders, which we'll get to. But yeah, like, so this was just kind of like you stay in the cabin and just shoot him. Basically.
I actually don't know if Heisenberg controls the lichens or if Mother Miranda does. It's not really ever clearly stated. Like, I would imagine Mother Miranda does.
Yeah.
But Heisenberg has his own army. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he uses the lichens as like test bait.
But it's clear that the hammer guy, I guess, rallies them, right?
The hammer guy definitely rallies
Urias,
them.
yeah.
We don't know who he is. We can only imagine that maybe he was the mayor or something. We
Right.
have no idea who he is. Urias might be a word for a monster, like, instead of an actual person.
Really cool design.
That was what I actually wrote down next.
Yeah.
Was like, I wanted to talk about the enemy designs in the gauntlet section, because
it's the first introduction to the lichens.
It's the first introduction to the lichens. You get your first weapon. Ethan loses his fingers and never gets them back.
Yeah.
The opening sequence is literally just copy pasted from Resident Evil 4. So it's the same exact thing as the first encounter with the village.
You got to ring the bell.
They recaptured that, right? He doesn't ring the bell this time. They just leave.
Exactly.
Or maybe they do ring the bell. I think they do.
I don't think there's a bell, but it's like the bell ringing section.
It's basically
where you just kind of like there's a circle, and then until
you have to survive long enough,
and then you get
because
an
they
arrow.
come forever.
You get an arrow through your knee, I think.
Yeah.
And then,
Well, they grab you and then they throw you on the ground, and then you get an arrow in your knee. So I wanted to know how you felt about the lichen design, and since we're talking about the lichens, we can also talk about the armored lichens, the ones that have the extra armor,
right,
on their arms and stuff, and their helmet.
I did like the design. I did think that some of it kind of got a little like it's a real mass improvement over the molded in 7, and I understand the molded were all people that died there and had to come back, and that's why it was what it was. But I appreciated the lichens designs. I did like the armor lichen probably the most in regards to like a lot of their designs. They were fast. They were, they crawl on all fours at times to dodge you, to kind of move out of your way. I think the biggest thing that I liked about them was that when they were hoarded up together, you can tell that they're kind of like communicating in a sense where they're gonna like surround you and swarm you. So I did like them. I did think that I think that they eventually got a little bit too like recycled towards the end. Like they didn't do a lot for me as much as like I thought they would have.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy them overall. I didn't think they were a terrible design. Like a lot of people are just like, oh, Lycans in Resident Evil, get it out of here.
No, they were fine.
I thought they were fine.
They have no reason to be called Lycans at all.
No.
Other than them being like, they eventually evolve into the Volcarona, or not Volcarona, that's a Pokemon. The Varkolok, or whatever it's called, Valkorok, whatever.
Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite. That and the armored ones were probably my favorite designs out of them.
I think, before I go there, let's just talk about this. Do you think it was a throwaway to have the Lycans show up on horses and then never see horses again?
It was interesting to show you that they can like man a horse or wield something. Like same thing with like weapons and stuff like that, I guess. But like, I guess it was. Yeah, you really don't see them on horses ever again.
You don't.
It's kind of weird. Like, why would
Not
you
even
do that? Like,
you just don't.
I just think they didn't want horses running around in RE all the time. But it's like, why did you do it to begin with?
Why?
Just other than the fact that it looked cool in the promotional material.
Yeah.
So yeah, it didn't really do a bunch for me. But I guess it was them saying, oh, they're smart. They can communicate and they can ride horses, and because they're being commanded. That's all I got from that. But it didn't really do a lot.
I think that it would have been cooler to have the horses sometimes, where they would like run around really fast and you'd have to like shoot them off the horse.
Yeah.
Because you can get trampled by a horse. That shit hurts.
That's what I was going to say, yeah.
So it could have been an interesting enemy variety. However, I understand why it was cut, because a lot of this game is very claustrophobic.
Yes.
And there's not very many open areas and maneuverable. A lot of the bosses you fight in tiny fucking spaces.
Oh, yeah.
All of them.
Or it's like one little set piece.
All of them except for one. Or two. Well, three, technically. All of the bosses but three, including mini bosses, you pretty much fight in enclosed spaces. Which, yeah, there's three. I like, oh well, three isn't. But when more of them or than less, that's a pattern. That's something we can talk about, right? And the three obviously being Miranda, Heisenberg, and MOREAU are the only ones that you don't really fight in narrow spaces. You pretty much fight every single other boss in narrow spaces.
Yeah.
Every other mini boss in narrow spaces. It's a little interesting. Maybe one of the daughters you could count as not narrow, the one where you have to pull
where
the lever.
It's bigger, like
but
a
even
circle.
then, there's so many obstacles that you can only move so much. And I think they designed the game in particular to take advantage of that.
Which isn't a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's just something
thing.
to notice, right? Okay, so
Gauntlet happens, you get shot.
Well, what I was going to say about the enemies was these enemies are really cool. Aesthetically, I like them more than Resident Evil 4's Ganados.
Okay.
I think they're really cool. However, they are missing a crucial element that makes the Ganados a better threat, in my opinion, and a more interesting enemy design as far as gameplay goes. And that is, there is no head pop. There's no guessing. There's no oomph, right? You have your Lycans, and then you have your armored Lycans. Where's your armored Lycan parasite? Where's your
They didn't do parasites
Lycan
in this game. Well, there is a parasite, but they didn't do like enemy infested parasites.
Where's your Cadeau Lycan?
Right.
Where's your Miranda?
So you wanted more variety within the variety.
Yeah, I think it would have been cooler. Like, imagine, how one of the best things about Resident Evil 4, and one of the reasons why the enemies never overstay their welcome, is because every time you come across new enemies or repeat enemies, there's like a new concept introduced. Like, it's like, oh, here's your villagers. And then it's, oh, here's your villagers, and they can turn into this tentacle whip parasite.
Oh, and by the way, you got Ashley with you this time, so they're going to whip the shit out of her and kill her.
Exactly, and kill her.
You're like, oh shit, now that the parasites are here.
Your cultists. Then you've got your cultists with bazookas. Then you got your cultists, because your cultists introduce arrows.
Yeah, and
right?
the cultists have the two parasites. They got the one that can one-shot you and grab your head, and the one with the spider that falls off. And you have to kill it after the fact.
And they have throwing scythes.
Yeah.
They have shields to protect themselves, kind of like the armor that these guys have, right? Like, that's a pass for them, right? They have the armor. But when you put this up against other game, it's... Okay, so I know we're already, 50 minutes into the podcast?
Yeah.
We're already 50 minutes into the podcast. I need to say this for whoever needs to hear this. Why are you guys comparing it to Resident Evil 4? They fucking set out to make this game Resident Evil 4 2. That's what they fucking did.
Yeah, 100%.
And we are going to compare this game to not only Resident Evil 7, but to Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Because it's riding Resident Evil 4's tailcoats. And this game is not better than Resident Evil 4.
It is not.
Not even close.
It's not better than RE4.
And anybody who knows me on this channel knows Resident Evil 4 is not even in my top 3. Well, arguably it's in my top 3. It's number 3. But, like, I love Resident Evil 4.
Me too. This ain't better, Chief.
This ain't it, Chief.
This ain't it.
This ain't it. And that is the kind of thing, like, that would have really made them stand out more to me. Would have been... Could you imagine, like, you're getting... And that's why Resident Evil 4 works so well, right? Because you get in your rhythm, and you're like, shotgun, shotgun, shotgun. And you know, like, it's like the bodies hit the...
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the old
yeah.
AMVs. Like, you start fucking stuff up. And then you're getting into your rhythm, and then you shoot one, and then you go to aim at the other one, and you hear...
And you're like, oh shit, do I have a flash grenade?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Like...
And then you shoot another one, and then you go back to that one, and you hear... And then you're like, fuck, and then you're reloading, and then you get fucking comboed, and, like, the tension starts, and Resident Evil 4 has a good job of when you enter an area and tension begins, the tension doesn't go away until the area is over, whereas Resident Evil Village has a tendency to, like, the tension is there, but then it's over so fast. There's no
it's
like,
very
area.
like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next thing.
And then you move on.
Yeah, it's kind of like bits that are just kind of like set up to be a lot longer and much larger than life, and then it's like short.
And other than the Lycans, pretty much every other enemy, other than the Lycans, the armored Lycans to an extent, and the what are they called? Varkoloks. Pretty much every enemy in this game moves slow as shit.
Yeah.
They're all
The ghouls are slow as fuck.
They're all
with the
regenerators,
swords.
bro.
Yeah.
They're all... And you're just like...
Pop, pop, pop.
You know what I mean? Or you just run around them.
Yeah, you just dodge them. Yeah.
And Resident Evil 4, the difference between that with Resident Evil 4 is there was like a game balance, right? And that's why Resident Evil 4 is such a timeless masterpiece. There was a game balance where, yeah, your Ganados would sometimes run, and then because they obviously have to make the game fair, they're not going to all bum rush you at the same time. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So they all stop and they start going like this, right? But the difference is, like, say you had a pack of you have a pack of Lycans, right? And you have a pack of Ganados, and the Lycans are running up to you, and they're all visceral, right? And, like, they're surrounding you, and you can kind of tell the AI is okay. Like, they do...
Yeah, the AI isn't bad here.
It's kind of like Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake, where the zombies will go both different ways because it's trying to disorient you. They have the same type of code where, like, one Lycan will get down and he'll, like, quickly run up on you while the other one, like, runs to the left to try to disorient you. But, like, the difference is you had Ganados in packs. Like, if you had Lycans in packs and Ganados in packs, you had to pay attention with the Ganados more, because some of them would hang back and then just be like, and start throwing shit at you.
And you can't shoot what's in front of you because Leon's reacting to the hit. Yeah. Same thing with the parasite. If you get hit, they're getting closer while you're reacting. So every frame matters.
And we're missing the one-hit big cheese enemy in this game. They put one-hits in the worst way possible in this game, which is where you can't fight back. You just get knocked into the water and die, or you get, like, whatever. But you're missing that, like, the part of the tension with, like, Resident Evil 4 was that you had these enemies. Oh, you got this guy, and then, they're throwing sickles at you, and they're getting close, and you shoot their weapon out. Oh, they can grab you. Oh, they could be a parasite. Oh, there's a chainsaw man.
Chainsaw sisters.
Or chainsaw
like,
sisters if you take that path. Right. You have all these different things.
Even that was a surprise, just having layers to that to unravel, and you're like, how are they going to even top this? And you go to the next part, and you're like, holy shit, they topped it. Then you go to the next part, and you're like, holy shit, they topped it. And you're like...
And then you get to the fucking Raiders fans.
Yeah.
In Resident Evil 4, where they're just like, they're the Raiders, basically.
Yeah, the Islanders.
And they get bigger.
Yeah.
And then you
got the Gatling gun guy.
You have the Gatling gun guy, yeah.
Which that's the one thing that this game didn't do.
Which we appreciate.
Was there's no you're not getting shot at.
No,
besides
enemies don't have guns.
Besides your the villains that are like shooting at you with arrows, but like they didn't do the gunplay. So anyone that complained about that might have liked the fact that they didn't do that. Which
in this game, in the non-Village of Shadows difficulty, there is like hardly any arrowmen.
Barely
bowmen. Barely.
The only time that I always see them is a stronghold.
Dude, the mercenaries mode, I love it, bro. I love it. And they should have done this in the fucking game, and it makes me so mad. They put bowmen on the fucking roofs of the mercenaries mode. You're like down below, and there's like fucking, they're up on the cliff, and you have to shoot them. Like, there's so much more enemy placement that this game could have taken advantage of with its village. I just think, I think it's inevitable to talk about that because, like, there's just so many things Village does. Okay. Village is a poor man's RE4. I'm just going to say it. Like, it's everything, it's set out to be everything Resident Evil 4. It carried the storyline of 7. And those two ideas conflicted with each other to the point where it's Resident Evil 7's characters and story mixed with Resident Evil 4's legacy. And it just fell flat on its face. It feels like Resident Evil 4 if Resident Evil 4 was watered down.
Yeah, well,
that's how I feel.
It's basically because we still think that there's positive stuff here. We're not completely shitting on Village. We didn't even get into the bulk of it, but
no, we haven't even gotten to the first house yet.
Right.
But this is all important because this leads up to the first house, right? Like, you have your enemies and stuff like that. Your armored Lycans aren't even introduced here. They're not even introduced here. They're not introduced
they just show
after
up.
You come out of the...
When you backtrack.
When you backtrack. And when you have to get
the iron key. The iron key for the...
After the castle, my guy.
Yeah.
They're not introduced until after the castle. In Village of Shadows, they are.
And at that point, only in the castle, you're only fighting ghouls, and then you have the daughters and Lady D.
Yeah, which the ghouls' names are, they're called, Moroeka? We'll call them Moroeka. And the Samkas, which are the flying things.
The Samkas, yeah. They were cool.
Which we'll get to the castle in a minute, because we're pretty much done. The only other thing... Oh, no, we're not. Never mind. Castle's a little bit away. So...
Ethan gets captured, and you see that there's that cutscene where...
Oh, it's before that. There's more than that.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So before that even happens, Ethan, you do meet the hag for the first time.
That's what
after
it is.
You get done the gauntlet and get shot, and Ethan's just left there for some reason.
And then it's the beginning of the demo that we played.
Which it almost feels like because we know Mother Miranda was the hag is standing there, and she kind of calls everybody away. I want to bring that up later because I think that's important when we get to Miranda. You then go, she says some random shit, and then you move on.
The bell tolls for us all.
Yeah, the bell tolls for us all.
Yep.
Which
we heard it in the trailer. We heard it in the demo because this is the part of the demo when he's talking to her.
Role does it fucking play in the story? Because it means nothing to me, Anthony.
Unless the bell is a metaphor for Mother Miranda calling these lords to assemble. The bell tolls for us all.
There's no file or nothing. The bell tolls for us all. But why? What does the bell toll for? Why are they praying to her? These are questions. Mother Miranda always protected us. These are questions that we need to understand what's going on in the world.
I think it's more like Mother Miranda wanted to protect them long enough to where she could make the ceremony sacrifice, and up until that point, that's the only reason why she wanted to keep the village the way it was, contained the way it was, because maybe she was waiting in eternity for this, resurrection, which
I think that's a great theory. But
you know
why
what I mean?
is that a theory and not an answer?
Exactly. And
You
that's
know
the
what I
one
mean?
and that's the one thing that I said, last year when we were talking about it. I was like, maybe it's a baby for, it's a sacrifice, it's a body for a body. They're using the baby as a vessel to bring back, Eve for her. But yeah, it's not really explained about, the bells and all that weird shit, you know what I mean? And yeah, that's the thing. It's like you find out later that that's obviously Mother Miranda, but whether or not they actually explain everything, that's kind of where we have those problems,
Yeah. So you meet the hag, let's just talk about the hag real quick.
She draws a symbol in the fucking ground.
Yeah, the
with
symbol in the
staff.
ground. What is the hag's purpose other than to just be creepy? I'm asking you. I want you to play Capcom for a second and riddle me that, Batman.
I don't know. Maybe that was her form of wandering around the village, because we hear, we hear Elena and her father, regard her and like, oh, that old bag, and maybe that's sack of rats.
Or a bag of rats.
Or whatever. Maybe that's her way of maneuvering around the village for whatever reason, to, I guess, either spy, eavesdrop, or just to wander around in another form that isn't everything else that she... Now, she could... I mean, that's a good point. Why the old lady and not... If you're a shapeshifter, you can fucking shapeshift into anything, but why her?
That's not necessarily what I mean. What I was asking more along the lines is
what's the purpose of...
What's the purpose of having her? Because the only thing I can think of, and that's why I asked you before I answered, because I wanted to see if we were similar. The only thing I could think of is Mother Miranda would turn into the old hag, because I kind of have the impression that Mother Miranda didn't interact with the villagers. The old hag was kind of like the religious leader in the village.
Mm-hmm. And she was just as
which was Mother Miranda.
Right.
But
it's her way of
she would have them
around.
pray to an entity they never met, because she would protect them. And because she was the old lady, she could make miracles happen, maybe with the cadeau, maybe with like roots coming out of the ground. So they believed the old lady that this Mother Miranda figure could save them or protect them.
Maybe.
Protect them from what? I have no fucking idea, because none of it's fleshed out. But I was just wondering, the old hag, what's the purpose of the form? We're going to get back to that, because when we talk about Mother Miranda and we talk about the old hag, and we talk about the truck, and we talk about everything else, my answer is going to be, why didn't she just fucking kill Ethan whenever she was near him?
Yeah.
Why does she leave the key for him? Why doesn't she kill Ethan?
Right. Yeah, it's just stringing them along.
There's no answer.
Yeah.
There is no
answer.
Because the answer could be she wants to use Ethan to get rid of the other 4 houses. Mother Miranda's powerful enough to get rid of the other 4 houses. There's no question.
Yeah, no, there isn't.
Mother Miranda could fucking destroy them all in a team fight, 4v1 probably.
But then they're asking her, like, or she chose Heisenberg to specifically go. So it's like she's making these decisions.
Why?
In that cutscene where Ethan's on the floor laying down, and and
which is what we get to next.
Yeah, like,
oh no, actually we got to talk about the villagers, because they all die.
Oh,
that's
right.
Before then,
that
right?
is before that, right? Yeah. So,
but no, you could finish your thought though, because that was my question.
Oh no, I was saying, yeah. So like, she gives order. Mother Miranda gives an order to Heisenberg that she can take care of him. Mm-hmm. I guess in whatever way, whether he's
gets his dick cut off in a castle,
his dick cut off, or his hand, cut
his
off.
His other hand,
his fingers this time.
Not lefty,
but it's like
use my righty.
It's like give me the chem fluid and the herb quick.
Yeah, I need to make a first aid liquid or whatever. First aid drink med.
I need first aid meds. Yeah, it was just kind of. I just thought it was interesting, because it's like she clearly wanted to, and obviously they're all experiments to a certain degree. So I guess some of them she probably liked more than others, like Alcina.
She definitely didn't like Moreau.
Didn't like Moreau.
I think, anyway.
Even though he was a mother's boy, trying to be.
I'm the best.
And he's got the Love Mom tattoo on his arm.
Love Mother.
Or whatever the
just
fuck
like
it is.
Billy.
He's got that biker tattoo
That's
shit.
where Billy went, bro.
But yeah, that's where he went. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's very strange. And then, like, again, you have that whole chase sequence and stuff like that. But yeah, the villagers do happen. So the demo, what everyone played with the demo, that is the section when you get through the little graveyard area. You find Elena and her father, and of course they go into what is her name again? Louisa, and
Louisa's house.
Louisa's house, and then Ilulian is aiming the gun at you.
So
and
basically,
that happens. It's that portion.
Yeah, you move forward, and Ethan meets the villagers: Elena, Leonardo, her father.
Apparently, the only fucking villagers that are left, because you don't see any other villagers other than dead bodies. You do see dead bodies, but I guess up until that point, they were all
you see
axed off before what was in her house.
Because Heisenberg does say, which we'll get to. I'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Heisenberg does say, "Oh, you're the only one left." I didn't think anyone was left.
Right. Okay.
I didn't think anyone was left. You have to get all 4 flasks. Like fucking.
I'm Nick Cage.
I'm Nicolas Cage. But no. He's like Elena, Leonardo, Louisa's house, Anton, the fucking asshole, who's like
Anton,
unwilling bitch.
Hits her with the bottle as soon as it was like.
That was so good, bro.
As soon as.
But no, Anton, Sebastian is the one guy's name. Nobody says it ever.
No.
He just has the
good
guy
old Sebastian. He's my favorite character in this whole game.
He's the one
good
with
old
the
Sebastian.
He's the one with the crutches.
Yeah.
Roxana and Eolian, your favorite.
Oh yeah.
Eolian
gets killed by fucking Miranda right after this.
They hold a little prayer. After Eolian, whatever the fuck his name is.
They pray to Mother Miranda around the table, at that point.
Mother Miranda. And then Leonardo,
old man stroke.
Yeah, he has a stroke and he knocks over the thing, which is funny because we predicted that.
Yeah,
I was
we did.
like, what if he knocks over that lamp?
And that's just what catches on fire, and then all of them burn up and die.
And then they're all dead.
Elena has to shoot her father with the shotgun. You climb up, and then Elena and her father grabs her, and she's off into the flames, dead.
Yeah, and
we thought she was going to have a bigger role. That's not the case.
Yeah, and the only thing I have to ask you is, with these villagers, especially with Elena, particularly, was this wasted potential? Is this something that should have played a bigger role in the narrative? Do you think this beginning section before the castle could have been more interesting if,
I think so.
You were working to plan like an escape and they
maybe
helped you?
She could have played as like the Zoe to 7, where maybe she like knew the way out or knew the way of the village, and she could have helped them.
She was scared of the castle.
Right. So that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of happy they did it the way they did, because at least within the first like 15 minutes or 20 minutes, they're gone. And it's just, we just get it. Like at that point, I was just like, let's just get on with the game.
Yeah,
like,
for
because
sure.
the villagers didn't really hold a lot of weight, in my opinion. I didn't care about Elena. I didn't care. So I was just like, all right, let's get into because this is Ethan's story. So let's try to move on,
So if it was
thought.
wasted potential in the sense that you didn't care and you wanted to get on with it,
what would have I done different?
Do you think they even should have been in the game at all?
I would have. I think they should have maybe. They might have maybe like what I would have done differently was probably have them stumble across Ethan right after the crash, maybe in the dark,
exactly.
and then they have an attack over their house or something like that, and that's when
they
you
all
meet them,
get
and then
picked
they all
off
get
one
picked
by
off, and then you're just. Instead of like going to the cabin, then you meet Ernest, then you go here. It's like, I feel like that would have just been like, all right, we got the villagers, get in, get out, they're dead, and now Ethan's on his own to face the horror that awaits.
What I would have done is I would have had them all meet up. I would have had you and Ernest fight off the attack. Then Ernest would have taken you back to them. You guys would have met up at Louisa's house. Louisa's house would have been attacked.
Because it makes sense, because Ernest is her husband.
Yeah. Leonardo, well, no.
No?
Maybe.
It's not really established.
It's not really established. Right. I'm not sure.
He's just one of the villagers.
We think we think the husband is
because she was like, my husband's still out there.
The body you find in the
red chimney house.
No, the body that's Leonardo's house. The body you find, or I think it's you find a body where you fight in Moreau's section where you fight.
Oh yeah.
And there's a note there, so maybe that is the same person. I'm not sure. We don't know that for sure.
Again, it's not really
sure. So we think that's Ernest. We don't know if it's Ernest. It could be. I don't know if there's a model of him in the thing. I forget.
Right.
But what I would have done is I would have had Ernest. Well, we're gonna call him Ernest. Take Ethan to the Louisa's house. They have the prayer. Then they're attacked. You have to fight them off again. I would have done it again.
Mm-hmm.
You fight them off. The only person who lives is Leonardo and Elena and you. Then Leonardo turns. Elena shoots him. you split up with Elena, and I would have had Elena come back later in the game. I think that I understand they were trying to set the tone that like shit's fucked and it's gonna go south, but I don't understand why you introduce so many characters.
I think that they were just
and then just get rid of them.
You're right, and I think they really just all that was really just to show how fast they can turn. I feel like they just wanted to show how fast Elena's dad can just.
But what's the point
turn.
when you'd never see anybody else turn?
No, you don't, and that's why it's weird that like you could have just had him stumble upon the cabin with the villagers, like you just said, and just had him already infected, and then that just ends up biting him in the ass. Like maybe that's the end result at the end of the fight. They get bit during the fight, and while they get bit, within minutes of finishing the fight, they turn immediately. You know?
Is it DLC, Anthony?
Even if it's DLC, I'm not interested. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's cut content. I could care less about Elena and those villagers. So if they want to do DLC, they can fuck right off because I really don't care.
Yeah, because I think it is.
Even if it's the trailer with her holding the lantern, I know people are going to talk about that. I don't even care if you put that back in the game.
Content,
I could give two fucks about it because I don't care about those characters. If you're going to add content, add Chris Redfield content. I don't give a fuck about the villagers, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to take your time to make it DLC, that's fucking stupid.
I agree.
Make it DLC with people that we actually care about. And I know they did Not a Hero with Chris. That was shitty. Don't do that. Have DLC with Chris of like what he was doing while he was held up in this village while Ethan was barely seeing him throughout the game. That's what I would do. Instead of her walking around with a fucking lantern in the mountains. Who gives a shit about that? What could they really show from a villager's perspective that wasn't in Maiden or the demos, where you're limited on your arsenal? None of those villagers know how to use weapons of any kind.
Oh,
so
I don't think
all
the
that
DLC is going to be weapon. I think the DLC is going to be one big stealth.
That's going to be just like, that's just, I don't know. I wouldn't be a fan of that. I wouldn't be a fan. Now, I'm not a fan. I'm not on the side of cut content, but I really think that like if they're going to give us that out of all the content they should be focusing on, it's wasted. Again, common theme in this podcast.
Yes.
Wasted potential.
Wasted
Keep
potential.
that in your head, guys,
Yes.
listening,
Wasted
because
potential.
there's a lot of that that's going to pop up. But anyway, moving on.
Yeah, so afterwards, after they all die, Ethan ends up being captured by Carl Heisenberg, who, like I said earlier, he kind of says, like, I didn't think there was anyone left. Whatever fucking Nick Cage accent. And then Ethan is forced to run away and meets up with the Duke for the first time.
He was handcuffed, so you got to get all, get all chopped up by the
Yeah,
grinder.
you got to go through the whole section with the meeting of the, because what happens is after he gets captured by Carl Heisenberg, he basically is brought to like the little meeting of the family where he's introduced to the four lords and Miranda herself.
Yeah.
Or as Heisenberg says, Miranda. Beneviento, Moreau, Dimitrescu, and Heisenberg himself. You're then forced to run away because they're basically deciding what to do with you. You're introduced to Angie as well, the doll. Moreau's ugly ass. And you basically just start running away.
Right. It just, I guess that was just all to show you, put those lords in front of you. This is who they are. Quickly run away. Heisenberg's playing games with you now.
It kind of is, really the only thing I can think of is that it's set up to just show you how sadistic they are.
Right. They're playing games.
Yeah, but this is the first spot, like the first spot in the game that sets up a reoccurring theme of this game of you do not have the ability to fight back, and you do not have the ability to use your weapons. This is the first instance of it. Small. You just run straight, basically. But it's the first instance of it, and I think it's important to bring up because every single time we get to one of those areas, I'm going to say, here's another instance of where you cannot use your upgraded weapons, you cannot fight back. Because this game has a problem with taking your shit away. And taking your ability to use your shit away. And it infuriates me. I know not you so much.
Right.
But I hate it. It pisses me off so much. It's like I spent all this time upgrading my shit, which we get to the Duke now, so we could talk about that.
Yeah.
The weapons and upgrades. I spent all my time upgrading my shit, and they constantly take it away. What do you think about the scene with the four house leaders and Miranda? Because I kind of think it's cringy.
Yeah, I felt that like, it would have been cool to keep them more of a mystery and not have that initial conversation. Maybe Carl just finds you first and he does what he wants with you because that's what he's doing anyway. He's clearly going against Miranda and doing his own
location?
thing.
Why do you never see that?
Yeah, you really don't. I mean, it looks like kind of like the Stronghold, kind of, because he kicks you and you see the caves and then you see it through the walls and you see him on the other side climbing the bodies. Like, that imagery is cool. But yeah, you don't really see that again. And I thought personally you should have kept Mother Miranda a secret up until the ending and keep the houses give them more of a mystique leading into each house. Obviously, we saw this cutscene before the game came out, and everyone saw this. And again, so you're seeing this scene that they made sure that they released. And even when it was released, I was like, man, like, come to think of it, like, why is that even a cutscene in the main game? Not even talking about it coming out early. Just like, I wish there was more of a mystique behind it. Maybe we just saw Carl with his hammer and was just like, I'm going to fucking, fuck with you. Like, you're going to be my guinea pig, whatever. And then he kicks you down the thing and then Lycans chase you, whatever. Like, that's what I would have done differently. I just think that less is more sometimes when you don't see them all in your face. Leading up to the marketing, Lady D was the only one that we really saw a lot of. And then we saw Heisenberg and we saw the bio breakdowns that they put out on their website. But I just wish there was more of a mystique with that scene. I just wanted more of a mystique, Like, don't, like, just put them all in our face, like, because it didn't really establish a lot other than the fact that, again, she chose to go with Heisenberg,
Yeah, I mean...
To mess with them. Like, she chose him over the daughter, over Moreau, over Donna and Angie. That's the only reason, really, like, they seem to keep that in there, so...
Yeah, and I don't even think that ever comes in play again, her favoritism. Like,
no, because then it just showed, because all he is showing is just like,
and he hates her the most.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he's showing his hatred as you go through his section where he's just talking through the countless megaphones that are placed around, his section, which that's another funny thing. But that's it. He expresses the hatred, and it's like you could have done that because he's showing hatred. Like, what was really the point of like him like being chosen or whatever? I don't know. It just, again, it kind of falls by the wayside a little bit.
Yeah. Alcina kind of sets up, Lady Dimitrescu sets up that he's maybe not as loyal as she is.
Right.
But at the same time, like, it just seems so cringy. Like, they're just bickering.
Yeah.
And it's kind of...
It's like a family argument.
I guess it's kind of trying to show you, like...
They're not all together.
Yeah,
they seem to be on different pages.
Maybe they're not...
Sure.
Maybe they're not, like, they're sadistic. They're trying to show you that they're sadistic.
But we could have found that out
like
later,
chaos.
though.
They're kind of like controlled chaos.
Right.
Angie's in your face doing the pee-pee dance.
Yeah.
And she's like, he's awake! And then, like, she's underutilized and...
Moreau barely says anything.
Yeah, her design's not forgettable, but her character is, Donna.
Mm-hmm.
It's forgettable.
Absolutely. Yeah, the best part about their design, or them, is their design.
All of their designs are great.
Yeah.
Except for maybe Heisenberg. Heisenberg's design is great when he's not transformed.
I agree.
And Lady D's design is great when she's not transformed.
Yeah.
But everybody else is fine. At least in our opinion. It's not
exactly.
But yeah, you're forced to run away and you meet up with the Duke for the first time. So we're going to kind of cover all of the Duke stuff now instead of going into it later.
We might as well, yeah. Who was originally a fourth lord, or a fifth lord, sorry.
Fifth lord,
yeah, fifth lord.
Which we'll talk more about when we go to the concept. But, like, as far as, like, obviously the Duke's Kitchen's not introduced yet. It doesn't get introduced till later, but we're going to cover it now because I feel like that's a little bit more digestible.
Yeah, the Duke is part of, one of the best elements of this game is,
for sure,
is just being able to upgrade your stuff and craft everything. And, it's pretty much the merchant from RE4, but just way upgraded because there's more. You can actually buy and purchase ammo now, which you couldn't do in RE4. And the treasure system is similar where you can combine treasures and get more profit. The upgrades are nice on weapons. They do feel more powerful. You can feel the punch when you actually invest your money into them.
Yeah, and a lot of weapons do feel really good to use.
Absolutely.
I really love the sniper rifle in this game.
It plays into the gameplay and the gunplay really well because it really makes you feel like you have more of an arsenal in this game this time around versus just like, RE7, which is very minimal because RE7 obviously was lower key. It was just in a house and it wasn't, you weren't up against as many threats. So I feel like the Duke brought a good balance to that, and it really did work for me. The only thing that, kind of was like a meh throwaway was the Duke's Kitchen with the hunting and stuff. It's cool to have Ethan buffs on there from doing the hunting and stuff like that, but it's also another thing where it's like, I wish they seemed like they were going to utilize it a lot more when they were talking about this game in the showcases, and they were like, oh man, that'd be really cool. Like, but once you beat the game once and you go through all those recipes in Duke's Kitchen, it's pretty much useless.
The Duke's Kitchen
on multiple New Game
completely
Plus.
Stupid. It's pointless.
Yeah.
It's
pointless after the first playthrough, I would
sure,
say, because
for
at
sure.
least in the first playthrough, like your Ethan isn't as jacked up, I guess, or jacked out on like all your upgrades, maxed out on everything. But by the time you get to the end of it, you're just like, okay,
I would argue it's even pointless in the first playthrough, just because like.
Do you feel like those buffs? Like, did you see the difference?
I didn't.
When we played the first time,
other than the movement speed, no. I feel like the game
movement
is
speed
balanced.
and block, I felt like it made a difference. How he was able to deflect the hits.
Well, that's the thing though. A lot of the game, to be honest with you, I never needed to block, because the game doesn't really. It's not hard. It's not very difficult, right?
Yeah, it's not like the dodge mechanic in RE3.
Even in Mercenaries mode, where you're surrounded and it's on a set difficulty,
you never found yourself blocking.
I always sell my health. The only time I ever really started blocking was when I realized there's a perk where you just are invincible.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started blocking more. But like, I just really feel like it was a wasted resource. It makes no sense.
And they could have added, because the village
they
is
could have done this in a different way.
Right, because it's such a big village and there's a lot of space to work with, you thought they would have just made the hunting a little bit better. Better of a feature that, like you said, that carried more weight with the Duke, because it's a cool idea. You're trying to add something new to the merchant idea that we've known since 4, and even if you want to argue 5, because 5 had a merchant shop, but no physical merchant, but it had a merchant shop. So that was really cool. And yeah, I agree. I think that's the only real like little piece that we can take away from the Duke is that's the only real bad thing we can say. Everything else, honestly, worked.
Honestly,
him.
and the cool
and I
thing
like
is
the dialogue. I like that he was kind of part of the story and what was going on.
I also want to say that because you should never criticize something, typically in my philosophy, and not everybody will agree with this, obviously our comment section, you will see some people who do not, but you should never criticize something without offering a solution. And I think the only thing the Duke's Kitchen needed to be better was to just have way more stuff. Like, if they would have taken every single upgrade and cut them in 2 so that there was more tiers of upgrades, and you could actually get godlike upgrades by just replaying the game on one save file, and give you a reason to have carry, because you have exactly enough stuff to get all the upgrades in one playthrough.
Right.
If they would have given you more upgrades, and maybe some on New Game Plus, some fun upgrades, like enemies explode or something like that, like something,
some kind of Easter egg in there,
like some type of crazy thing. I just think it would have been cooler. You know, it could have been as simple as like, cosmetics or something like crazy, like just something to make the Duke's Kitchen feel more impactful and more fun to use,
right?
Than just you collect it all on your new game, and then whoever, like, obviously there's going to be people out there who are like, I'm only going to always play new game. I'm never going to play New Game Plus.
Right.
99% of the people will not. They're just going to carry one save file continuously.
Yeah,
because you can select your difficulty.
It's part of the replay value,
right?
Too. Yeah, it's not like you have to, like, it's not like RE4 where you couldn't take your normal New Game Plus and apply it to professional. You started new. You started from nothing, and then you had to work up that professional save for your New Game Plus. And
like you eat poultry, right? Like there could have been a recipe on New Game Plus.
Right.
They could have added recipes for New Game Plus. I think
they could have
been cool too.
Yeah, that's
like,
something they could have done different.
There could have been one called like cock stew, where you have to get like
cock
30
stew, ladies
poultries,
and gentlemen. Cock stew.
30 poultry. You have to kill the roosters to get cock stew, right?
Oh, Jesus.
And instead of Ethan holding his guns like this, he just held them like that. Like, it would have been funny, like a joke. You know what I mean? Like, they could have done something else,
right,
to make that system rewarding in New Game Plus.
I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have done, whether it's New Game Plus or not, I would have added back something like, I guess, the hunting, the rare animals, it doesn't really count in this, but I would add back something like the medallions. something like, hey, fetch these 15 little things that you can find easily and shoot, and you'll get this upgrade or this upgrade. That's what I thought was missing, because I kind of like that. Like, hey, stranger, find 15 medallions, and I'll give you the Punisher for free.
Find 15
and you're just
rare
like,
fish,
right? Or like whatever. Like, I feel like those tasks maybe, and you could kind of shoehorn that in with the hunting too, but just to give it more of like optional stuff. Not necessary, but add a little bit more stuff around the village. Now, I know we had the treasure map, which was great. Part of the Duke I wanted to bring up was I was really happy when I picked up that treasure map. I was like, that's fucking cool, because that's kind of like RE4, but a little bit different, where like he's like, oh, I'll mark the map of where the houses are, but here are these, the labyrinth puzzles was a really cool touch. And so that's kind of like that a little bit, where you do have to do those treasures. I just kind of wish there was more of the exploration on that side of things. But I still liked what they did with the ball labyrinth puzzles. I thought they were cool.
I think the treasures, the weapon upgrades, the weapons,
the best part of the game.
The overall interacting with the
Duke game
was the greatest part.
Yeah.
And I think that was
it's fun and addicting. I think I like the aspect of just selling stuff and
fun.
Buying this and getting a larger case and just like all that stuff.
Now, having to sell ammo one at a time should be patched.
Yeah,
you should be able to R2
and
or
just,
L2
and just
to
fucking
trigger
have the whole amount, because you can end up with just like boatloads of shotty shells. Or
I had 860 handgun
rounds.
bullets. So I had to sell once, and it was like
next line.
Yeah, it's just like in mercenaries mode they stack.
They stack in mercs?
So you just have to hold the button, and it's just like.
It's not like RE4 where you just click back and it just puts the total. Yeah.
I tried. I mean, maybe, but
no,
it
doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't let me.
No, RE4 definitely had that, but that's weird. I mean, but
that's a nitpick, right? Like, that's not a big deal.
Another nitpick, I guess, is really just like the inventory system. I guess we'll talk about it while we're on this, right? Mm-hmm. It's just like they put the meats randomly in the inventory system, but the crafting gets its own.
Yeah, it doesn't
section.
make any sense to me.
It's very strange. Obviously, there's no item boxes like in RE4, so the weapon cases are a big role. That's all you need, really, without a.
If there was going to be real item management, they should have made everything go into your weapon case.
Because then you would have to manage your shit.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's just like, all right, I got space. Boom.
Because they did the RE4 thing, and they put the key items in a different inventory window. They put your poultry in a different inventory.
Now your crafting isn't a whole... Because if it was like RE7 or 2 and 3, everything goes in there. Everything is in there.
Except for files.
If anything, the inventory system just kind of made it easier for maybe normal casual people that are playing this game that don't want to have a bunch of stuff in their inventory. Just make it like click a button, hit, and then it's done. You got your handgun, you got your explosive rounds, you got everything that you combine.
Which, like we said, it works for this game.
It does.
There's nothing wrong with it.
It does. It hits
system.
It out of the park for sure.
Because crafting is fun too.
It's fun. It's smooth.
Crafting is fun.
Easy.
Actually, playing the game when the game is at its peak is really enjoyable and really fun. The problem is it's so sporadically there, in my opinion, that it just feels like I just don't feel like it's consistent.
Right.
Mercenaries, though, is fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's challenging.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
It is fun.
It feels like the dumb fun, arcadey fun.
Yeah, like it should.
Mercenaries in 4
I'm a Mercenaries fanboy, so anytime I see Mercs, I'm a happy guy.
Yeah, it's fun.
And we'll even stream it on the channel a few times because it's fun. It's one of those things that you go back to.
We'll get the lightsaber.
Yeah. We got to do the lightsaber.
Double S's on all stages.
We'll do it. Let's get into the 4 lords. The first one being Castle Dimitrescu.
Yes. So, Ethan enters the house for the first time and is immediately confronted by Cassandra, Daniela, and Bella, who bring Ethan to their mother, Alcina.
Yep.
Dimitrescu.
And this is the scene that we've seen in the trailers multiple times with them taunting Ethan. But now we know they taunt Ethan and they slice his wrist open, taste the blood, and hang it up with meat hooks, Texas Chainsaw Massacre style. Not really, because that would be through the back, but these are through the hands. So tie him up on meat hooks on the hands, and
Ethan's hands go through a lot of punishment.
A lot. And immediately he has to use the fluid. He's like, oh.
Yeah, because he rips himself down.
Yeah, straight through his hands, which is
another scene we saw in the trailer.
Yeah.
In the trailers and in the showcases and stuff, was her talking to him. Well.
Ethan Winters,
let me sit on your face.
Let me taste your blood, bitch.
Yeah, and then she's like...
Yep.
And then he's like, crazy bitch! Or crazy witch, whatever he says, yeah.
Be funny if he said bitch. That actually would have been better.
Maybe he did say bitch. I don't remember.
But yeah, so yeah, and then you have to escape in game. You have to grab the key, and then pretty much the castle section. It regards like as you're going and trying to get the 4 pieces to the statues, which is very Resident Evil.
Very. You have to do the 4 masks.
Going through each section, you have to take on the daughters that are obviously sent around the castle to capture you and kill you.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I was going to say was, why don't we cover the overall setting and appearance of the castle first?
The setting and appearance of the castle. I mean, the setting and the appearance of this is probably my favorite thing in this game.
I agree.
I think the castle is the best part about this game. I think that the setting is great. I love the lighting. I love all of the design choices in the castle. So, you know, I would say that it's probably one of the best features. And I always wanted to see what was behind every door. I always wanted to see what puzzle's going to be in here, or what's going to be, what's going to be wrapped around here. And I thought it was the perfect balance. And it actually felt like this section felt like Resident Evil, folks. It actually felt like a Resident Evil title in this section, and I really appreciate the nod to gothic horror and old school horror. That's the big thing that a lot of people they touch on it, but they don't talk about it enough. And whether it's Italian horror or old school gothic horror of certain eras that people might be familiar with, this captures it very well. And I love that feeling. I love those movies, and I love that vibe. And that is why everything that I saw in this castle portion up until kind of like the very end with the boss battle, which we'll get into, is like my favorite in the game.
Yeah, I think the setting and appearance of Castle Dimitrescu is the best in the game too. Without a doubt. It's definitely the part that feels the most Resident Evil from a fundamental level, with even the files.
That too.
You find a lot of the files, and there are recaps of what's going on from the butlers and maidens, and you get to learn about the daughters,
the blood making,
the wine. You get to learn about pretty much everything, and everything is presented to you typically, other than Alcina, before you deal with it, right? Like you don't really get to learn a ton like some of the old games. Like a lot of the old games and a lot of the games in the franchise definitely go out of their way to explain a lot. I feel like Village is kind of not so much. They kind of don't explain a lot. But you do get some files which do feel very traditional, and that is why it feels the most like Resident Evil. Like you said, I feel compelled to wonder what's behind the doors, and I want to open the doors, and I just want to interact with things, and the enemy designs in here are really nice. I mean, we have like obviously the daughters, which are very memorable designs.
I do like the daughters.
They're very memorable.
I like the
designs.
flies. I like how they form together, and really hard to run away from. They do kind of give a threatening feel because of how they swarm, how the bugs swarm, Ethan.
And you're getting hurt.
Yeah.
You have obviously Alcina's regular design, which is where she's walking around. I think is very menacing, very scary.
I love the fact that you're being chased. I mean, this just adds to what also makes Resident Evil is having something like a tyrant, like an Alcina that chases you around, that makes it intense. And I think
she's actually the best one.
She is. I think she's the best one of what?
The best chaser. And the reason why I think she's the most effective.
Out of Mr. X and Nemesis?
Yes, but in the RE engine.
Okay.
And the reason why I think it's so effective is because she can talk to you. There is something scary that's about, she's the best one in theory, I should say. I should word myself very carefully here.
Okay.
I do not like her more than Nemesis. Okay. I don't like her more than Mr. X. But I think she's the most effective horror stalker.
Okay.
In the sense that she can actually belittle and scream and holler at you.
Just like a human.
I almost wanted to see more of it. You stupid man thing. Like she puts a different type of fear.
Sure.
because she can scream at you, whereas Nemesis just is stars.
And her design's great.
Her design's great.
It is memorable.
Yeah, it's
obviously
very memorable.
for the non-sexual reasons.
Just as memorable as Nemesis and Mr. X.
Yeah.
You know, like she's
and
just as
kudos to
memorable.
Capcom and whoever designed her and did all that. You know, I think that's like a big thing, is that like you want some stuff that sticks with you in this game, but sometimes you want stuff to stick around a little bit longer.
And for the right reason, right? And the only other enemies in this area are the Moreau, which are the ghouls.
In the dungeon.
We call the ghouls.
Right, the blood dungeon.
Yeah, and the Samkas, which are the flying monsters.
I like the flying monsters probably...
I like everything in the castle.
Yeah, I mean,
Aesthetically.
honestly, yeah, I would agree, man. I mean, aesthetically
it's perfect.
And the way it's paced, I like it. It's just very over and done with a little bit soon. You
Way
know?
too fast,
That's the biggest thing that I can say, is that like I love the pace of it, for what we got, but like I really wanted it to be longer, and I really found myself missing those elements that felt like Resident Evil throughout the rest of the houses.
What about the puzzles in the castle?
Puzzles in the
we already
castles are
touched on the
great.
4 masks, which I think is a great Resident Evil thing.
Great.
It's very, very, very.
I love the
very, very
statue. I
traditional.
love the statue puzzle with the blood. When you have to turn with the wine.
Yeah,
and
it's not hard, but it's
it's
cool.
My favorite's the piano. I mean, you got where there's Resident Evil, there's a piano. And
Yeah.
I always love that little nod.
I like the piano puzzle. I do not like how to solve it. I think it should have been a little bit more. There should have been, you know how the masks and the blood puzzle, the blood statue puzzle have like a
little riddle
text
or something.
or a riddle.
Right.
The piano should have had a riddle, kind of like Silent Hill 1,
Okay.
where there's like the pelican and the
I can
crow
accept
and all
that. I think that's fair.
Because you can just click the keys and it shows you.
Yeah, like where, like higher on the board. And
Now,
this is where it is on
obviously,
the
they
note.
can't cuck people that can't read music, because like otherwise you would have just been like, what? I have to do what?
Yeah, yeah.
They could have found a way to make that puzzle a little more, I guess, not as easy or not as stupid.
Right.
I think, because I kind of think it's stupid.
I don't know.
I
I
think
liked
the
it.
piano puzzle is good. I don't think the way you solve it is good.
That was the last real puzzle in the castle.
Other than the masks. The masks are the last thing you do.
Yeah, I guess that's not really a puzzle though. I guess it's like you have to do each section to like. It is a puzzle to open a door, but it's not like you don't have to think about it. It's just like, all right, Joy, this, and then it's just done. It's not like you're solving something, I guess.
The piano is not the last one though. The piano leads to the door that leads to the bell puzzle.
Oh, right, the bell
Yeah,
puzzle.
the bell puzzle.
Right, I forgot about the bells.
Yeah,
yeah,
which
I would
is a
say
good puzzle.
The bells, yeah, that's a good one.
It's a fine puzzle.
Mine's
like
RE6.
It's fine. Yeah, it's very
Gotta
very
shoot-
RE6.
Got to shoot
reminiscent,
the bells on the church.
I
stuff
think
like
they
that.
utilized the puzzles well in Lady Dimitrescu's castle.
Yeah, it was a good balance, I would say.
And then there's the environmental puzzles with the daughters.
Yes.
Which is the next thing we should talk about. Which
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
daughter mini boss encounters. Like, as far as the designs of the bosses, we already covered the designs.
We were
I think they're
fan.
very memorable.
Definitely.
Right? As far as the encounters go with the mini bosses,
Done with so quickly, man.
not only are they done with so quickly, they're all the same.
All right, cause air to fly through, and
The only one that's
they can't be
unique
exposed
at
to the
all-
to the cold air.
The only one that's unique at all is the one where you have to pull the lever to open the roof.
In the center, right?
And
a
it's
circle.
timed before it goes back down. And then you have to pull it again.
But most of the time, you only have to pull it once, even without
you just kill her.
even with
regular
any upgrades.
Yeah, regular on any new game difficulty,
It was-
except for Village of Shadow. They're all the same in the sense that it's cold air and you kill them. All of the encounters are different slightly. You throw a pipe bomb in a wall in one. You pull a lever in one.
Right. You move a cabinet out of the way,
And you move a cabinet and throw the pipe bomb in one. And then the other one is...
What was the other one?
Ethan shoots the glass in the cutscene.
Oh, right. It was just the glass. Yeah.
Yeah. There's still... The boss fights are not memorable. The boss designs are, though. The boss fights are just like, okay, why is this something we're doing, together? You know what I would... Okay, so you say what you think you would have done to make those boss encounters a little bit more interesting. Because they are... They
Yeah.
are all the same. So there are 3 of them. So how would you have handled it?
I think, well, if there's 3 of them, you know, I thought the daughters were going to have more of a presence throughout, just like
Mm-hmm.
Alcina. So I think, I mean, the perfect example is Resident Evil 4. You know, take that like aspect of if you were only in the castle longer, I would have made the castle larger and bigger and more elements to the castle. And I would have sprinkled in 3 different boss fights that lead up to Alcina's final form. You know, it's like it pisses her off enough to where she grabs Ethan, he stabs her, and then she turns. But up until that point, we had 3 individual boss fights that were different and unique. And even if you had to make it to where the end result is they get exposed to some kind of air or wind from the outside that kills them, because that's the only way to kill them, the cold. You could have just really made them unique and different. I don't know, you know, what kind of boss fights you could have come up with, but if you made the village bigger, or if you made the castle bigger of a section, maybe you could have different rooms and boss fights. Like RE4 had, you know, the whole Vertigo underground scene. Then you had the cage scene with U3. Like, you had these different sections outside or around the castle that were all related to what was going on in the castle, and then the end result was the big bad, you know, fight with Salazar. And then in this, it would have just led up I don't know. I just feel like they could have done more with the daughters, because just like Alcina, in the promotional material, you just thought that they were going to be around a lot longer than what we saw. And so I was kind of shocked that we were killing them so quickly on our first stream, and how kind of saddened I was by the time we pushed the coffin open and grabbed the knife and we stab her and she turned, and I'm just like,
yeah,
man, like maybe you could have maybe had it like that still, but just, I don't know, added more stuff in between.
Yeah, so my problem with the daughter fights is the game directly contradicts the daughter fights with Lady D's fight, because you're shown in not only in all 3 instances of the daughters, the flies, they are weak against cold air. And then you are fighting Lady D on the roof, and she has swarms of flies that are just flying unhindered in the cold air. So what is the difference? Why is that not explained?
That's true.
Why does she have flies that are impervious to cold, but the daughters aren't? Wouldn't you think she would make her daughters better if that was her that helped them, or whoever was the one who worked on them?
Sure.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. What I would have done with the daughters is I would have, because their fights are stupid. Like, they're
just forgettable.
Especially the first fight where the game breaks the window for you,
and you're just like, oh, this is what I have to do.
Yeah, because the game teaches you in the dungeon beforehand, like a Resident Evil game, how to beat them in the file. Oh, but if they don't pick up the file, how will they know? Fuck them. They should be reading the files. They should be picking up the stuff.
Right.
That's Resident Evil, right? Like Plan 42. There's a file before him. The Tyrant. Well, not the Tyrant. Well, there's a slide before him, technically. You don't really get to learn how to beat him. But there's a lot of instances in Resident Evil's history where you learn how to counter something before you get to it.
Or
you learn how to solve a puzzle.
about it because there's a victim wrote a letter that said this, and this happened. You're like, oh, shit.
For sure.
This is what I have to prepare myself for.
100%, right? And or there's visual cues, like Nemesis's heart. Chest thing.
Yeah.
You're like,
right,
that obviously I know Resident Evil.
Yep.
I know I got to aim for the heart. You know what I mean? Like Resident Evil 4, there's buttons, or the drill men have buttons, or there's stuff that you visually understand, and then there's stuff that you learn. Visually understanding the window and the cold air, or pushing the bookcase to get the cold air, depending on the order you do them in, which you have to do the one girl first.
Yeah.
You could have figured that out on your own. Now, what I would have done with them is I would have made all of their first fights exactly the same. And then instead of killing them, I would have had them dissipate and run away. I would have had a mini boss. I think this would have been sick. I would have had a mini boss that would have been all 3 of the daughters that came together, and they would have had 6 arms.
That would have been cool.
And
or maybe they form into Lady D's final form or some crazy shit.
And I would have had
mother and daughters together.
Yeah. And I would have had that fight take place in the hall where you put the masks. You put the masks in, you go into the church, and then you immediately have to fight them, right? Like, and what I would have done is I would have had them fly around and like almost, you could have even did like a death volley thing, but that would have been a little too Zelda. But I would have had them like stand above you and kind of like throw stuff at you, or like shoot swarms of flies at you that you'd have to blast out of the air, and make the fight more interactable, like Miranda's fight. Because Miranda's the only fight in this whole game that feels interactable.
Yeah.
Like that's my favorite fight.
100%.
Like
it's my favorite fight as well.
It's awesome
Yeah.
because it utilizes the first person perspective well, because that has a scope of vision where you can see everything that's going on, and
she's throwing different attacks,
and she's throwing like
morphing,
and you can shoot the orbs as they appear. Like
Right.
it's fun, right?
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Not in Mercenaries, because that part's bullshit. But,
yeah.
but that's besides the point. It's fun. I would have had them come together, and then you have to fight them, and then as they were dying, I would have had Lady D come into the picture, grieve, and like throw you, and then I would have had Ethan come across the knife and been like, you know what, bitch? And I would have had the player use the fucking knife. It's so weird to me that like you get here and you're like, this knife, and there's a file and everything's built up, and Ethan's like, wow, there's this knife, and then he immediately uses it and it's gone. Like, it just feels anticlimactic. The whole Lady Dimitrescu fight, which I guess we're gonna get into now.
We might as well get into it.
The whole Lady Dimitrescu fight just feels so fast, and
it's
it
very
feels
fast.
so like it
easy
just feels
too.
Weird. It's
you
easy,
could play
very
through it
easy.
and not even get hit, even on hardcore. If you're
Even
starting
with
on
knife.
hardcore, even with knife,
even with Chris's knife.
Yeah,
with Chris's knife. With
But
regular knife, obviously, is a little harder.
I mean, one thing that we talked about this in the first 30 to 40 minutes of like kind of like how we felt first initially, and my feelings on her final form is pretty much the same from when I first played it, where it just didn't really do it for me. Maybe they could have came out with a different design that was a little bit better. I think her main form, her first form, is my favorite, and yeah, I just kind of was left like kind of scratching my head a little bit.
I wish
was
she
like,
would have just got wings.
Yeah, maybe just wings and kept
Maybe a little grotesquer,
Yeah,
like
and-
I said, like Alexia.
Right, and the fact that it was done really fast also didn't really help that factor. I was like, man, like everything up in the castle up until this point was great, other than the daughters being kind of short-lived, literally. So yeah, those elements right there is just like, but again, it's still my favorite part of the game despite this, but this is definitely the weakest element for me. I wish the daughter fights were longer, and I still think that the fight was fun, but it was just over really quickly to where I just didn't really, I don't know, it just didn't leave me with a fulfilled feeling. But I still liked all the guts, everything in between the castle and the design. Like, it was so well done.
The blood cellar.
So yeah, it was
Everything was really cool.
Everything was just really good executional wise, but
Other than the encounters.
and the daughters and the boss
the
fights,
scripted encounters.
right? It's just like they really almost had it. It's like they almost had it completely. Like, this would have been. It's still my favorite part of the game, despite all that stuff. But
Well, yeah, there's got to be a favorite part, right? Like that's my favorite part of the game, I think, as a whole, especially as like 4 houses. It's definitely my favorite part of the game.
right, and I do like that. It does kind of remind me of Salazar, as far as having the little parasite, not that little piece of
It's
it.
everybody. It's Irving.
It's everybody. It's
Salazar,
Irving.
it's
Yeah, it
literally-
has
they can't-
RE4
Resident Evil-
onward. They started to do
Resident
that.
Evil cannot come up with a design that doesn't involve a little dick dangling somewhere.
Right, and that's
just
the
a
weak
person.
point, and you're
That's
like,
just a
oh,
person.
that's like you said.
Yeah.
That's the weak point. Okay, well, we've
Yeah.
been doing this since the Las Plagas
'Cause you know.
parasite.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
the
we
point.
know.
Same with Irving. When you're on the gun in the boats, you shoot the little pockets on the back of them, and then when he
pops
opens out, you're like, all right, that's it.
There's
so
Irving. There's
there's
Kevin
that
Bacon.
familiar stuff, which is cool.
Which is fine. Like, it's fine, but in this case, it works for Moreau. I don't think it works for Lady D. Lady D was such a cool person, like such a cool
exactly.
design.
That's why I was underwhelmed with her final form, man. That's why I told you, I turned to you on stream. I was like, I did not like
she
that.
would have been so much cooler as, like, imagine Lady D. You know the color she turns when she transforms?
Yeah.
Imagine Lady D in that, like, stone color, right? A little bigger, not much bigger because she's already huge. Fucking wings, like one of the gargoyles from the Gargoyle anime. Just fucking or cartoon. It's Western. Just fucking like, Ethan! And then like dragging his ass through the fucking, like as she's flying up, dragging him through the thing, and then just like scratching him up and then like throwing him. Like she was faster.
Yeah.
Like way faster.
Yeah.
And then like she would pop up and she'd be like almost like a crazy vampire bitch. If they would have leaned more into that, her design would have been more memorable.
And if they kept her in the castle, like if they made that section longer.
She also needed to be more present, which is something that Mr. X and Nemesis both needed, right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
You can play the game legitimately like on your first run and really never see her running around. A couple times.
No, she only chases you. They only actually place her in certain areas when you're like on your way back to do another part of the mask. Right. Just scripted
areas.
stuff.
Yeah.
Just like
Nemesis.
Yeah, and so I agree, man. Between what you just said with some of the improvements of the final form, what they could have done, and the overall like presence of that castle being in the game longer, they should have just made all that. The daughters, her, and the castle itself, just I wanted it to have more of a presence in the game. Maybe it's because that's our favorite part of the game, so we were longing for more of that RE feel throughout. But that's how we feel. I still think
Lady D, her daughters, and the castle should have been
the main game,
the last area, and the main game.
Yeah.
Like that should have been, everything else should have been leading to the castle. And then the castle should have been leading to the church or chapel. Right, because
it's still in the
site.
village. It's still a centerpiece in there. It's still literally, the demon door is literally like, hey, this is obviously the biggest section of the village, like one of like that. Like I mean, it's like it's just the
people could make arguments, right? That like, why call it village then? Like, why don't you call it castle? Right. None of the major events take place in the village.
No, it's always like the village is that backtracking centerpiece, like we talked about. It's not.
It's the hub.
Right. It's the main hub.
It's the which there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
it's cool to call it village still.
Yeah.
But if they would have made the castle the last part, because the castle overlooks the village, and they made more moving parts in the village and more memorable characters, and maybe Elena and Leonardo and maybe Louisa, if they played more of a role, because they kept fucking talking about the village being its own character. Remember
they kept
this?
Talking about that in the developers, all the way to the developers breakdown, bro. All the way back then.
So many times.
Almost a year ago we saw that.
How do you feel about that? Because I think they didn't do it at all.
I don't think they did it at all.
I don't think the village is a character at all.
I don't think it's a character. It's a vast, great environment. Visually, it looks great. And it has beautiful. It's beautiful, but that doesn't mean it's its own character.
No.
It didn't really seem like that. And I feel like adding more to your own character would be like, hey, you can choose what section and what lore you want to do first. We didn't have that. It was still linear to a point where you have the hub and you have to go X.
It's built like they were thinking that.
Right.
They put the same fucking key. You upgrade the same key so many different times, which we get the first key here. So after we beat the castle, Ethan gets the first flask. He once again enters he enters where the hag is in the the place where you were like, where the fuck am I supposed to go? And we're like, did you try the key? And you're like, I did, and it didn't work. And then it worked. The same place, the little place. That's us being dumb, but whatever. The same place, and then the hag leaves behind a special key. Again, why didn't she just kill Ethan here?
I was even making a joke on stream. I was like, I'm just gonna put this key right here. You're gonna have to grab it, and then it's like, grab it. It's like, all right.
And
just leaving them breadcrumbs to question more shit.
And the funny part is you couldn't figure out what you were supposed to do because you didn't think it was going to be that stupid.
Yeah, I honestly
didn't think I just picked up this key.
What is a survivor?
And then you're like, and then you're looking at the door because I know you, right? Like on live stream, obviously we're paying attention to chat. Sometimes we make
there's
goofs.
Other stuff going on.
We make goofs, and sometimes even like Resident Evil. Well, maybe not Resident Evil 2, but like Resident Evil remake, I'll go to a puzzle and I'll be like, what the fuck was this again? Or like Code Veronica or Resident Evil 2 remake, I'll think like, what the hell was
You'll
this
just
again?
lose the thought.
Because I forget, because there's so many games. We remember so much, right? This is a new game and you're just like, there's no way they're going to make us pick up this key and put it in the door right here.
That's it.
There it is. And then it opens up. And then you're like, oh, okay. Well, this key's fucking useless. Why do I have that? And then you find out, hey, Anthony, this is a very important game progression key. You're going to use this pretty much for the rest of the game. It gets upgraded multiple times throughout the game, and that allows you to progress. And we're going to lock every single choice-making decision behind this key so that you play the game that looks like it's set up to be semi-water tank, like I said.
Yes.
Not open world. That name gets tossed around too much.
It does.
It's not open world. It's supposed to be a sectional, like, hey, this is all the stuff that
piece
you can
by
do.
piece, right?
This is the stuff you can do. Go do it in any order until you're done all that stuff, and then once you're done all that stuff, you could go on and do whatever you want, right? Breath of the Wild style. Well, that's open world, so that's a bad example. But like, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. For those of you who know Pokemon, you can do, or even Pokemon Red and Blue. You've played Red and Blue,
yeah.
So Pokemon Red and Blue, there's like 3 gyms you can do in any order you want. You don't have to do them in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could do them in different orders. It doesn't make it open world game. It's just, it gives you some choices.
Right.
You can make some choices. Resident Evil 4, do you want to go left or right? Or do you want to do both?
Yeah.
Like, you could do either one, but you don't have to do both, right? Resident Evil Original, you have to gather all 4 death masks. You can literally get them in any order. It's in the game. This game, with the 4 masks, you can get them in different orders, except for the one. I think the one you have to get first.
The one where she just appears.
Yeah, I think that's the one you have to get first.
Where, it triggers that chase sequence.
But you might be able to get them in any. Yeah, you have to get the first one where she cuts your arm off. You have to get that one first. But the other 3 you can pick and choose however you want to do them, right?
So that's there.
It's there. The game is built like it's like, oh, you can pick which one you want to do. And then it's like, no, and you just get fucking hit with a chair by Triple H. And he's like, no.
Triple H comes up.
Yeah, he's like, right, and you get hit. You get up and you're confused. You get hit with a Sweet Chin Music, and by Shawn Michaels, and then you get up and you get RKO'd, and then you're like, fine, I'll fucking go do what you want me to do. I'll go to the red chimney and I'll shove the other key up my ass, and I'll get the next key to just come all the way back.
To the centerpiece,
to the ritual site, which kind of took over being the centerpiece of the game. Not like the ritual site, but like whatever that little hub area was.
The flask area before you go to the ceremony.
Yeah, before the ceremony site, right?
And that's the big thing too. Yeah, when you get out of the castle, you find out that there's 4 pieces of rose. And so at that point...
Oh, yeah, he's like, you have your daughter right there, and Ethan drops it.
Yeah.
Well, no, but my point was with the open world thing was like, and I want to know how you feel. I really do want to know how you feel about this too, was that the game sets it up to be like that. And what's interesting is all of the houses, except for Heisenberg, which is the final house, doesn't really connect, or nothing is lost if you do them out of order narratively. Do you think it was originally intended to be selectable and they just decided to...
That's a good question.
Because I wonder if they were like, oh,
like maybe it's not Resident Evil, or maybe if someone went to this, it would not have the same effect.
If
or
somebody went to Beneviento first and was like, "Nyeh," and just fucking stabbed the baby or the Angie, and then got out and then was like, okay, well, that's a little weird. And then went and did Moreau, the sorry sap, who did those 2 houses first. And then you go to fucking DIMITRESCU and you're like, whoa, this is a game.
Yeah, or this feels like RE to what I know.
Everything about Moreau and Beneviento is bad. What I'm saying is like, they're so imbalanced as far as the first
the
gameplay.
Consistency. It's like not really
you have like the
there.
First time you play it, you could spend easily 3 hours in the castle, 2 hours in the castle, 3 hours in the castle even.
Sure, yeah. We spent a couple hours in the
factory.
There. Well, we spent like an hour and some change probably. It was like less than 2 hours our first playthrough. If you think about like when we didn't know everything.
For the castle?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think so.
I think it's more like 3.
Did we? I don't remember spending 3 hours in there.
I think it was about 3. I think it was 2.5. Because
I would say maybe 2.5.
Because we looked at everything, read everything. Like it's a first playthrough, right? Like now I can do it in less than 30 minutes.
You don't even think about it.
Yeah, I can do it in less than 30 minutes. But like, which is fine because that's Resident Evil. Evil's
you
always
get
been
faster as you go.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
when you know what you're doing, it's always been speed friendly.
Right. That 12 to 14 hour average casual runtime gets cut down significantly as you progress and get better.
It just feels like I don't know why they didn't let you do that. And it felt like something they could have lifted in New Game Plus, and they didn't.
Well, to answer that question, though, like, do I think that they originally did it? I don't think so, because maybe their idea, I'm guessing here.
Yeah, I know. It's all speculation because we don't have the answer.
But I'm guessing that I'm guessing that they just wanted to like, I guess they wanted to kind of and we're going to talk about this as we go through each house, right? But I think they did it on purpose because they wanted you to experience like 4 different kind of style of games all in one. It's like instead of like RE6 where you had 4 different scenarios and they tried to throw everything in those 4 scenarios that made it different, they were like, well, we're going to put them on this path because we really want them to experience the normal horror, and then we're going to hit them over the head with the action. And then we're going to show, like, I feel like it was like strategic. Now, again, you can strategically think this and it still doesn't work. It doesn't always work. Well, case in point, this game, right? Yeah. Like each of the portions of the game, while they try to have their own identity, that it can also be a flaw because you can go through somewhat of an identity crisis again, which is an argument point that could be made for this game, is that whether or not there was a lot of stuff that they were trying to cater towards because of the obvious, you know, this being too scary or this not being too scary or this working with action or not working with action. So my answer to that is no, and I think that they might have just approached it in a way where they wanted it to be linear like that from the beginning because they wanted to show you 4 different styles within this one game.
I agree. But I don't see where that would hinder the choice, right? So, like, even if they... Because they're going to do 4 styles no matter what. And I think you bring up Resident Evil 6 is a really good point. Because where Resident Evil 6 is tonally different... Tonally. T-O-N-E. Tonally. Like a tone. Resident Evil Village feels like 4 different mechanically game. Like, not tones. It doesn't feel like 4 different tones.
Right. It's got one initial tone.
It feels like a different game altogether. Where Resident Evil 6 feels like you're always playing the same game, it just feels like it's 4 different tones. Like you have your action, you have your horror, you have your creepy, you have your action again, and then you have your Ada, your mystery, right? Like it feels mechanically like you're doing the same thing in all of the campaigns in Resident Evil 6.
Yeah.
It just is different tones and levels of action. Village feels mechanically like you're playing different games. Especially Beneviento, which is where we're heading next.
We're heading right to Beneviento.
Like,
this is
after you go to
the
red chimney,
shit.
You get the key part, you put it together.
And then the Duke's like, not many have came back from that dank house.
Yeah, right.
You know, yeah, he's like, not many have come back. And Ethan's like, I'll be right back. No, he's just like,
yeah.
So you go in through it. Now,
so what
go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll get into it too because this is a controversial thing because everybody, and I'm saying most people, love this part. This is their favorite house.
Yeah,
this is their favorite house.
Yeah,
this is whether casual or hardcore. This seems to be the fan favorite of Village. This right here, besides Lady D, this is the one that everyone talks about. So let's get into it.
Okay. So you traverse the area after you obtain the key. You go back and you traverse the area that leads up to the house, and it's very apparent that something weird is going on because Ethan sees a couple of flashes of Mia, and he's like, "What the fuck's going on?" And then you get to the front door, and I really love the setup and the build-up.
Yes,
everything up to the part where it's like you must throw away your memories or whatever. Or you must sacrifice your memories or give up your memories.
There, right.
And you put your family photo in there. I love that they put the key item, like the personal item, in the game again.
Yes.
That's like his personal item. Yeah. Like, you know, Chris is the lighter.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, It's kind of like a personal item.
Yeah,
it's a good callback to Resident Evil.
That is, yeah. I didn't even think about it like that. That is a good point.
Yeah, they've always had personal items. Leon has the lighter.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool that he has the picture. And it's cool that they brought that back, right? Because Steve has the picture.
He does.
Ada has the picture.
They do.
You know,
they definitely do.
Sherry has.
They all got something
with them.
They all
have something.
That's
they
theirs.
Have a personal item, and it lets you get closer to the character. So I love the fact that they brought that back, and I think all the way up to it's really creepy. There's like dolls hanging everywhere.
I love the fog. I love the dolls. Like that is so. And Claudia's like you see the two like the gravesite, and you're just like holy shit. And visually, it's so. It really pulls you in.
Yes, and it's
really
the whole
pulls
area
you in.
Is a hallucination.
Yes.
Because all of those hanging dolls are actual bird cages. They're actually, when you come back through later, you see that there was actually everything you did. You were tripping balls.
Pretty much,
which is fine. I don't mind hallucinations. They're explained scientifically in the game. I think they're perfectly fitting.
Me too.
I think there's nothing wrong with that. And then you get there and you ride the elevator up. And then it's like, welcome Ethan, or whatever it says, like whatever. And that's a hallucination too. Ethan's not actually, they didn't actually teleport into the elevator and like write it, right? Like it's a hallucination. Like she's making him see things, or he's seeing weird things, or it was there all along.
Right. You can't trust what's really there.
She put it there because she knew you were going to get past whatever.
Adds
right?
a sense of horror to it.
Adds a sense of horror to it. So you're not really sure what's going on. And then you're greeted to the most gorgeous part of the game. Single still frame, most gorgeous part of this game is House Beneviento sitting on the hill with the waterfall.
Yeah, that is...
As an aesthetic,
so
the castle's way better. But as an actual picture, a still frame, it's the image. When I think of how good Village looks, I think of that shot. Sure. And I'm like, what I remember, and this is going to get a little rambly because I'm going to go into some personal feelings with this house a little bit.
Well, I will too, so it's okay.
Especially with like the 24-hour stream.
Sure.
Because I want to take you, I really know, like you said, it's the fan favorite, and I want people to understand our point of view.
Definitely, because we don't want to seem like
I'm not hating this because I hate this.
Right,
it's
right.
I don't like this house because of a lot of different reasons, because of how utterly disappointing and how much of a pit in my stomach I had when I fucking got done the house. When we got done the house, I just felt like
as soon as you saw them crumble up and you're like, it's already like...
I was so...
He grabs the key.
He grabs the key and he's like, sick of bugs. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, sick of bugs.
Said that earlier. But like, I actually felt depressed. Like, when we got done House Beneviento, this entire game experience for me deflated really hard. Really hard. And I had to kick myself back into streamer mode after like 10 minutes of being upset. And I was like, okay, we got to get through this. Like, I don't want people to think that like I really fucking hate this game, because I didn't at the time.
No.
I still don't hate this game. But like, I really had to put myself back in, because I need you guys to understand the buildup is incredible. You get there.
Yeah.
Right? You get to the house, right? And I want to walk you through, so because you don't even know this, because I haven't even told you this story yet, right? You walk up. You're walking through, right? You walk into the house. It's beautiful. You open the door. If you watch the 24-hour stream, you'll know this, right? I walk around. I'm like, okay, what? And then you notice. I'm like, well, what am I doing? Like, what is going on? Is the elevator the only thing I can do here? Like, this house is creepy, but it's not very big.
No,
right?
It's like clean. It's not like there's
clean.
Shit everywhere, but it's very like normal.
But I'm looking at everything because I'm analytical.
Sure.
You especially know that I'm analytical, right? So like, I'm looking at everything, and I see the yellow yarn on the stair, and I'm thinking back to the fairy tale, because everything in the fairy tale was yellow.
Right.
Right. So my brain's like, oh, yellow, boom, yellow's important, right? Because Resident Evil, yellow is really important.
It is.
Oh, the Grim Reaper mannequin. The fucking doll maker, the guy with the arms and like the stitches and all of the stuff. I'm like, we're getting to him. Like, I'm excited because this is the part that I've been waiting for. The yellow's there. The fucking, like, everybody's crazy about Lady Dimitrescu and all of the I was actually more interested in the stuff we didn't see, because Beneviento was my favorite fucking house before we played the game.
I love their both of their designs was what I was looking forward to see how they played in the game. Besides that little cutscene of he's awake,
that sold me on her.
Right, there were the design. I was like, oh man, like I really want to see what do they do in the house, like how. Like, what that's what I want to be clear about too. Like, I definitely wasn't just hating on them because of the design.
No, I'm thinking to myself as we're walking through that house, because I had the controller at that point. Right. I'm like, oh, this thread is awesome. Oh, I can't wait to see this enemy. Like, I can't wait to see this enemy. Maybe they'll have like dolls, and like the dolls will come down and attack me, and I'll have to run through the house.
Right, they'll throw the dolls at you, like in the fight,
me, and you'll have to shoot them, or whatever the case is. Maybe he'll have like thread, and he'll hook Ethan, and he'll like throw him away because I have to keep running up to him and shooting him.
Definitely.
I was thinking of so many different things. I was like, oh, this is going to be something. So I go in the elevator.
Great build up into this point.
Great build up. I think having nothing in the house before going down was honestly really cool. It's very clear this was PT inspired, right? Very clear.
That's the biggest elephant in the room when you're talking about this part that everyone's bringing up.
Because everybody loves
Even
PT.
Our chat was like, Silent Hill PT? Question mark or whatever? Because you think fetus, you think babies, you think baby crying.
Before the baby.
Red lights.
Red lights. Before the baby. Before we even get to the baby.
The cellar.
We're going down the elevator. And I think I still have control at this point. Yeah. I passed control off to you after I solved the the melody box, I think.
Okay.
Or after I went down the stairs, I think.
Something
yeah.
like that.
After whatever. You played the last half of the house. I played the first half. So we both played 10 minutes. Ho! But no.
That's it.
So I'm just kidding. It was longer the first time. It was like 40 minutes or something the first time. But I'm going in, and then I go down the elevator, and then I'm like going forward.
And then you see the flask.
And I see the flask. And I see Angie. And I'm like, okay.
It ain't going to be this easy.
So I'm going to, I literally said that, I think. I was like, there's no way it's going to be this easy. So I walked up to it. And I grabbed it. And it went dark. And the first thing I thought, the first hope I had was, now shit's going to get interesting. Like, I was like, now the whole house is probably going to be so much bigger. This is the part where I'm going to be tripping balls.
And this is leading up to a fight.
And everything's going to turn into some kind of crazy thing. I'm going to be fighting dolls. I'm going to be fighting, like, all kinds of shit.
Tourist trap style.
Yeah, I'm ready for this, right? And I knew House Beneviento, especially with dolls, was going to have some of the coolest puzzles in the game.
I love the fact... I just want to chime in real quick that I love the fact that this house starts as a puzzle within itself.
Me too.
I think all of that build up to what we're talking about right now was just great with those puzzles. I like that whole idea of it being a puzzle within itself because you're all fucked up in the head.
Yeah. And then you get there, and there's implications. Ethan's obviously still tripping balls.
And Mia's like, I should have told you this, and you're hearing this crazy shit.
Then you see Mia's body on the thing, her mannequin. And I'm like, okay, this is not what I expected, but this is interesting. So then I'm messing with it, and I'm like...
it's creepy,
I'm opening her mouth, and like... You know, like...
The film's in there.
I'm fucking... The film's in there. I'm
Ethan's
like rotating
making love with
her
a
eyes.
mannequin. And
I'm running my fingers down her arm.
he's
and
just
I'm like
pulling shit out, looking at it.
Taking the doll apart.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is really interesting. Nothing like this has ever been done in Resident Evil before. And this was a risk I was a fan of. I was actually a fan of this. I thought it was greatly executed.
Sure.
If you watch back in the 24-hour stream, we were definitely memeing a little bit. We were making some jokes, but it was all out of good stuff. It was not like, oh, the fucking thing's stupid, right?
Or this puzzle's stupid.
Yeah,
I thought
the puzzle
puzzles
was
were
great.
Good.
I took off the wedding ring.
Right.
We washed it
Washed
in the
it
sink.
off. It's got the engraved.
You
put it in there and lock the door.
It felt like a great puzzle. It was a good... It really felt like a lot of first-person horror games and how they solve their puzzles in their games. The non-combat ones, right?
Everything you said up to this point, I literally am with you, bro.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
This is also the
same way.
second time that they take away your weapons. I said I was going to mention that, so keep that in mind. So this whole section, essentially, you don't have any weapons.
Right. You see the little squares, they're empty.
So 1/4 of the houses, you have no weapons at all. At all. Unless you count the fucking scissors. Fuck off.
Yeah,
they're not.
That's essentially just there to finish that part.
none of the upgrades that you've built up you have, which is a big negative for me. I wanted to shoot the dolls, bro. So what happens is we get there, we solve the puzzles. Mia's constantly talking about like blah 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 blah, and it makes you kind of feel like it's great horror. It really is great horror.
Psychological horror is great horror.
Yeah,
it
it's
fucks with the player.
It fucks with the player too,
right.
But it also fucks with the player because then you're trying to unwind the story, and you're like, oh my god, is Rosemary not Ethan's? Like, because it almost feels like that's where they're going. Like, I can't tell Ethan.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
He can't ever figure this out. And
but it's like one of those things where we find out later that she didn't tell him that he was dead.
Yeah, she didn't tell him that he was molded.
He was molded,
right?
Completely.
Which is fucking a bitch move.
That is a cunt move.
It's fucking that's. But anyway, it's like, oh honey, by the way, you're dead. Ethan's like, what?
I'm not gonna tell you anything.
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Be not dead if he is it one of those things where if he knows he's dead, he's dead?
Like
he died? No.
Again, I don't know.
He would have been fine, but whatever.
But yeah, anyway.
And then you solve the film puzzle. You solve the music box that you barely hear.
Which I thought that the film puzzle was cool because it reminded me of like Sinister. Reminded me of like you see this really fucked up film and you're like, oh no, what am I about to see? I thought you were going to see something crazy on the screen.
Yeah.
But instead, it's just showing you to go down into the well,
which is what moves. Well, no, it moves. The bookcase moves,
right?
And then you get the scissors, And then you get
cut the bloody bandage.
You cut the bloody bandage, and you go down. Right. We don't have to go talk about the puzzles. As far as the puzzles go, it was great.
Great. You got to cut. You got to pop out her tit and take out
pop out the medallion. Or not the medallion.
The medallion.
Yeah, the medallion. Yeah. The medallion. Yeah. You got to take off her arm, and you have to look at her arm, and you have to look
symbols on the door.
And you solve the puzzle.
Yep.
For the eye. You go down the well. The cradle crashes, and then you start hearing the literal PT baby sounds.
No.
Numbing. When he eats you, when he ate you the first time, he was like, nummy. I was like, damn, man. And then Anthony got a little pissed off. You got a little pissed off on the 24-hour stream because you were just like, what is happening? And because it was like, it was nothing, and then it was one-shots, right? Like, you just get one shot because it's frustrating when you don't know what to do and you lose, right? But it's not like,
yeah. I mean, I was just more like, I was kind of more questioning what was even going on because I couldn't even wrap my head around that. Like, we weren't seeing something that like we thought we were going to see.
Yeah.
Which you would think would be a good thing, but like, it didn't really work for me.
No, the baby was left field. Let's be honest.
But it's about a baby, John, and it's about Rose, and it's supposed to be about
comes out of Rose's mannequin.
It comes out of the mannequin.
But is it real?
You see the entrails leading into the hallway.
It's not even real.
But yeah, it's an hallucination. Or is it?
Or is it? Yeah, right.
That's what people are still questioning. Like, was it real? Was it not real? And it's like I mean, I guess if everything else that we see is real, but like that, there's no way that like with what that was implying that was real.
Yeah.
What the house was implying from the get-go is when you saw Mia in the shadows, in the fog, you're like, okay, I'm seeing shit. Like,
and
immediately you don't trust what it's showing you.
Yeah, and if you wanted me to put on my fucking Silent Hill glasses and think about Silent Hill as far as, like, the kind of psychological and implications that Silent Hill is known for. I'm not a Silent Hill expert. But I could understand if, like, you see your family, you see things like that. I kind of understand where the baby could be a really effective tool in the sense that Ethan is seeing that his daughter Rosemary is a monster because she is. Mm-hmm. She's like this all-powerful thing.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe that's the implications of it, and that's fine.
That's fine, but
what's unforgivable
is the next part that I want you to talk about because my main my problem with the baby is not even so much the baby, but what John's about to explain. And then once you've explained, then I'll explain my piece too. Yeah. Because we gotta kind of get to the bottom of it.
You go up the elevator.
After all that, you gotta play hide and seek.
Yeah, you play hide and seek.
Go under the bed. You fucking hide.
I'm not against any of it. I think all of it was fine. Then you go up the elevator. And you walk into the house. You get out of the elevator. Ethan's tripping balls now because you can see
you can see the haze.
You can see the haze and everything's moving, and he's just like, man, I'm sick of bugs. I'm sick of bugs. That's gonna be my favorite line too. And then Angie bites your finger, or no, she doesn't bite your finger. The dolls come up and attack you. And then I was like, okay, now we're getting to the part where I was looking forward to. Like, I want to see.
And then she runs into the other room.
She runs, or wherever
floats,
she runs.
Whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Well, I think it's implying that Donna's carrying her.
Right,
but
right.
you can't see Donna because the hallucination.
She's speaking through that.
Yeah, she's speaking through Angie, so you can't see it. She doesn't actually fly. Donna's really fast.
I guess.
At running. Yeah, Donna's like the Flash. She's like, meet me. And then I'm all excited. I'm like, oh, the Reaper's coming. I can't wait to see this enemy design, and then in the back of my head, I'm like, Lady Dimitrescu didn't really look like the Bat. So you're going over there and I'm watching and I'm just like, okay. And then there's the X button and I'm like, okay, that's a little weird that we had to go find her. I was like, maybe check upstairs because that's where the yellow thread is. And I think I didn't say that in the 24 hours.
You did.
Like, oh, there's a yellow thread.
Because she's always in that room.
And the first one's always in the bedroom. So you go up into the bedroom and you grab her and she bites you and then you're like, and you're
in the fucking doll.
Right in the fucking doll head, and she's just like, she's like, do you do this?
The worms and shit.
Yeah, she's like, or the Cadeau or whatever.
The Cadeau parasite.
She's like, do you do this to Rose too? Like she's like heckling you, and then she flies away, and I'm like, okay. and then you found her again, and then you stabbed her again, and my mood is just going down. And you stab her again, and I'm like, okay. And then she flies away again, and my stomach just sank. And I was like, there's no way
that this is the fight.
This is the fight. And then you found her again. I think you got fucked up by some of the dolls the first time.
I don't think I died.
You didn't die.
I got hurt, though. But
I can't remember, but I don't think you died. And then you fucked up the dolls, and I was like, okay, where are the dolls attacking us? And then they did. And you were like, and
I love Tourist Trap, and I love these, I love the dummy evil doll movies.
Oh,
and
yeah,
mannequins.
they're great. Chucky.
It's so
everything.
good.
Yeah.
I mean, again, where
maybe not Annabelle
were
Creation.
No, that's a whole.
That Annabelle Creation.
That's a
was
can of worms
bad.
right there.
Annabelle 1 wasn't bad, but anyway. And then I'm like, okay, so maybe she just transformed. Maybe this is leading up to the boss fight, because that's what it felt like. It felt like an instigator.
Sure, yeah, like just like a lead up, right?
You're like Leon and Ari.
And then she goes,
and then she's like, "What are you doing to my cute friends?"
Dust.
And then Ethan just like,
I'm sorry, Mia.
And then he just
I know we'll fix it.
Yeah, I know we'll fix it. But no, my favorite part is he's like, Key. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
You bitch.
And then you turn around and he's like, what the? And it's the flask. And I'm like,
it's over.
I can't believe it's over.
So I want to say is that is a big thing, is that whole, I wanted to see Donna and Angie just in a boss fight. You know what I mean? Both of them in a boss fight, I don't understand why we got the baby section, because when we got after the baby section and that was the only fight, I feel like you should have took away.
Don't call that a fight.
No, it's not a fight. It's a fucking run and stab.
No, I'm talking about the baby. The baby's not a fight. The baby,
you just run away. And it's just like, how do people fixate? And it's fine if you like this. It's okay. But how do people fixate on the baby when the actual House Lord that we saw the design, we're excited to see, me and you were both excited to see, and they were barely established or in the fucking game?
Oh, and by the way,
in the fucking house that was named after them, the family.
Yeah, if you guess right, you cannot even get attacked by dolls ever outside of the cutscene.
Yes. You don't even see the dolls. What I would have done is cut out the baby, have the creepy shit, and then just fucking fight Donna and Angie with the dolls in a better, more fleshed out way that feels more like a fight, even more closer to Castle Dimitrescu, even closer to that where, yeah, maybe it's easy, but it's still a fight. It's not like you're running and just stabbing. You know why
people focus on the baby so much? Because it's all the house has. That's why. The puzzles are great.
And I don't think it should have been that.
It's the most memorable thing in the house because it's the only thing the house has.
Right, and it's fine if it's there, but it shouldn't have been the only memorable thing. I should have been like, oh man, the baby, that's whatever. But
the baby that's literally in 2 segments that are less than a minute if you do it right.
But then the fight, it's like, I would have felt better about it if I was like, oh man, the baby section. But the fight is like 2 or 3 times longer than the baby section. Like it's like a full-on fight. And I don't know, it just feels like there's a weird balancing issue with the house.
Yeah.
Like it feels like there's like, I don't know, like they probably wanted the psychological stuff to be in there, but I just thought you could have had a better balance with it and made it pay off with the initial fight. And that's why I just think that this, in my opinion, is the most disappointing house because you almost did everything right leading up to it. But the execution was flat, even flatter than the castle with the final form of her and the daughters.
Yeah.
This was more of like you said, kind of felt gutted. Like you got kind of like the wind taken out of your sails a little bit. I agree. Like that's kind of like, man, like you almost had everything right, but the potential was there and you just did not hit the execution mark.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan of the baby. Like I want to be very clear. Like,
and we weren't screaming and yelling like other people.
No,
a lot of people were screaming
really
and yelling.
That scary.
It wasn't, in our opinion.
It was very unsettling.
Sure,
because of the baby noises,
the imagery, and the baby
imagery
has a fucking leg sticking out of it and an arm. Like it's all weird
it's
looking,
like screaming.
Very
it's a
J
great
horror,
design.
right? And I'm not against Japanese horror either.
I just and those
somebody
designs,
said that somebody was talking about that in the
right,
comments.
but like, and I like J-horror because I like horror films,
Yeah.
but
and I love Japanese culture and horror.
But why did you have that? And in addition, you didn't add anything to Donna and Angie in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, that's my thing. It's like, why did you focus all the attention on the freak out moment of the baby, and then the overall finale is very fast and short-lived?
It's not that the baby is the problem. It's that the baby seems to be where the focus was for that. Like, the one moment where it was like,
Oh, shit.
true horror, true oh shit, true scary. Like, but then they didn't capitalize on it. It never got back to the heights of horror as that was in that house.
Those two houses
Yeah.
had the horror elements, and then right after that, it was like, boop, action.
Yeah, action. After that, it was all action. And we talked about this on the phone, and it's something we're definitely going to talk about more.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But this game literally feels like it just changed genre. Like, it was like, oh, we're a little bit of action, but we're horror. And then it turned into, we're a little bit of horror, but we're action. And I feel like there was plateaus of horror and plateaus of action throughout the game. As we go further beyond, you'll notice there's less horror. That just makes this game feel like a survival action horror game. That's like, it loses its touch. It doesn't know what it wants to be. At least with Resident Evil 4, it was very clear it wanted to be action horror. Very clear.
Yeah.
It wanted to be action horror. And that's why Resident Evil 4 will go down in history as being one of the greatest games of all time, because it doesn't have an identity crisis. Yeah, maybe I'm not super happy about how they wrapped up Umbrella, but if you take that one little meaningless, almost as meaningless as a tie-in we'll get to later, thing away from Resident Evil 4's intro, the whole game makes sense. The whole game is in itself a great game and a great narrative. Resident Evil 4 makes sense. It sticks true to what it wants to be. This game doesn't. It just doesn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like,
it's
it
very
doesn't.
inconsistent throughout its narrative and story.
Doesn't mean it's not fun. Doesn't mean there's not good design. Doesn't mean the game doesn't look incredible. It feels like this.
Right.
And how you can give a game a 9 or a 9.5 with this going on, I really
boggles
question
my
people.
fucking mind.
It boggles my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Like, it boggles my mind. Even our peers who cover Resident Evil, who are generally more positive than we are, especially with the modern games, we're far away from a 9. So
it just shows you where certain people's headspaces were at.
Yeah.
Leading up to like normal journalists and IGN and all these other people, you know.
Far from a 9.
It's far from a 9, and that's the thing.
The best I saw was an 8.
That's why we're trying to do, this show now to kind of really get all of our feelings out there, positive and negative, and break everything down, because we're really trying to give it to you from the fans, like from the fans' perspective of like
from our type of fan.
From our type of fan. I mean, yeah, we're super fans, unlike normal casual fans, but at the same time, like, we're not going to bullshit you. We're not getting paid. We're not. This is real.
We
right?
definitely didn't get provided a
we
fucking
didn't get
early
provided
copy.
anything, so we just had to sit here and wait and take our own 2 weeks with our personal lives to get everything kind of calm and collected in our own head, so we can really get opinions down. But yeah, man, I just think that it's interesting that with Donna, and I put some stuff here with Donna, she was obviously born into a house full of doll makers, and her family maintained an alliance with Miranda. And, Donna would hide. She would hide because of the scar on her face. And her doll Angie was the only thing keeping her company. And she was adopted by Miranda and infected with a Cadell. With the infection, she developed severe mental illness. So this is great to give to Donna and to show why she has why she has Angie. And this is great that it's there. But man, if only there was more of a presence with Donna and Angie. I just feel like that just wasn't there overall with this house. The presence just wasn't there. So that's what I would say about Beneviento. But I agree with what John said. The lead up to everything, the puzzles, all that was well done. So didn't really hit the marks that we thought they were going to with this house. But I guess, you grab the second flask, you walk out, you go back, you pop that in, and that leads to
Moreau, right?
Yeah.
House Moreau.
House Moreau. What another stinker.
And you played this one when we first played.
Yeah.
And you actually were more positive about it, saying, hey, this actually felt like a fight, and it's a longer section. Now, the section, I would say the section is longer than Beneviento in regards to, like, you get the 2-part boss fight, where it's like the first part's environmental, and then the second part is you actually fight Moreau.
Yeah.
But
and just to clear up any confusion, the boss encounter is great. Everything leading up to it is horrible. Like,
Moreau?
in my opinion, yeah. So let's look here, right? Like, so we get so on the way down to House Moreau, we are introduced with the Varkaloks, which are the
Varkaloks. Yes, that's where you can get that trophy to kill him.
You get not the alpha. That's after.
Oh, right. Okay.
We're introduced with the regular one, the werewolf men.
He chews the shit out of Ethan.
He chews the shit out of Ethan's dick, and then Ethan fucking kicks him away. He's like, "No, Chris," and then he goes into the house, and you could shoot him or whatever. He's really great. I love that he just looks like he came out of Bloodborne. Like, the designs are great in this game.
Yeah, I thought the design was very well done. Yeah, well done.
I would say 90% of the designs of characters and enemies are great in this game, and then 10% we're not too hot on.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Varkalok Alpha, which we'll encounter later on, he has like the spear sticking out of him.
He comes after Moreau, right?
He comes on the way to the factory.
Right.
Yeah. When you go to when he has
Heisenberg
the signs,
yeah,
you can go into the cornfield towards Louise's house and find him. So you collect the key part, you combined it with your fucking Tweedledick key, and you get your winged key, and you put it in the hole. That's what she said. You fight the Varkalok, you get the grenade launcher, which was a little weird to me because the grenade launcher came kind of late in this game.
Yeah.
Usually you get your bigger guns earlier, but I guess they really wanted to just, I don't know, hold this gun off. The Magnum usually comes really late, which is understandable. But you can get it right after this, basically. Yeah. So you get it. You get this new grenade launcher. You then essentially go back through the area where the first part of the game happens, which you could have seen. You saw that door in the beginning.
Yeah, that little creek
and now
area.
It's all fucked up, and
it's
there's
got
a barrel.
Moreau's acid shit.
His eggs or whatever.
I also thought it was weird, how when you shoot the stuff out of the way before you climb the ladder, or anytime he puts that stuff in there, how it just disappears, it just goes into the floor.
Yeah,
it just looks very.
It just goes down. It looks
tacky.
cartoony.
Yeah,
yeah. It looks like something
Callie was putting that. She's like, "Why does it look like it just whoop right into the floor?" It's like, yeah, it is kind of weird.
It doesn't even look as detailed as something you would expect from Nintendo.
Right.
Where Nintendo would poof it away, or do some kind of
that's
crazy
just
shit.
it just looks kind of weird and tacky. I don't know. This is a little thing, but
yeah, that's a little thing. I mean, that is what it is. It's not something we would ever take points away from.
No. I'm just.
But yeah, obviously it's important to talk about because it looks a little awkward when you compare it to the rest of the game,
right?
Which looks so polished.
That's all I'm saying.
As far as aesthetics go.
Yeah.
Right. Then you get to the next major area that you have to drain the area. Now, on our
sluice gate.
Our sluice gate, yeah.
And you have sluice gate.
You have the one puzzle, which I thought was really cool because they had the, you could look at it and you were like, how do you solve that? And it's actually, you have to turn the picture over, which I thought was cute. I thought it was fine. There's nothing wrong with that puzzle. Yeah. There's a merchant there that we skipped the first time we played.
Yeah.
We didn't even see the lantern,
it's just in
which
the back
is funny.
room.
We went right through it.
And when you take, I guess we'll talk about when you take the flask because he's like, I'll take this. Then,
yeah. So you go to, so after that, that's after that, right? You go down.
Yeah.
You're like, I'll be taking this, and then he takes it, which is a great line. And Moreau's like, no, please don't take my flask.
I gotta impress Mother Miranda.
Adam Sandler. He's like, no, please don't take my flask. Ha, you fool! And then you just walk through it.
I control this area.
And then you just walk through it. And it's funny to me because you walk through it and then you get to the other side. And then you're like, okay, what am I supposed to do? And you're at a boat. And then you get the boat key because you have to go back through into the caves and all of that. And then you get out of there and you get in the boat. And then you see the fish because he obviously goes and you're just like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
You see the fish
you
monster.
You have to get the boat key and shit, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. You get the boat key, then you drive the boat, you get the fucking whatever. That little section was pointless because, like, you just go back and there's, like, 5 enemies.
Yeah.
And then you come back and you get the boat key. With the boat key, and you go on the boat, and then blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so this is going to copy RE4 again. We're going to fight him on the boat. I looked forward to that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this would be cool. No, it didn't copy RE4. It made you think it was going to because everything else it tried, right? Other than, obviously, some things. No, instead what you get to do is you get to get punched in the face by Chris.
Yeah,
basically,
I forgot this happens here.
So basically,
you see him for the first fucking time
since the beginning,
the first frame of the game, since the first intro.
Now you're probably about 6 to 7 hours in, right?
Yeah,
you get
halfway through.
You get punched. Well, you get thrown on the ground by his guard,
a hound wolf.
Yeah,
stay the fuck down.
You actually throw him first. Yeah. Ethan
actually throws some fucking hands because he's got that training. He's not afraid to use it. He's like, "Yo, bitch, I can hold my own."
And I don't think the other guy knew.
No,
because he gets thrown.
He was definitely under. Which is weird because it's like you feel like Chris would be like, "Oh yeah, I trained him in military training."
Yeah, because Chris doesn't say anything to anybody in this game because he's an idiot, right?
Clearly not. Yeah.
He's just sitting there and he's just like, yeah. So he's like throws him on the ground and then he fucking reverse tackles him down and he's like, stay the fuck down, right? And then he's just like, okay. And then he's just like, I didn't think you'd make it this far. And you look over and it's like, Chris, why don't you do me like you did my wife? I'm like, pause.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, finish the job, right? And he's just like, Ethan, no. No, he doesn't say that. But he says something basically along the lines of like, know your role, SmackDown. Yeah, basically. He's just like
don't get involved.
Don't get involved.
You'll get yourself hurt.
Yeah, that's why I told you not to do whatever, blah, blah, blah.
And then the fish monster's in the distance, and they're just like, oh, shit.
Yeah, and then he's like, listen, it's none of your business. Don't get involved. And then he turns to the other guy, and he's like, so tell me what's happening right now. Yeah. And they talk about it right in front of Ethan, and it's like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. And then the fish monster goes, and then the weirdest thing happens. Chris saves him.
Pushes him out of the way.
So you threw away your whole antagonist thing as soon as he saved Ethan. So then you're left with more questions, which could be effective, right? But then you're just like, what the fuck?
Why is he keeping him alive for so long if he doesn't give a shit about him?
Yeah, exactly. And same thing with Miranda.
Right. Yeah.
Why didn't Miranda kill him?
Which she could have in the car.
And she doesn't give a shit about him.
She just took the baby.
She could have any time she was the old lady.
That's true.
She literally
She already had the baby. She already had the baby.
Yeah.
She had Rose.
You have your weapons. But this is the third part of the game where they're useless because you can't damage him. You drain the fucking gate. Oh, the windmill. So, okay. So, you have to basically get the windmills running. You have to get the crank, whatever. What's with this guy and cranks, right? Like, you have to go get the crank. Yeah. I like that.
It's Resident Evil. Gotta have a crank.
I like that the crank's there.
I like that too.
I think it's really cool.
That was cool.
And I think that part of the game is cool.
Yeah, me too.
But constantly dealing with that fight reminded me I'm not shooting anything.
And you got to flick the switches and walk across.
And you have to walk across and he can one-shot you. You can't do any damage to him. And you know what else?
We got dicked a couple times.
Yes.
Not even on
his
stream.
Hitboxes are a little weird.
His hitboxes are a little strange where like you can almost literally be all the way up and he'll still clap you. He'll still clip you when he jumps up. And it's like, what the fuck?
Guess what? This area introduced no new enemies. At all. Unlike MOREAU.
The other two, which were at least brought up a little bit of a... Well, Beneviento is just more like baby and then them.
At least they had the baby and the dolls. There was nothing.
Besides MOREAU.
MOREAU was the only thing. What, did he kill her? You could argue the Varkalok was part of his section because it was behind his key, but that's the village.
Yeah, it's not even in
his area had no mermaids. It had no sirens, no aquatic monsters, nothing.
No.
Everything in his section but him
was... The potential for aquatic shit and different kind of enemies would have been like great.
This segment was cocked, bro. It was so short. It was just as short as Beneviento the first time. We just ran through it.
Yeah.
Now, in reverse of Beneviento...
don't say reverse. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah,
word
don't say reverse.
I'm just kidding.
My Uno card, my trap card, right? My Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card, Mirror Force, is or Magic Cylinder, right? What goes in comes out. This is the second best boss in the game because it actually has mechanics that are interesting. Sure, you just shoot him, but that's fine, right? Like he's
got the acid rain attack,
and he's just
like,
I'm saving this one. For Mother Miranda. Yeah, and then like
he's just trying to impress. He's like a mama's boy. He's trying to impress her. It also establishes like the kind of character he is, where he's just trying to do everything to impress her. Maybe he was like the least powerful of the other houses, so he felt intimidated.
Yeah,
like small dick syndrome, and he's like, oh man, I got the biggest dick of all, and he ended up, he did have a boss fight over Beneviento, so he has that on him.
At least he has that, yeah.
Yeah, so, I agree. I liked his fight. I thought it was...
Leading up, I thought I was disappointed. I was very disappointed, and I think the only thing they needed to do to make me be less disappointed with the Moreau section would have been if you had to fight him a couple mini times. Not many. A couple mini times. Where, like, you would get to one part of as you were going through, you would get to one part and he'd block your way and he'd be like, I'm the best. And then you'd have to actually
shoot, like, the weak points, right? Like, shoot
to knock him down, or he would kill you. So it was more interactive.
Because his design was really cool. I like the boils everywhere and I thought that, I like how grotesque that was. That's one of the positives I have down here for Moreau, is that was probably my favorite thing about him. But you're right. Like, we could have saw that as, like, bits of the fight,
And he's really cool.
He's still long.
But then
he's not really established enough, and that's what I wanted to see more of. It's like, okay, he's this mama's boy, but like, what else do we really have?
Which we'll get into when we get into the concept art, because there's a lot on him.
There is, there is.
There's a lot on him, from watching drama flicks, romance flicks, to having his dead wife, the parasite, on his back. There's a lot to talk about there.
Yes, there is.
It feels like everything in the concept art
would have initially been better.
Yeah. Not only that, it doesn't feel like cut concept art where you're like, I understand why it was cut. It feels like cut concept art where you're like,
why?
What?
Yeah.
Why? That's awesome. Right? But we'll get into that later.
So you kill him, I guess. You have to shoot the shit out of him.
Yeah, you kill him. He dies. He's the only boss that looks like his fairy tale equivalent.
That's a good point.
Why? Like, why him? Why the weakest of the four? Because in
the fairy tale we just see him as the fish monster. Like, it's him.
It's literally him.
The Grim Reaper with the sickles, you don't see in that form.
Nope, you don't see the bat.
Miranda, it looks all fucked up.
She kind of looks like.
Yeah.
But Miranda's not one of the four, right?
No,
she's the witch, right?
Like, they just show that at the end where it's like the father.
They show that, but they also show the witch, right?
They do, yeah.
And she's kind of symbolic of that, so that makes sense.
Sure,
but
sure.
Heisenberg's not a horse. Lady D's not a bat. She's just a fucking gaping dragon, right? Fucking perky
Salazar
asshole.
Dragon.
Yeah, Salazar gaping dragon. Moreau is the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And Donna's not the puppeteer. She's a puppet master in some sense, but she's not that cool. Like, she's not what we thought she was.
Exactly. Like what they could have done with her design.
What they kind of hinted and teased at.
Yeah.
What could have been.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, what could have been. I feel like I'm keep saying what this could have been. So
and
good.
The potential was this, and they did this like instead. I guess you would say this was like a little bit longer than Beneviento's part. Barely, just because you have that two-parter fight.
Trying to figure out what you had to do. As soon as you knew what you had to do,
you can easily trim
they're
that down.
about the same. No, Beneviento's probably still faster in a speed run, but they're just about the same length.
Right.
They're both not as long as the castle, or as long as the factory.
Oh yeah, which I guess we have to get into, right?
Yeah. So next,
the stronghold / factory.
Yeah, you grab the flask, and Heisenberg. Essentially, after you do that, you already have the flask, but you grab the key piece.
Yes, to escape.
And then Heisenberg talks to you through the TV.
And you see the horse with the fucking horseshoe, and it's like, Ethan, what, do you think you're just gonna grab this and be over? You're gonna grab the last flask from me and take me out?
You're gonna come kill me? No, let me tell you what you're gonna do.
He was one of my favorite voice actors in this, because it sounded like he was having fun with it, at least, even though it sounded like a goofier Nikolai from RE3 Remake, because it is him.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, so yeah, he talks you through this TV. Don't know how he's transmitting the signal, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, he's got magnetic electricity powers.
And then as you return to the main hub of the village, he has signs everywhere saying, "This way, Papa. This way, Ethan." So you have to go back and backtrack to that. But you have to go, that's where you can fight the
Alpha.
The Alpha. When
you could also go, there's a lot
Moreau.
of backtracking mini-bosses.
Yes.
On the way to the Stronghold, you can also fight an Axeman.
Oh, yeah, right.
And you can fight an Axeman in Beneviento. I just don't really think they're worth really talking about because they're optionals and they're just basically executioners.
And you get treasures when you beat them. So,
yeah, they have cool designs. They're fine.
And same thing with backtracking. You have your wheel wells. You have your other shit that you can
and we love that stuff.
Picks.
The backtracking's fine. In
it rewards you for taking your time to go through other stuff. And you unlock stuff with the insignia key. You can also, we didn't even talk about going back and getting Claudia's tombstone, which you could do and get that treasure.
That's what I was saying. That's where the other mini boss is.
That's really cool. Yeah. So they just have...
all of that stuff is good, which we said earlier in the podcast.
Yeah, it's good exploration.
It's good exploration. It's good, incentive. That's not really the problem with Village.
Did we ever find out what was in that weird fucking cave that I completely avoided?
I figured it out.
What is in there?
It's a treasure that you it's a treasure that I can't remember exactly which one it is, but I'm pretty sure it's the blue eye.
Okay.
And you combine that with something else that you find, or no. The blue eye was in the other coffin, I think. Yeah, the blue eye is in the coffin in the torches where she says I can't believe Cassandra caused all of the mess we don't know about. We have no idea what that even means because we don't never see her call us a mess.
Yeah, we never saw her cause a mess, and she was with her when they hung up Ethan.
But there's a treasure down there. It leads to some crazy...
Yeah, so that's the good thing is that you can play through this game, again, adding to the replay value and miss certain things like that.
And some of the places were cool, like when you take the boat back.
That was cool.
And you go and you have to catch one of the ghouls on fire.
Yeah.
And you have to push them into the thing. Like, that's cool. But the side content's kind of not really... Like, in my opinion, in the in-depth breakdown, like, that's kind of stuff that, like, is side content.
Right.
It's not really the main focus. Although the meat house was pretty cool. Otto's Mill.
Yeah.
But I was a little disappointed that Otto's Mill was just a side optional area and not like in like a part of the
a place you had to go through.
Yeah, which everything on the map kind of feels like it should be because I think it's the only one that's not.
I think so. Yeah.
You could just skip it, which is a little weird. Yeah, it's a little weird to me. But that's a nitpick. It is what it is. It's an extra area. Which
there's a bunch of signs everywhere when you go back to the hub, and
then you go
clearly pointing you to the Stronghold.
You go to the Stronghold, which is essentially like there's a destination. I'm here. I'm going to run through it, and everything's going to attack me at once. Like there's just going to be hordes of enemies.
Yeah, they do the lichen call.
Yeah, kind of like the double chainsaw area. Yeah.
I like this area. I actually like the Stronghold.
I think it's pretty cool.
I thought the design was cool. I like
you have to pull the two levers.
Right. I like the fact that it was a nice little section that has, you got your explosive barrels, you got stuff like that around. And then you have to like do the little zip line across when you're inside. Like I love the darker light.
Yeah, it feels very RE4.
Yeah.
It feels very RE4. Leon's like, and it's like he's zip lining and that's what Ethan's doing here. Like it feels RE4. There's only one zip line, but
that's it. Yeah.
It still feels RE4.
Besides, when you're on the top with the on the castle, you got to zip line across to grab the mask. You can do it there too. We'll double.
Well, I meant one zip line in this area.
Oh, in this area, yeah.
There's a couple different zip lines, but there's just one in that one part.
Don't forget the one during the Moreau where he's just like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah,
and he jumps up and he fucking I wish there was more of that during that fight too, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say about the
Stronghold really just leads into the factory.
The only thing I could say is that the mini boss encounter with Urius,
where he jumps down in the middle.
It's claustrophobic and it's just kind of underwhelming to me.
Yeah,
like it doesn't feel like. I think it would be cooler if he was a lot faster, and it was open.
Because I didn't see him do any of the fast like hammer attacks. No, he wasn't doing it there.
He just dies.
He just jumps down.
Absorbs your bullets.
Absorbs the bullets. It seems very just like I don't know.
He's spongy and then he dies.
Yep.
He's just
sponge.
He's literally put there to just waste your resources, which is fine. I understand enemies have to do that.
Yeah.
But like his mini boss was probably the least memorable mini boss fight of the game.
Yeah, I forgot it even happens most of the time. Yeah,
yeah,
so
like he's just like
I just remember Stronghold and then Factory, and we
Yeah.
both beat this game 7 times over. So
Yeah.
each. So
but then you essentially get the flask. You return. He's like, go put all the flasks in. The Duke's like, oh, whatever.
you get
You put the flasks in. You get the big sectional.
the pillar thing.
Yeah, the pillar. You put that in, and then you go down, and then all of a sudden you're finding yourself into the. You put it in the ceremony site. The ceremony site goes down. You walk up to the factory. Heisenberg's calling you in there. He's talking to you.
He's like, oh, I'm surprised you last this long, Ethan. You're the only one left.
Yeah, he offers to work together with Ethan, but Ethan refuses and gets tossed down into a room.
Yeah,
where he gets attacked by Storm. Yeah, so let's talk about that exchange with Heisenberg and Ethan, because I don't have very much to say. All I'm going to say is I really do think this game, up until this point, was intended to go a different route, and they ran out of time and cut it. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
I think Heisenberg was supposed to be Ethan's ally, and Heisenberg's father in the cut concept art was originally supposed to be this boss fight. And I really do think that they ran out of development time, and this game needed more time. But that's what I think. Whether I'm right or not doesn't matter. I just think that, this whole conversation leads me to believe the story is going to go one way, and then hard turns a different way for what I feel like is a cheap, unimaginative, just stupid reason.
That's
Ethan's
interesting.
just like, fuck yourself. Like, go fuck yourself.
Well, that's
Heisenberg.
interesting too, because you bring that up, and it's like, yeah, like I liked the conversation between Heisenberg, but then it's like, you can see that he's mad and he's throwing the knife into each house bitch and this and that, and he's like, he's saying, and like that's cool. Like I like that we see that side of Heisenberg, but I agree. It's almost like they let it up to where like whether Ethan agreed to help him or not before he throws him down the thing, it's like it just seemed like that's where they were going. Like he wasn't going to comply from the get-go, because he's like,
yeah,
she picked me, but like I'm gonna do my own shit regardless. Because the whole time is him resenting the family.
In the factory, it's him. Test number 1.
Yes, yeah.
I got to kill this bitch. Like I got to do this stuff.
Yeah,
like
and they didn't believe in me, and I'm doing this my own way. And it's like, okay, I get that, but yeah, it just seemed like. And Heisenberg was one of my favorite house members that I was looking forward to the most. I loved his design initially in the trailers. Yeah. I love the hammer, and I wanted to find out more about him. And his section, this factory, it's longer, but still not as fulfilling, especially, and we're going to get to it, especially the boss battle. Because this whole thing with the propeller man and,
So as far as the setting and appearance of House Heisenberg goes, how do you feel about the setting and appearance? I think it's the second best.
I think it's the second best. I love right next to the castle. This is, definitely thought out. I do like the machinery kind of aspect to the enemies. Yeah. Like it fits Heisenberg well. And I did even kind of like the armored Lycans. I like the armored machinery guys. I don't know if they have a name.
They do.
Well, obviously they do, but I just can't think of the top of my head.
They have, so the guys that we're going to talk about enemy designs now. I really like the steampunk setting, kind of.
Yes.
It's not steampunk, really.
Right,
but it's
like industrial.
Industrial, that's the right word, yes. Yeah. It's the industrial setting. I think it's really good. The guys who wear, the robotic crowns, they're called the haulers.
Okay.
So I'm guessing he used those to, move things. Soldat 1 is the single drill people. Soldat 2 is the double drill people. Soldat Jet is the jet people, and Soldat Panzer is the fully armored people. Love all of them. I probably butchered their names. I don't really fucking care.
Yeah, at least we said them.
After Lady D, Dimitrescu, Mommy Milkers. I don't care about fucking pronunciation. I'm done with village and pronunciation. They could call Chris Crease, and I wouldn't even fucking care.
Crease.
They'd be like, "Hey,
Redfield.
What do you mean, Crease Redfield?" And I'd be like, "I don't even fucking care."
Right next to Dimitrescu. But yeah, I agree, man.
And then there's Strum,
which is
the copywritten
propeller band.
violent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been done in a movie in 2013, beat for beat, literally. Like literally beat for beat to the point where his design is the same. And the room that he's even in is the same. So that's a controversial thing. But even
I don't
then,
even know what to say about that, bro. I hope they get sued. I really do. I really do. Because, like, come on. I know Resident Evil's, like, our stuff. And Resident Evil's, like, our favorite franchise together, like, as a team.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But, like,
without a doubt.
It's not my favorite franchise, but it's definitely my, as a team, like, it's up there, right?
It's my favorite. But
yeah, it's
to each his own, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not my favorite, but it's one of my top 3, for sure. Probably number 2. But, like, you can't do that.
I think the reason why it ended up becoming a thing was because like one of the writers on that movie was just playing the game casually, and he saw that, and there was just like, what the fuck? So whether or not that's gonna, if there's any money to be made here, I don't know. But
and I mean that in the best way possible, because like you can't rip those.
Get sued in the best way possible,
like,
Capcom.
No, like what are they doing?
I don't know. That's very strange because honestly, guys, like it is a blatant ripoff. Like not even like how the baby and all that, the PT. Like no, it's actually pretty bad. But the industrial side of the enemies in the factory, besides that happening, they are original in that regard, and they do work. I do like that industrial side of things. I do like that there's more armored enemies as you go throughout, because there's that section where you see them all lined up against the wall, and there are, you obviously see the experiments of the conveyor belt of bodies and stuff like that. The overall aesthetic of the factory was really well done, and I found myself liking this more through each playthrough, and it was easier to kind of navigate around, and I would agree it's probably right next to the castle as far as like my favorite with the aesthetics and the designs. While Heisenberg is on his, rant about his family and trying to get everything together, and it just has, I liked it more when it tried to give us more battles and give us more fights. I kind of wish that the Heisenberg payoff was more fulfilling.
Yeah, because apparently the it's not just the propeller, man. It's like all of them. That's a big deal. But just goes to show, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's lazy. You can cut corners sometimes, and it's. But here's the thing. I was just saying, I did like the design of the characters.
I do too.
Or the enemies, rather.
I like the enemies.
Yeah, so I thought it was those fights were entertaining enough, and they kind of remind me of the Regenerators in a sense where, not by design or by how they act, but the fact that they gave you rewards for, beating them. You got treasures. So like kind of like how in RE4, when you got to the island part, which is the last part, and you deal with the Regenerators, they give you bigger treasure amounts if you go out of your way and defeat the harder enemies. So that's kind of how these guys were, where you could run by them and you can pass them and they'll be a bitch to get through, but if you beat them, the reward was there. So I like the fact that they added that in the factory.
Yeah, I really think the factory as a whole, just aesthetically, is really solid.
And it kind of reminded me of the castle, where it's like you have to get these pieces, you have to get these metal pieces, and you have to go to this one part, melt it down, get this piece, go back, do the other section. Like the whole running around and doing that, and then you had to get the Heisenberg key.
Yeah.
That was cool, because that honestly felt a little bit more like Resident Evil, like how Castle DIMITRESCU is the same thing, where it's like you get these pieces, you do this section, and it brings you to point A to point B, and then there's that section where you fall down, then you have to go back up again. There's that section. But I would say at first I thought it ran a little bit too long, but I think it was a decent length, honestly. I still, again, it kind of brings me back to, I wanted the Carl Heisenberg payoff to be a little bit better than what we got. So
yeah, like I said, I really do think that the Heisenberg fight, especially, and Heisenberg's role in the story, kind of feels like it was going in a different direction all the way up until a certain cutoff point, and then they switch it to a different direction.
They're like, bam, big metallic fucking boss, his final form.
Yeah, man. I mean, the mini boss fight, as far as the design goes, I still think the design is cool, and the mini boss fight is cool, and I like that he is in an enclosed area, and once you figure out how to fight him, it's actually a pretty good encounter. It is a little frustrating at first when you're just like, what the fuck's going on? And he's like cyborging from Mortal Kombat trilogy, and he's like, he's like blowing fire at you.
Oh yeah.
But overall,
fight, yeah.
the factory, other than it being a little tedious with the elevator and remembering where to go,
yeah,
the first time around, I think it's pretty solid. I think this is another area where the village does shine. But again, it's not the village. It's, it's the factory.
Right.
It's a different
Which really
area.
takes place of our lab that we would normally see in a Resident Evil game.
For the most part,
the factory is our lab of failed experiments.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's going down, and then you get into the basement of this area or the depths of it, and wow, we're at the end of the game, and guess who we finally see again? Chris Redfield.
Yes.
Fixing a tank or a tank-like vehicle that is pretty much built to take down Heisenberg. It's the only thing in this vicinity that could take down Heisenberg. Bullets can't kill him. You can't, when you go into this final form, when he goes into this final form and you see him, it's indicated that there's no other way to stop him. Now Heisenberg is fully infused with all of these scraps and
Cadeau.
He
unleashes his Cadeau and becomes a slug with metal.
I just thought it was disappointing, man.
It's
I
disappointing.
just thought that it reminded me too much of Simmons, of just sloppily like mended together a big pile of fucking shit, and that's what you're fighting. Except now it's metal shit with the Cadeau,
and for the first half of the fight, your weapons are taken from you again.
Yeah, you gotta hold X, John.
Yeah,
and jump on, or hold A or X, whatever you're playing
R2,
on.
Yeah, whatever.
And then you gotta jump on the thing, and then you blow out the door, and you're on the mini tank.
Yeah.
Also, we forgot to mention Chris finally explains somewhat of what's going on while Ethan asks him again.
You think I killed Miranda? Well, little did you know, I could have explained everything to you in the beginning, but now I'll do it because fuck you,
The
Ethan.
game's almost over, but guess what? And he does that smile where he's just like...
Yeah, he's like this.
He'll go like, I'll kill him myself, and he's like...
He goes like this. He goes... And then you know what he does? Hand me that wrench.
Hand me that wrench, let me tell you.
And he starts explaining. I'm just like, get out of the fucking way, Chris. Like, I'm just going to go kill Heisenberg.
Yeah, at this point, it was...
I want to go see what he's doing. And then he was like, I was like, what the fuck? And then, like, he was dead.
Yeah, before you even know it. Oh, let's not forget.
Chris blows up the fucking...
Let's not forget. That bowling puncher asshole's going to pay.
I'm not even going to make a comment on it. Because people...
He wasn't there in the volcano.
No.
He wasn't in RE5. So how does he know that he punches boulders? And it's completely out of place. I'll fucking say it. It's completely out of place. It doesn't make sense. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's okay if you guys laughed at it and thought it was cool. We just thought it was stupid.
It's
it was
a
throwaway
funny meme.
thing.
It's a meme, but like...
It doesn't make sense. It literally doesn't make sense.
It just doesn't... It's a fourth wall break.
Like, it's a meme that was created outside of the RE lore.
Yeah.
Like, when I played RE5 and he was punching a boulder, I didn't even think about it.
No.
It just became a joke over the years of, like, he's on steroids, he punches boulders.
He's Donkey Kong Chris.
That wasn't made inside our Resident Evil universe. That joke was made because of YouTube, Google, RE fan pages, and channels like us. But we didn't create the meme. But you get what I'm saying. Like, it was made because of, like, memeable whatever, right?
Exactly.
It wasn't made because in the lore, people knew that when they took down Ouroboros, Chris punched a boulder. It's not like this big legacy story that everyone knows. No, it's a memeable story that we remember from a game of, like, RE5.
Yeah, it's not like the Jill sandwich line either, because, like, Barry tells the joke, right? It's not like Chris is going to Heisenberg and like, hey...
I punched the fucking boulder.
I fucking punched the boulder, and I'm going to punch your fucking dick in the ground, too.
Right.
Like, it just doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, it's not a huge deal.
It's not a huge deal.
No,
guys.
it's not
We're
a
just
huge
busting
deal,
people's balls that gave us shit for
but
not
it
liking
really
it.
is. It does go to show, like...
It just didn't do anything for us.
They don't take their story seriously. And it shows. Oh, it shows.
At this point in the game, it's showing
because this game,
big time.
The story is so unwell executed.
We're right on the heels. All the lords are dead. We're right on the heels of the Miranda fight, and this is what we have to work with. We got a castle section that was really good, but even then it fell a little short by the end of the final form. We got Beneviento, which had no establishment of the actual lord itself. And then we got Moreau, which just kind of felt like flat. And then you got Heisenberg, which had all this potential, and then it fell
just
flat.
Like the castle.
Just like the castle. So
like I said, bro.
Right. Very wishy-washy.
It's up and down, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's like where Village succeeds, it's at its peak. It's great. Where it doesn't succeed, it's bad or it's confusing. And it feels like it's an equal distribution of those things.
It left us wanting more.
Which is why Village, to me, as a Resident Evil game, is subpar. And as a video game in general, because everybody always brings this up. It's like Resident Evil is the only fucking franchise that has this problem. But like, as a game in general, if I took away the Resident Evil name, it's just average. Like, it doesn't even feel that great to begin with. Now, I know me and you don't really give number scores. We try not to.
We try not to.
Which we're not going to give one.
No, we're not going to box ourselves in a corner. We're going to explain. That's why this thing's 4 hours long. You can think whatever you think. If you think we give it a 4, go ahead. If you think we give it a 9, whatever. I don't fucking care. But we're just mixed about it all the way around. That's the best way to put it. And we talked about this, right? Yep.
Like, we're just mixed. It's a mixed feeling. And a mixed feeling is
said the same thing in our video review.
Is not Game of the Year.
It's not. Hell no.
No. This is not Game of the Year worthy.
Right.
It's not even in the conversation.
But it will be in the industry.
I hope
it will be.
I hope
it will be.
Please,
it will
somebody
be.
say Halo.
It will be. We're sitting there waiting for RE2 to fucking win.
Watch Village win.
Village will win.
Watch Village win.
Oh, don't worry. Just like RE4. Just like RE4. It will.
RE4 won because it deserved it.
But I'm telling you, bro, a lot of the industry insiders are giving this thing a 9, calling it flawless, better than RE4. Listen.
Returnal's better. Halo Infinite will be better.
Yeah, I mean,
Ratchet and Clank will be better.
Yeah, I mean,
Oddworld's better.
And that's what I'm saying is that, like, the year's not over yet, so obviously we could date ourselves in this video because we're talking about this in May when we still have a lot of games to come out.
We're memeing a little bit.
Even with what you just said.
Yeah.
That's not going to change. We still don't think this is Game of the Year. No. I'm sorry, but even if those games you just mentioned,
those games didn't
were
exist,
like 3 out of 10s.
This is not Game of the Year
because of how we expect our Resident Evil games and what we wanted from this narrative and story. It really just punched us in the balls.
Yeah.
Up until this point where Heisenberg's done, you're just like, well.
Oh yeah. Well, let me read you the next thing that happened.
Oh, go ahead.
So up until this point, Heisenberg is dead. And then Ethan appears and kills Ethan. I mean, Miranda appears and kills Ethan.
Right after, right?
Right after. Give me back my
Hand
baby.
Hand to the fucking heart.
Kano'd him.
Also, yeah, it's revealed that she's a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
We fucking called
she
that
was the
like
old
9
hag.
months ago, but
she was the old hag. She was Mia, which is something that should be obvious at this point. I want to know, what are your thoughts on her as a villain? On her motives? What are your thoughts on her just killing Ethan while she let him live the entire time and could have just easily killed her himself or killed him herself? And the argument there is she wanted to use him to kill other house leaders. Why would she do that if she could have just done it herself? What are your thoughts? Because I think I'll wrap my thoughts up in a really nice bow. She's great potential, terrible execution. I vibe with her and Ethan having this narrative where it's a guy trying to get back his daughter and a woman trying to get back her daughter. And both of them can't have one without the other. Either Ethan leaves with Rose or Mother Miranda leaves with Eve. Or Eva, right? It's either Eva or Rosemary. There's no difference to them. I mean, there's a difference in people, but one of them is walking away. I thought the narrative was great. The narrative they were painting, like the WWE shoot, was great.
Yeah.
It's just bad.
Yeah,
like it's not good.
I agree. Yeah, it's so much potential with her, and I really like because you could tell she's waiting eternity for this to happen.
100 years or something.
100 years, like the village is literally there for this one ceremony. She stopped protecting people because of this. Like, this is a big deal for her. And what we read in the files in the basement, which we'll get into because we're about to shift focus to Chris's section. But yeah, I mean, like, I liked the cutscenes that she was in. I just kind of wish that like her like big reveal wasn't like kind of shown earlier on with that initial meeting at the very beginning, which we talked about. I wanted her to be more mysterious, more mystique, and maybe this would have been the section. This is what I would have done. Made it more of like, this is the reveal of like, Ethan, like you're hearing me talk. This is me. And up until this point, this is what she's trying to do, but maybe they have, more of a conversation, like, and I don't know, like her putting her hand through his heart and then he dies. You're just like, all right, well, I guess that's it then, you know. But obviously, you see him alive.
So Ethan blacks out, and we are greeted with taking over as Chris
Redfield,
as he Call of Duty's the village.
He flies in with Hound Wolf. BSAA flies in. They're fight. You got two different teams flying in there. Hound Wolf is part of BSAA.
Yes, it's the elite squadron.
And he took them. Chris took them over himself. So during this whole battle, BSAA flies in, tries to take matters into their own hands, while Chris is trying to take matters into his own hands. That's interesting. If it was fucking explained.
Yeah.
If it was fucking explained. Mm-hmm. Because Chris Redfield, again, one of my favorite fucking characters, and this section is offensive.
He's a founding member.
He's a founding member. Like, and like, again, like, it's there in these files or in the concept art, but like, listen, we should have seen Chris a lot more throughout this game, and up until this point, we finally, John, get cutscenes, John, and they look fucking incredible. But where were the cutscenes throughout the rest of the game? This is another problem that I have with this game. Now, I understand, it's from Ethan's perspective. No, like, the cutscenes look so good, and they work well. And we see Chris, and we see, like, Ethan Winters is dead, and he's in the fucking Jeep, and he's fucking smoking a cigarette, which is a nice callback. I like that. That's cool. He always smokes cigarettes. He's stressed still. But he gets out of his Jeep, and the rest of the members fly in. They're like, yo, BSA is here too. And you're like, all right, now it's time to go full Call of Duty. But it's like, Chris, like, why didn't they show him? And it's cool that we get to play as him, at least. But the segments that they give us are just like, bop, 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 bop. And it's just like, way more over the top action. And it's just like, I feel like they really should have like either brought him in sooner and just explain what was going on, or just like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like this part at all. I think it's once again, it just feels like you're playing a different game. And the final time of the game, it takes away all of your upgrades. I thought they should have, that too. And I thought they should have done Ethan fights Mother Miranda. Maybe like there's a little section where you go to the Duke, but he fights Mother Miranda after Heisenberg. And then she kills him for good, and then he falls apart or whatever. But like they only do this whole going back and explaining it because they have to be like, oh, you were dead, you were molded the whole time since Jack killed you. Oh. And it's just like, bro, like I feel like once we were Chris, we should have been Chris, and it should have just ended as Chris. Yeah. Instead of Chris, go back to Ethan one more time kind of thing. I feel like that should have happened before, because I just felt it was like kind of weird that it was like, all right, here's Chris, tacked on action, then right back to Ethan one more time.
It doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't vibe with me at all.
I would have rather Chris just not be in the game, to be honest with you. Like, if it was just Ethan. Or if they had to put Chris in the game, like, just, I don't know, bro. I really, it's kind of weird, because it's one of those rare situations where I don't really know what else I would have done.
Because we wanted more OG characters in 7, or we wanted them around more.
Yeah.
And we didn't get them because they were really focused on this new narrative with Ethan, right?
Yeah.
But
I just don't know what they could have done to save it. Because at this point, if you take everything going into this as the way it was in the game, I just don't know what they could have done to make this part make sense or be more interesting. Just take Chris out altogether and just have him be an NPC. Because he even shows
or just
up.
have him in cutscenes, like, yeah, that's it. Like,
because then after you do this, you do that fucking annoying Urias Strager fight, where you have to fucking beam.
You gotta wait for him to send the reload the
reload
shit,
the thing, and then once you get done that, he throws the knife and bomb on the Megamycete, and then he goes into Miranda's lab.
This is the section we gotta talk about,
which is where we find the big tie-in with the rest of the series.
We gotta talk about this.
Miranda rescues Spencer when he was visiting Romania and inspired him to go on and create Umbrella. So I
This is the whole going back and changing stuff.
Yeah,
going back into the lore.
Yeah, it's not changing stuff really. It's just adding stuff because like it doesn't.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't impact anything. But
do you feel like that plays into a fault too because they're afraid to like?
Oh, they're 100% afraid.
Expand.
100%. No, they're not afraid to expand. They're afraid to change something and people not like it. So they did something very safe.
It was safe. Yeah.
And I thought about this for the last 2 weeks, right? Like I thought about how I was going to respond to this in this podcast because
you see all the photos, you see him in Alaska.
Unfortunately,
Spencer,
yeah.
You see all this stuff.
we lost our reaction to this the first time.
We did.
And I was very negative. I hated it. I thought it was so stupid not because they tried to do something to tie 7 and 8 into the lore, because I think that's what they need to do.
Sure.
But they did something so safe.
And that was our argument going into this game was tie it in somehow. We said it in our pre-release show. Tie it in somehow, but don't make it lazy.
Yeah, don't make it lazy. And it was. I thought about this for so long, what I was going to say. And I came to the conclusion that no matter what I say, there are going to be people who understand and there's going to be people who don't. So I'm going to say it very clearly, very plainly. This tie-in not only doesn't mean anything, it is the most safe tie-in they possibly could have gone with. I'm glad that this was the tie-in they did if it had to be safe, because I'm glad that it didn't ruin anything.
Sure.
However, it does kind of make me a little confused because the established lore, especially with Spencer, was that he was looking for immortality. There is an argument in the file where he says that he wanted to use a virus instead of the mold that Miranda had because he thought a virus would be more effective of changing the world. But he can't change the world if he's dead. Right? So why wouldn't he use the mold that he knew existed?
That was founded from originated from the village. That's what you find out in this game is the mold is from the village.
Why wouldn't he do that to be able to become immortal, to be able to perfect his virus to change the world? When he made Wesker children and everything else to try to figure out how to become immortal, it goes against the core philosophy of Spencer. Now, some people were saying that, like blah, blah, blah. It's neither here nor there, right? Memes aside, spelling his name wrong aside. You know what I mean? Like all that, like I can't believe it either. But all of that aside,
I just can't believe.
All of that aside, right? And yes, his name has been spelled wrong in the past in spin-off games.
But come on.
Like,
you have Google in your pocket at all times in 2021. You can find out how it's spelled, John.
You're Resident Evil. You should know how it's spelled. You know what I'm saying? Like but that's besides the point. Like, spelling aside, right? It's not a satisfying tie-in.
I agree.
And whether you feel like it's good or bad, or it's hit or miss, or it's pointless or not,
saved it for you.
Yeah,
you know,
that saved it for you. Which I can't imagine it saved it for anybody.
No,
because it's so useless.
No, yeah, it is.
The best thing I can say, because I will try to remain positive with this with this one specific element of the game. At least it didn't ruin anything.
It didn't. No.
It's so safe.
And all Chris has to say is, "Oh, Spencer,
that was the most
here?
Disheartening thing. Was Chris was just like,
you're like,
Spencer,
if I close the first time, John's like, if I close this file, and all Chris has to say is, well, this. He's like,
no, I literally said on the 24-hour stream, which is lost forever.
Right.
I literally said, if I paused it and I said, if I close this file and the only thing Chris says is, Spencer, no way, I'm going to be pissed. And he fucking said, Spencer, here? No way. And I was like, please something else. And then he was just like,
that's it.
Nothing. And I'm like, are you serious?
This is Chris fucking Redfield we're talking about. This is someone who's been there since the beginning.
Incident. Spencer,
and this is how he's reacting.
I get it. Like, I understand Spencer. Obviously, Chris had way more involvement with Wesker than Spencer, because Spencer was really never seen on screen.
Right.
But it's just like,
he was still there and Lost in Nightmares.
Well, he died. Like Chris never met him.
But I know, but like he still saw the dead body and shit like that was on the ground. You know what I mean? You saw Spencer
for sure.
dead.
But I'm saying like he doesn't have that. He doesn't
Sure.
If that file said Wesker,
yeah,
Chris would probably be a little bit more reactive. I don't know, probably not.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah,
but
now you don't really know. Yeah, it's like, man.
But it's just one of those things where it's like
it just wasn't a very good tie-in, man.
It was very. I don't want to say even lazy. It was safe.
Safe, yeah. They played it safe.
They played it safe, which I respect.
Because they probably have an idea where they're going to take 9. And
yeah,
they're gonna,
I respect that they kept it safe. This is by far not anywhere near my biggest problem with Village.
No.
I think
we don't want to make that be the case because that's not.
It's very safe,
very minuscule compared to the other shit.
It's kind of in a weird way how I kind of wanted them to tie it in. Because I wanted them to play it safe.
Something with the origin of
so they didn't
Umbrella.
ruin it.
Right.
But it was kind of like, oh, I'm going to call it
Umbrella because I saw it on the wall.
It's like...
Okay. There's your origin story, guys. There it is.
Okay. It would have been cooler if Miranda was the scientist she was supposed to be in the concept art, but whatever. Which she was, but we didn't really see that part of it.
We'll get up to that soon. Yeah,
we'll
talk about the concept art.
So then Mia is there. There's
she's
really
behind.
not much to say about Mia other than the fact that it's good she's alive.
They said they tested on her. They tested on me, did experiments.
Yeah.
You know, where's Ethan? Is he still alive?
Yeah,
where's the baby?
At least Rose is going to have a mom, you know. Hopefully, unless Chris capped her for real.
Right.
Just fucking shot
bop,
her.
bop. No survivors. Not in this game.
But yeah. So then we get
the scene where Ethan wakes up
we get the
and
monologue
sees
where she's
Evelyn.
like, "You don't understand how special he is." It's like,
yes.
Okay, well, why don't you tell me, bitch? Blacked out. And then we're Ethan.
Ethan wakes up and sees Evelyn
and
from
then
7.
Evelyn's like, you know, you were killed by Jack. And I'm like... Ugh.
So when he said, "Welcome to the family, son," that is when Ethan...
I love how they showed it.
Yeah, up until that point where he hits Ethan, "Welcome to the family, son."
You were murdered by Jack.
He was murdered, and he was molded all along. So they did that whole thing where in the sequel you go back and you add something that wasn't initially there in 7.
Which, to be fair...
I thought it was fine.
I thought that was fine, and me and you both actually had multiple conversations over the last couple of years where that was probably the case.
Yeah.
And we both thought Ethan was molded.
That's true, yeah.
We literally, and our live streams even, we've talked about that.
That is
before.
true.
So I think it was predictable, but I actually think that was the right move.
I think so too. And plus, she's like, didn't you know? No matter how much you got hurt, and
and
all
it
this
makes
stuff.
sense.
So it really that part.
It was clever,
and I like the fact that it added more weight to 7, which is another thing that we wanted to see. We talked about that 10 months ago of like, can this game add some food for thought for some of those ideas that were going into 7, and that worked out. That actually worked.
I think it worked very well.
Yeah,
and I think that was the good payoff for Ethan as a character that the entire game doesn't earn.
Granted, I still don't care about Ethan as a character at all.
No. In
my opinion, all of this information.
No.
At the end of the day, while he acted better. The performance inside the booth or wherever the guy recorded his lines was better. I still didn't end up caring about Ethan. All said and done.
Yeah, Ethan.
I wanted to.
Yeah. I don't think that Ethan will ever be able to be a character that I care about like the others.
Yeah, you just care too much about our heroes, man.
I care more about Sherry and Jake,
we care more about that stuff. Like
because
we're
our characters
fans.
like we see, right?
Yeah.
Ethan could have been a character I cared about if they never tried doing
this. Was the chance considering
stuff, yeah.
Right? This is the chance considering this was his last game in the 7 and 8 being together in that case. This was their chance to really make us care, and we just didn't really end up caring.
Yeah.
But the tie-in with the mold was cool, and the fact it was always dead.
Yeah, that was cool. And then obviously he wakes up in the Duke's carriage.
The carriage, yeah.
And
hand intact.
Yeah, hand intact.
Fingers intact.
Well, his fingers are gone.
Are they still gone? Oh, right. They're still gone.
They were intact in his vision.
In the vision they were.
And then his finger comes in.
I was wrong about that.
And then he gets out of the thing, and the Duke takes him to the ceremony site.
He's like, I'm on the way.
This will be the last.
I knew this is where you wanted to go, so I'm already on the way. He's just like, thanks, Duke.
He's like,
Duke's looking out. Duke's looking out for him.
And then
you make one last purchase with the Duke, and then you got to run. You see the village is, obviously on fire.
which I think looks cool. Yeah. I like the fact that when you beat it and on the menu, it's like,
I like how when you beat the game,
really
it does
cool.
change the title
That's
screen.
cool.
I wish more games did that.
That's very RE4.
Yes.
Where you saw like the it used to just be Ashley and Leon, and then it was the village panning around like when you beat it.
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah, and then you got to go up the stairs. There's a couple of people you could just avoid, enemies, and then you get right into the final confrontation with Miranda as you go through the tentacles, and she's like, "You'll never take, Rose." And he's just like, give me back my baby.
Listen, and this is where some people are going to be like, "Really?" Because like this is best design in the game.
I love the design.
Best boss
boss
fight in the game.
100%. I
love the
Miranda's
dialogue
boss.
between Miranda and Ethan.
Yes,
I feel like it's not earned because the rest of the game leading up to it feels like a completely different game.
Right.
But oh my god, I get Final Fantasy vibes from this game.
It's
sometimes
cool. It's cool.
Not in the way of fighting, but like just in designs and like the way they're going back and forth. It feels really cool.
I love her forms. I love the fact that she shoots the flame balls at you and shit, and like you can actually shoot them back. I like the part where it goes dark and you have to avoid her attacks. Like there's different layers to this fight, and it does feel like a final fight, like in Resident Evil, like how we think about Resident Evil finales. This was a good build-up and payoff for Miranda. And me and you agree we're on the same field of that. Yeah. This is our favorite fight in the game.
Favorite fight in the game, hands down. It's definitely the best designed encounter with mechanics. I always love when there's mechanics in fights.
I also like how it kicks off, too. Like, Chris just snipes her, like, right in the face. He's like, now, Ethan, now! And he tries to take the baby.
I like it and don't like it.
Yeah, because it's like, why wasn't he helping him?
Why wasn't Chris helping
throughout
more?
The fight? Yeah, or barely in the fucking game, for that matter.
Yeah.
He was so not in the game that he had the chance to help out there in the final fight, and he didn't. They said, fuck you. And they said, no, we're not even going to have Chris help him at the very end.
No.
A fight that literally kills him because it's his last, like, one shot with his body. His body's already decaying. So it's like he gets one last shot, and Chris still doesn't help him. After not telling him through the whole thing of what was going on. It's like, damn it,
kind
of
weird.
Damn it.
But the boss fight's great. I love the dialogue. It's so good. I just wish Mother Miranda was a more established character and they fleshed out her larger than life persona more.
Yeah.
If we would have got more of that kind of character throughout the whole game, this game would be better off. Yeah, I just think it would be way better off. But yeah, you kill her. The credits roll. The final book of Shadows fairy tale plays, which is essentially paralleling the events of Village.
What you just saw.
Literally what you just saw.
Yep.
Because Ethan, he presses the button. He makes the big sacrifice. He blows up the Megamycete.
Also, a little, like, nitpick about that part. Just show his fucking face.
Yeah, just show his face.
At the end. Just fucking show it.
Yeah.
Like, what is the big fucking deal?
What if we recorded the whole podcast like this?
Like this. Just be like, in the village, and,
the whole podcast we just recorded.
Like this. And it's just like, just show. It's the end. Okay? And maybe they were just like, fuck it. Because we didn't show it this far, he's just going to stay null, right?
Well,
and I know he has a face. It's in the game. Blah, 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 blah. They didn't fucking show it in the actual. I'm not talking about mods. I'm not talking. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
if
he has a face, why not show it?
For one last emotional scene where he's just like, Chris, like, and you can tell he's getting emotional. He's getting worked up. This is the last time he's going to see Rose in the arms of fucking Chris.
He puts his 3 fingers on Chris.
He puts
on
the
the
3
blanket.
fingers
On the blanket.
with the blanket in his coat.
Wait. Yeah, he's like,
with the blanket in the coat and. But that's a little nitpick. I still think the scene was effective. I think it was acted well. And
I love also
he sacrifices himself.
How much easier was it to connect to Ethan when you couldn't even see his face, but you could see him, rather than it be behind the screen?
Yeah, right. In the cutscene,
I connected to Ethan more looking at the back of his fucking head than I did ever in the first person perspective.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now that might just be us. And not everybody might feel that way.
Sure, people would be like, well, I like the immersive experience, or maybe you played RE7 in VR, so you really felt that connection. But I'm sorry, guys, like, that was a little nitpick for me. But yeah, it's just more so of the classic, I'm going to sacrifice myself, this place is going to blow up. Chris runs back to the plane with Houndwolf and Mia on there. Mia's asking, where's Ethan? And he's just like, I couldn't save him.
Yeah, he made a sacrifice.
He made a sacrifice
to protect us
I couldn't save him, you know.
And then we get the final before the credits roll. We get the final piece of information, which is
so we know BSAA flew in. We knew they flew in when Chris, we started taking control of Chris.
And the BSAA
are evil.
Are using bioweapons.
They're using so all those soldiers that you saw, they weren't soldiers, because you still have that shot where it zooms in and
Avatar
you see them
Chris clones
rappelling down.
Yeah,
they were pretty much blue Chris. Well, not
they're not Chris clones, but they're modeled.
After Chris, and he's just like, all right, they're using bioweapons. All right, we're gonna go to BSAA Europe.
Someone's got to
pay. Will we ever see this conclusion with fucking Grandpa Chris? Probably not.
No.
Because Blue Umbrella also didn't get figured out, and that's been completely retconned. Have you heard us talk about Blue Umbrella once in this podcast? No. You want to know why?
Other than earlier.
Because it's fucking gone.
Yeah, they don't say anything about it.
It's gone, and BSAA is evil. And how would you know that? Well, the only thing you know is at the last frame of the game that it's evil, and then you have to read files to find out more.
And there's a concept art for the BSAA bioweapon that literally says they're a dirty organization or something like that.
Yes.
They're a no good, dirty,
two-faced.
What was that? What was that from? That was from what was that from? Oh man, what was that from? It was something we were
I think I know what you're talking about. I just can't think of it
right
now.
What was that from? It was from You No Good. I don't remember. There was some kind of rambly thing that they were like, you no good. Oh. Cabal.
Oh, yeah.
You useless no good son of a bitch. You're going to love him. He's a useless pot licking whatever he says.
Piece of shit scumbag.
Yeah, that's what it literally says, like something like that about the BSAA.
So that's how you find out that they're evil now. And again, where was this in 7? Not explained. If you wanted to make them evil, you should have made them take the place of Blue Umbrella and just put BSAA on it. That's it. But the only reason why they had to put Umbrella in there was just be like, oh, this is a Resident Evil game at the end of 7.
Well, Blue Umbrella,
and then they ran with it.
Blue Umbrella does appear in Resident Evil Village for one little tiny, very missable thing. There's no files. There's no verbal.
I missed it, John. So you got to fucking tell me.
When Chris hits his arm with the health pack, it says Umbrella on it. That's it. The med pack that they're using it says Umbrella on it.
But it says Umbrella.
Yeah. I don't know if it says blue. I didn't look at the model that close. But it says Umbrella, which I would imagine is Blue Umbrella, because regular Umbrella is gone.
Well, yeah.
So that's it. But that's like, okay, that's the model, and maybe they're the same packs he was using in Not a Hero. I don't know.
I don't remember.
If he was using them in Not a Hero.
To be honest, I don't remember.
But that's the only thing other than Spencer's file that talks about any form of Umbrella. So, but you're right. It's gone. They don't talk about Blue Umbrella at all. They don't even really talk about it in the Zoe report.
No, and that's what I thought was really going to seal the deal of them bringing it up at all and making it relevant, because Zoe's story and Chris's story were both told in forms of DLC in 7.
Yes. Well, before we get on to Zoe's letter.
Oh, yeah. We got to talk about the final cutscene.
Let's talk about the post-credit scene.
With Johnny Cage.
With Johnny Cage, Johnny Cage and Evelyn Rosemary. And
now she's definitely like 16, 17.
Yeah, she's a teenager. I heard some people were saying she's like 11 or 12. 11
and 12-year-olds don't like, sorry, I got tests in class. 11 and 12-year-olds don't say that. That's something like teenagers say, bro.
I don't know why people are thinking they're like
young
12,
adults.
13. Like
man.
She definitely seems like 17 or older.
Also, the reason why I think that is the case is because they literally are still calling upon her for missions. And why would they do that? And why would she be needed if she was a fucking minor?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, well,
she's probably over 18.
Duty calls, right? This is something that she does. This is something that she does normally. So she's on a bus. She sees this lady that looks exactly like fucking Mia for no reason.
Yeah, with the same outfit.
Fucking give me a break, Capcom. You couldn't fucking design a different outfit. Fuck you. Anyway,
yeah,
you go on to you see him on the bus. reading a story, goes off the bus, and she's, goes to her, and that's why she apologizes, because she missed her dad's birthday because of classes and because of everything. She goes to the gravestone, leaves flowers, and there's a man waiting by the car.
Johnny Cage.
It's Johnny Cage.
Discount Johnny Cage.
And, it's just like, all right, duty calls. And then she was like, something Chris Redfield. She mentions Chris.
I'll show you things Chris doesn't even know I can do.
That's what she says. Because she's like, duty calls. She goes over, and then she's like, we got to go, Evelyn. And then he makes like a joke, and then she pushes him against it. And then, can we take the shot? We got a clear shot. And he's like, no, she's fine.
She's just a kid.
So she's under surveillance all the time.
Under mission.
Which is
presumably BSAA.
Presumably BSAA.
Which is evil.
So this raises so many questions, guys. So
unless it's the Hound Wolf Squad, one of the members, but even in the concept art, doesn't really correlate too well.
We got names for his other men, but we didn't get any actual establishment, and the concept art doesn't count. But we didn't get any.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Any weight to his men that are supposedly from the BSAA. And Johnny Cage is there, and then he makes that joke, and then she gets pissed and goes in the car and is just like, you remind me of him,
Yeah.
Who is this guy? How does he know Ethan? He's clearly part of Chris's squad because they're driving the same vehicle or a similar vehicle. How do you know Ethan? How does she remind you of Ethan when, unless this is one of Chris's men, even if they met him at that village section, they don't know him enough to have her have quirks that remind him of Ethan? It makes no sense.
Also, Ethan would have never did what she just did.
No.
She's way more hard-ass than
Definitely more hard-ass. Ethan's more just like, Ethan just got more confused when he didn't know what was going on, but he was never a hard-ass. This just, again, is another throwaway thing that might seem very minuscule to some people, but for us, it infuriates us. And so she gets in there. They drive away. You see someone walking in the distance. Who is it? Is it Chris Redfield? Is it Wesker?
Is it Ethan?
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Apparently the model was Ethan, but then that was later also proven that it's not Ethan. It was actually a hoax.
It's like, give me a break.
It doesn't matter who it is.
But regardless, this leads us to believe time has passed since them going to BSAA Europe, so we don't know what happened there. It time jumps.
How long, we don't know.
How long, we don't know.
Because it could be that she ages faster. I've heard that theory. I don't think that's the case because she's supposed to be the perfect one.
Is this leading into Resident Evil 9?
Possibly.
Being as Rose. What's your take on that?
I hope not.
Because that's where a lot of people think that it's going. It's the end of the father's story, right? That text comes up at the end.
Yeah, which could be the end of the father's story. There could be the story for the daughter.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I personally hope not.
Me too.
But
like,
don't,
why? But
I don't
it's
expect
so much setup. Like,
I don't expect anything else.
So much setup, right? So it's like, what the fuck?
However, the one cool thing that I will say is that they showed her face.
We know she's going to have a face, John.
So she might not be in first person, which would be a great improvement.
Right.
I don't think first person really works well for Resident Evil. I think we need over the shoulder more.
Right.
I mean, me and you are obviously fixed camera angle junkies, but like we're never going to get that back.
No.
We're not senile, right?
And we've accepted. We play every version of Resident Evil
for sure. And over the shoulder's definitely the best of all worlds.
A lot of people prefer 2 and 3 remake over what 7 and 8 have been doing.
Yes.
And that 4 will be along with that.
Yeah.
And fans will have, hopefully, fans will have a certain.
Can you imagine if 4 came out as in first person?
That'd be funny.
That would be so funny. I would quit.
I would laugh and die on the inside. No.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's kind of where it leads us. It leads us with a lot of questions, not so much answers, and
not good questions either.
No.
It's they're not like, you know how like when you're left with questions but you were satisfied by the source? Like you're like, "Oh, dude, like this game was so fucking good." And did you like Kingdom Hearts is a perfect example. I'm trying to think of an example you would really know. Like if they leave you with a cliffhanger, like, "Oh, I got to play the next game because I really want to know what that's about," or like, "I want to know what that," but you felt fulfilled the whole time. Just like a movie, like a sequel.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Like Men in Black 2 or 3 or whatever, right? Like you watch this movie, then it wraps up, it moves on to the next movie, but everything is paid off. I feel like 7 and 8, they didn't really have good payoffs a lot of cases. in a lot of cases. I feel like they have great potential, but they're just not executed right.
Yeah, I think that really sums up how we feel about this game. It's just like really mixed and just really so inconsistent that we couldn't really see like how this could get any better. Halfway through the game, we're just like, I don't even know what they could even do, because multiple playthroughs won't change. We kind of had that feeling on some stuff, and then we still obviously reeled it back in to kind of see like, okay, you know, it was our first time playing it. Let's see, you know, how we feel. Let's see if these cutscenes are more effective. And, you know, I just really am disappointed with the story and how they handled our characters, and especially Chris, because for me, I take real big offense in them handling him in the way that they did.
Yeah.
And leaving it the way that it did, you know. And that's Resident Evil Village, beat for beat.
That's Village, yeah.
That's the Village. We're not done the podcast yet, but that's the game.
The only thing really to talk about I don't even know if we should get into the cut concept art too much, just because like the cut concept art is a lot of just, this would have been really cool, but it's not in the game. Such as Moreau Salvatore having like this, it felt like they had a lot more ideas about how to flesh the characters out to be more interesting. Mm-hmm. There were some enemy designs that were really cool.
Tall lady was originally Mia, and like Mia's model.
Oh yeah, Mia's model. Yeah, they stretched it out or whatever. But even then, like, she looked different. She was hooded. She had garden scissors.
Yeah, you definitely look at the concept.
Yeah, the concept art. Definitely look at it.
It's interesting to think of like, what they could have done, and some of those ideas, like John said, may have panned out better. I
kind of feel like we should do a podcast on that all alone.
Yeah, I mean, we could
on the cut concept art. I think the only thing that's really important to talk about is that. I feel like the characters.
We gotta talk about Ada, bro.
We could talk. Well, we'll talk about Ada, and then we'll talk about the characters, right? So, really, the characters aren't a whole lot because it's just concept art. We will talk about Ada, and I think then we'll move on to the trailer cut. Sure. It just felt like there was a lot of the characters could have had better potential, and they just didn't. They just decided not to put them in, whether they ran out of time or whatever the case is. I don't understand why, but some of the enemy designs, some of the things like I was talking about earlier with Resident Evil 4 having that oomph, right? Originally, the Cadeau that was inside of the machine people would pop out of them when you killed them or when you shot them, and then you'd have to deal with the Cadeau running around. That's very Resident Evil 4, right? I feel like that would have been good. That's something that like should have been there. And then, the Ada concept art, I really don't fucking care. She doesn't belong in this game. She doesn't belong in any game that doesn't have Leon.
I did like her design, and I liked
her design was cool, though, yeah.
And I thought that was cool that she was, like, you know, she would have been...
Eileen the Crow from Bloodborne.
Right. Like, yeah, so the thing is like, I love that aesthetic, but it didn't really... It wouldn't have fit. And I'm happy that she wasn't in a game with Chris. It would have pissed me off more because they would have still done Chris dirty, even with her running around.
Yeah.
And it would have added to, like, why do we have two OG characters with no fucking, like, weight? Like you said, no oomph to them, no, like, payoff.
Yeah.
That just would have added to our
list of complaints.
Negative stuff and list of complaints, really. Yeah.
They would have did Ada dirty, bro.
But, you know, we wanted to talk about that because, you know, the comments would have been well, what about the Ada? And so,
for sure.
And, you know, I did think it looked cool. It just, you know, didn't really, it wouldn't have worked out.
And we kind of already talked about the cut trailer stuff. Like, the whole first trailer is 60% not in the game.
It's not there. Yeah.
And we kind of touched on that earlier with the Village, so I don't think we really need to go into that too much. We even
talked about that in our pre-release show.
We did.
The last episode. So,
we did, yes. We kind of already talked about Zoe's letter too, but let's talk about that. So Zoe's letter, I don't really think we need to talk about like the specifics of the letter. I think we need to talk about
what did we get out of the letter.
The only thing we got out of the letter that makes any sense towards the narrative is Zoe Baker's alive.
Louisiana was covered up, which we knew.
Louisiana was covered up.
Completely
she was also covered up.
Also, this file, by the way, you have to get the deluxe edition to even read this file, which we missed the first time because we were playing on a standard copy. We got the collector's editions in on the day that we were still playing. So this is where this is. I know there's a lot of people that don't know where this is and how to read it.
The tragedy
so I just want to
make
that. I just want to make that clear that this is how you read it, and that's why
it's called the Baker Report or the Baker Incident Report or whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, she was covered up.
Yeah,
that stuff was covered up.
That was covered up. And then you get a letter.
Because she was trying to find Ethan and Mia, to the point where they moved them. She said that they were completely off the grid. So wherever they moved them,
and then Mia sent her a letter with the birthday picture and all that, and you get to see that.
And she talked about quote unquote an evil organization in quotes, like literally, like.
Yeah, and then BSAA actually sends her a letter, and
they're like, "Yo, we know what you're doing."
No. The BSAA sends her a letter somehow. That's meant to be for Chris. And the back says it's not over. So I'm guessing that was Chris who sent it to her. And it's a warning to Chris to stop being an idiot, basically.
Because he's going against the grain within BSA.
Yeah.
BSA.
He's like, as a founding member of, as a founding 11 member or whatever.
What the hell are you doing?
What are you doing? Who the fuck is Miranda? Who is blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really add anything other than the fact that Chris took control of Wolfhound. The only thing we got that is from that letter. Is Hound Wolf, right. Wolfhound, Hound Wolf, whatever. Hound Wolf is BSAA. It's just Chris took it. That's it.
Which would have been nice to explain in a cutscene.
Yeah.
Or maybe explain it
in Rev 3 or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not there.
It just feels shoehorned in.
Yeah, and I really don't like the practice of something like this even being, and it's also riddled with.
It's 80 pages long.
It's 80 pages long, and it's riddled with spelling errors and different spellings and all this other shit. Right?
I love it. I love the
sulfur.
Sulfur.
Not even.
I remember you were like, wait, go back. Like I was reading it for the first time.
It's one page. It's literally sulfur. And then you go to the next page and it's sulfur a different way. and so I'm sitting here and I'm like, does this even matter? And people paid for this? People paid for this.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. You got your gun and you got your...
I'm going to need some chicken after this fucking file, bro. I'm going to need some chicken. I felt that bad. I was like, where's the turkey at? I need to go to sleep.
I'm about to eat.
Yeah, I'm
my
about to
feelings
eat.
Away.
Yeah, literally. I just don't like the practice of hiding something like this behind a paywall.
If anything, just put this in
as an unlockable.
Or I guess, because I know Zoe's report wouldn't be within the village because that wouldn't make sense. But I don't know. What if Chris had it on a computer or something, or he had, you know what I mean? Just make it.
I guess so. I don't know, bro. I just don't think it's great.
No, it's not.
And I guess we're kind of coming up to the final topic, which is just...
Let's do it.
How do you feel about the interview, the developer thing that came out that said that Resident Evil Village was toned down because RE7 was too scary?
So this is, and I'm happy we're talking about this because this came out after, right when the game came out. It was
a little bit after. I think it was a little after.
So we didn't get a chance to talk about it here. Yeah. But...
Also, before you even give your opinion...
Go ahead.
Art director Tomonori Takano,
there it is,
says in the developer insight,
and this is what
before the game came out, like a month or two. Yeah, fall.
Tokyo Game Show.
No, it was
developer breakdown, right?
I think it was.
They did two of them.
Yeah, they did two.
Summer and fall is
I think it was the fall one.
Yeah.
He says, and I quote:
"This is quoted, guys.
Compared to 7, Village definitely has just as much horror, if not more." Which is a direct contradiction to me.
That is a direct contradiction.
To what they're saying now that it's out.
Right. They're saying that Resident Evil 7
was too
scary, so you're taking away horror elements from a game that needed more horror in it. I think that's...
7 was scarier.
Definitely, yeah.
It was. No, it was, though.
It was, and that's the thing,
too. And
that's
fine, because that's what we wanted.
And I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I love the hillbilly, fucked up type of shit. I think that's creepy. I think it's cool and effective. I didn't like the Bakers as people as much, but the thing is that the execution.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I still appreciated 7 for scaling it back, making it more of a horror-esque game than what we got from literally the game before it, which was the complete opposite, trying to please everybody,
6, yeah.
and then just scaling it down, right?
Even 5 and 4 in some degree.
How dare you say it's too fucking scary?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? And then you say in a developer breakdown, well, we're going to make this scarier.
It's going to be even more scary.
Even more scary. That is not the case. Not even fucking close.
Yeah.
Not even fucking close.
I really feel, and this is my last hot take, I actually think this is the last sentence I have for the podcast. This is the last sentence, and then I'm going to just let you take the reins until we close it up. Capcom, the staff that's working on Resident Evil right now is disorganized. They're out of touch. And there is miscommunication amongst the team somewhere. Because this is the art director saying this. And I don't know if it was the art director who was saying that in the article that was saying we toned it down. There is some type of missing pieces here. And maybe you could even trace this back to 7 or possibly Remake 2 or Remake 3 somewhere, because there's multiple teams working on these games. There's M2,
right.
There's Neobards, there's Capcom Dev 1 or Dev 2, whatever one's working on it.
Current RE kind of runs
current
like that.
RE, right?
Yeah.
There's so many different hands in the pot. This franchise, Capcom is doing so well everywhere else. This franchise in particular is in real danger of going back to the dark days.
The identity crisis.
And I think they really need to get their hands on something to steer it the right way for Resident Evil 9 or whatever else is next.
And you had the horror elements there in 7 literally lined up for you. It was like, hey, look.
And Village has some of that.
It does, but it just doesn't have enough. And
it doesn't have enough.
And then they're telling us we deliberately steered away. That pisses me off. That pisses both of us off. I'll just say it, because what the fuck, man? I understand that right from the rip we were like, okay, more action, RE4 vibes, right? But that doesn't mean you take away you deliberately steer or cut out horror elements that could have really made this game just either not even have a better balance, but just really make it feel more like Resident Evil, which is why we thought the castle was effective, because we're like, okay, this has some of those horror elements that make Resident Evil cool. And where was that through the rest of the game? It was just missing. And the action never quite really got up to stuff that was memorable. The horrific stuff is really the stuff that you remember. Okay, the baby. What else? What else? Besides the castle, after the castle, the baby.
After the castle and the baby, there's nothing.
So why? It's just like a game that has more. A game that has this big village. It's supposed to be its own character, John.
Yeah.
It's supposed to do this. It's supposed to do that. Where was...
A Tickle Me Elmo character.
Right. Where
Tickle Me Moreau.
Tickle Me Moreau. Where the fuck...
I'm the best!
I'm the best, Miranda! It's just that really fucking pisses me off, man. And I just... And again, I know a lot of people up to this point, they've heard us talk about 7, right? They've heard us talk about our opinions of 7. We just didn't like where the story took, but we never said, oh, the horror elements are completely wasted. They're complete. No, it might have not been generally scary. I'm pissing my pants, but there was horror elements. There's literal American horror elements from the 70s in the fucking game that works really well.
Yeah.
That just wasn't present with new and diverse characters in this game, in Village.
I will say one more thing. I know I said I was only going to say one more thing, but I'll say one more thing in addition to that, because you just brought up a great point. Because I think it's important to say too, as my send off. But I know we sit on opposite sides of the fence here. You like Village more than 7. I actually think I like 7 more than Village. You know what I will say about 7? Even though the story is not executed to the point where I would like it to be, even though Village as a sequel didn't feel as satisfying as I wanted it to be. You know what I'll say about 7 that Village struggles with? From beginning to end, 7 had an identity. Love it or hate it.
That's true.
Like it or dislike it.
That's true.
7 had an identity the whole way through. Whether it was Resident Evil or not, that's besides the point. I think Village struggles with what it wants to be more than twice in the game.
Okay.
And so for that reason, I would actually, on my big Resident Evil tier list, right? Because we're not going to give numbers. But on my Resident Evil tier list, you will find this below 7.
Okay. I think to that point, I want to add to what you said about me liking this more than 7. I think the reason why I do, in regards to the gameplay, is just because I just like the whole Duke and that aspect of things. I know it kind of plays more into the action side of things, and that's why it's more action, because you have this arsenal. But I just like the combat and the gunplay. I think they perfected it in this with the first person.
Yeah.
And that's why I like the gothic horror setting and stuff like that for the castle. So
more
those
fun
little
to pick
elements.
up and play.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
I agree.
I
with
still
that.
like 7. I still like 7. We don't hate 7 here, but yeah, I definitely I agree. I think 7 from a scaled down standpoint works better because it did have an identity, and I would definitely agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely safe to say.
There's definitely elements in Village that are better than 7.
Sure.
Such as gunplay, the merchant, stuff like that. But 7 definitely has an identity, and I think me being a more...
The horror was more present in 7,
yeah, me being
without a
more
doubt.
narrative and identity and consistency driven as a gamer, I would put 7 above this. I still would put them both below every other number title.
And it's weird, man, because, we're a Resident Evil channel. We're fans. We're friends. We play these games day in and day out.
Yeah.
I might, a couple years from now be like, all right, I've played 7 or 8 a million times. I actually like 7.
For sure.
I feel like it's always changing, so I don't want this to be
For sure.
like permanent, because obviously it's like a little minuscule thing, like, oh, I like 7 over 8, so it's not like this whole podcast is irrelevant. No,
Well, this is
all
why
these
we
details
didn't-
is how we feel.
This is why we didn't do the podcast week 1.
We didn't,
Because
no.
we wanted to play it. I'll literally go on record right now. I have played Village from beginning to end on every difficulty. I've played it from beginning to end 13 times to this point.
I've done 7 times,
Yeah.
me personally.
I've played 13 times, and I've played a ton of Mercenaries.
Right.
Which I know we're going to stream Mercenaries, and we'll do a whole podcast on Mercenaries as well, probably.
Mercenaries,
'Cause
real
it's
quick, sidebar. It's fun.
It's
It's
really
a great
fun.
mini game. I was really happy to see it back, and
It's really fun.
the replay value overall for this game is great.
It's great.
Because you can go back. The addiction of the New Game Plus stuff and all that stuff, the initiative, like, that's there. That's there for Village. So, they did do a good job with that extra content. And I'm a Mercenaries fanboy, so I was really happy to see that return. But yeah, I mean, everyone's going to obviously talk about it in the comments, whether you like 7 or Village more. That's, obviously for fans to decide on what they like more. You might like them both equally, because 7 and 8 are like this in regards to story and connection.
And hopefully...
we'll see if 9 ties in just as well, or if 9's going to just be its own little isolated baby. That's just literally, that's just, doing its own
possible,
thing. That's growing at its own rate and aging however it wants. But, the action versus horror thing, I really just wanted this game to have more horror, man. I just think that the action and them deliberately stating after the fact, now that the game's out and it's done and people have it in their hands and played it and we're talking about it, that they deliberately took out the horror because they thought that is just such a full of shit. And it's not, I don't want to say full of shit because they did it. So they did it. They actually stuck by their guns. I think it's bullshit that they did it.
Yeah.
Because if they're full of shit, they wouldn't have done it. They would have said, oh, we're going to cut down the horror. We didn't do it. No, it's bullshit that they did that.
Yeah.
It's bullshit that they did that, and I think that's really, really fucking just kind of... I think it's just crooked. I think it's a crooked way of seeing things, because you don't really know what the fans want. You're trying to cater to casuals. And when did this happen, John? Oh, yeah. This happened with a little game called RE6. Not saying Village is like RE6, but it always takes one game like 5 to start the wheel spinning of like, man, where do we take it from here?
Yeah.
Where do we go? Will 5 be like Village in regards to this trilogy
I would argue
of
that
games?
happened with 4.
That's true.
Like 5 was like, where do we go from 4? 4's like literally in everyone's top 10.
Well, 5 was just like
And then
4 on
4
steroids with co-op, so they were like, let's keep it the same.
They were just like, let's make it co-op.
And like they did take away more horror elements in 5 too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they did kind of do that.
And
they
then
went full
6
action.
was even
And 6
further.
was like, well, we can do like Leon and Elena horror, and then let's do like action, and then we'll swing it back around to Jake and do some melee combat, and then we'll do, and it's just like, but we're fucking 20,000 hours into the game, and you completely lost me.
Yeah.
With a story that feels way too bloated for its own good.
Yeah,
and
there's too much moving parts at once.
Too many moving parts, man. And like even playing 6 recently on the Legacy series, I was like, it really wouldn't have been this bad if they didn't have the constant scenarios. If they just stuck with like, maybe you play different people, but it was more streamlined. But anyway, that's too rambly, but you get what I'm saying. I just think that like it's never too late for these games to fall into an identity crisis. And hopefully
for sure
it doesn't stay there for too long, because we don't want to see our main games like this, our mainline games that aren't remakes, that aren't spinoffs, suffer. We wanted to be sitting here at the end of this podcast with a lot more positive stuff to say, and a lot more overall, like we really felt fulfilled, but like it just didn't really do it as well as we wanted to. And that's our Let's Talk Resident Evil Village in-depth podcast. We hope you guys enjoyed this show. We were looking forward to the show for a while.
Yeah, and for what it's worth,
so it was a lot of fun.
I really hope you guys enjoyed Village too, because it is a new Resident Evil game. The overall experience, I wouldn't say that like I've ever felt like I was being tortured playing it.
No, it was a fun. It was a fun game. It's a fun game.
We do have to look at it analytically though, and it's not my favorite. It's far from it.
It's not my favorite either, and we have to also judge it from
two sides. Our point of view.
The show is by the fans and it's for the fans.
It's for the fans.
It's
by
just
the fans, yeah.
Like we're just sitting here trying to be honest with ourselves, and me and John had conversations leading up to of just to kind of like see where we were at, we would just talk about whatever, like how's your day, man, blah blah blah, and then we'd just be like, all right, so this is how I'm feeling now, because it's like because we hang up the phone 3 playthroughs later, we pick up on something, and then we talk about it, and then we flesh out our notes and we get prepared. So we hope you guys enjoyed the video review. We hope you enjoyed the Path to the Village. We're still going to stream Village here and there. There's still stuff that we would like to stream, on Village, like Mercenaries is very fun. We can still do a Village of Shadow stream. We're going to be doing our deep dive streams. We're doing Code Veronica next week. Sure. So that's coming back. So stay tuned for that. And if you haven't checked out our, bite-sized video review, you probably have. That's why you're here. You wanted to hear us talk more. So check that out.
Yeah.
And, don't forget to drop the like, hit the thumbs up, and subscribe. We're not going anywhere. We're not done because Village is done.
No,
we have plenty of stuff to do. And if you want to join our Patreon, we have a monthly podcast there. You can check out early content, early access content. We also do exclusive polls and giveaways and all that good shit over there.
And join Discord.
Oh yeah,
where
you Discord's
have
part of the community, baby.
A brand new event going on: Albert versus Alfred. Pledge your allegiance to one of them. I'll be hosting Sunday night trivias between the two teams. And like I said earlier in the podcast, the winner gets to ask us anything.
Yeah.
We're doing a podcast at the end of the year for the team that wins.
To wrap up 2021. And the Path to the Village, it's been great. It's been fun. I just want to say thank you to all the great comments and the likes and the support from all angles, from all platforms.
Especially people who understand that there's different opinions on the internet.
That's the big thing too, is like we never want to be, toxic, and we never want to be angry. We want to actually come to the realization and in a fair way of like how we really feel, and we're grateful that
we explained that.
Hopefully we did explain it.
This is almost 4 hours long or 4 hours long or something like. Hopefully we explained it.
I hope so. That's really what we wanted to do before we went into this recording session today. We talked before and we're just like, this is it. We got to let out all of our feelings, all the positives and negative stuff we've been holding in the past 2 weeks and not been blabbering on social media or live streams. We were really waiting to kind of really collect our thoughts. And that's what we do as RE fans. So whether you sit on our side of the fence or you feel a little bit more positive towards it, that's fine. Let us know what you think in the comments down below. And obviously you can have your civil discussions and debates as well. And that's pretty much it, guys. So thank you guys. It's been a hell of a ride.
Yes, it has.
We're not going anywhere. Obviously, we have Infinite Darkness. We're going to be doing an Infinite Darkness video that you'll be seeing next week, probably by the time you see this. So I should say this week, but whatever the case may be, that's coming out July 8th. So you bet your ass we're going to be covering it, even if June. Yes. Also, let's say this now. If there's any DLC for this game that's going to be announced soon, we're going to cover it. So the road to the village isn't, or the path to the village isn't.
We're in the village. we're at the exit.
It's wrapped up, technically.
But we may return.
We may return for a little one-off DLC piece. We'll stream it. We'll talk about it. Don't worry, guys. So I just want to say that now because the comments would be like, Bubba, did you hear about the DLC?
Yeah.
We know. We're good. We got it. But it's been a hell of a ride, man.
Yeah, it's been, and I'm sure we'll have other videos in the future that come out that we talk about more elements in more detail.
We'll be live streaming it again.
We'll be live streaming it again, so you guys will see that. But I hope that's basically an in-depth podcast review show. I don't know if anybody else has been as thorough as us. I don't know if anybody else is going to be as, have our same opinions, have our same point of view on stuff.
Right, because all the fans will have their own ways of saying stuff and what they like, and what they don't like. So,
but that's it.
That's it. That's seriously it, guys. So thank you for all the love and support. And
yeah.
Thank you for tuning in all the way along through it's crazy. It's almost been a year. It's just crazy. It goes by so fast. These cycles go by really fast.
It does go by really fast.
It goes by quick as shit. But
on to the next game, which hopefully will be Revelations 3 or some kind of
spinoff, or Outrage, whatever's been rumored.
They were talking about Outrage for a while.
Yeah, so we'll see. But that's it. Until next time, guys.
Peace.
We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. A big shout out to everyone that supports us over on Patreon. Starting at just $1 a month, you can join on exclusive polls, and you can vote on content for the channel. We literally couldn't do this without you guys, and we really appreciate all the support across all tiers. Thank you for all your support, and we'll catch you next time right here on Let's Talk Resident Evil.